He never said that.
I have
Nawfal, I'm
message.
feeding
I have
all of that back
numbers
into
of
your brain.
810 people died.
That's crazy. All right, so Ronnie, the
810 people
question I
died.
have for you, and then Mohammed, I need you to send me through that tweet that apparently that
I
Israeli
sent it to you already.
on WhatsApp or on Twitter.
Not on Twitter. DM.
Oh, okay. Let me check it now. In the meantime, my question to you, Ronnie, is, and that's 100%. That tweet is 100%. Like, who took the screenshot? You did or someone else?
No, it was
Mohammed?
passed to me by a friend.
Okay. Can you try to the friend? Like, did he take it? Can you try to verify the source of it?
Yes, sure.
So this is
I sent you a copy of the deleted friend stuff. I sent you a copy of the deletion of like the post being
by
deleted.
Hanaya Naftali. So
Yes.
Hanaya Naftali.
No, I sent you the one of the hospital.
I understand.
And explained that that's where it was. I'm
That's
sorry.
okay. So Muhammad Hanaya Naftali is he works at in the media department, correct?
Yes, that's what he posted himself.
In the IDF.
As a reservist, yes.
Okay, interesting.
Reservist means that he doesn't work there. It means he's been called up to it.
Yes, exactly. But he's operational now. He's active in operation right now.
Okay, so he does not refer to that hospital.
By the way, there has been heavy shelling for the past few hours. I can still like
Tel
my
Aviv,
windows are still shaking. Yeah, but you were talking about the fact that they usually don't just shoot one. They haven't been shooting just one. It's been shooting like crazy for the past 2 hours.
This is
my windows are shaking, and I'm not in Tel Aviv.
This is the point I wanted to make. Is that if they shoot many, so this some people are calling this a misfired Hamas rocket. Now, the reason I'm struggling to believe that, and again, I don't know, but I'm struggling to believe it is because when they shoot out rockets, it won't be one at a time. It will be many. So why, when that hospital blew up, there was no rockets coming out of Hamas?
But there wasn't. But my point is that there are. My point is they've been shooting for a while now.
Has anyone been keeping track of rockets from?
No, there wasn't any barrage of rockets being fired when the attack happened.
Yes,
it was before an hour before that, an hour after that. It was.
Sorry, when was the? I'm honestly asking. I don't know when exactly was the attack. That when exactly was the firing the hospital? When was it hit? Okay, that's then nobody gets offended.
Justin Trudeau calls the Israeli deadly bombing of Gaza hospital not legal and unacceptable.
That's fine. But when did this happen? When was the hospital hit? Regardless of who shot it, when was the hospital hit? At what time?
Did you know? Can anyone find out the exact time?
So I just want to say this, right? So there's all kinds of conflicting reports.
It's a simple question. He just said that it was an hour before and an hour after. When was it hit?
If we know the exact time the hospital was hit, does anyone know? Can anyone find out?
Yeah, so maybe we don't know that it wasn't in the middle of a barrage.
No, so I checked the, so I can give you an estimate time, because when we got the report of when it was bombed, and I checked about half an hour before I got the report, and there was no barrage of rockets. But if anyone's keeping track of it, let us know.
I'm looking now at the app of the
I can check if I knew when it was exactly.
There was no time.
Hold on, so just...
So there was no time in between the missiles and the hospital. You can check the app. They have their own app of the missiles fired. They're recording every time when the barrage happened, and they can check the time exactly on Al Jazeera or any other news outlet. It did not coincident with any.
There is a report that Jordanian people were able to get inside and break into the Israeli embassy as a mob of protesters are upset with the Israeli bombing of the hospital. That was just from Al Nashra news.
I appreciate that. Zev, you wanted to jump in?
Mario, I cut in the middle. I want to make half a sentence.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ronnie.
So, also important to keep in mind that, the rockets that Hamas fires on Israel are being built by Hamas. They don't have the FDA approval. Okay, those are rockets that are manufactured there. Okay, those are not in standout factories. It's like they manufacture there from the water pipes that they get. So it's very likely they have misfire and have plenty of video of misfire of rockets in Gaza that actually hit the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, but that actually debunks your point as well, because as Muhammad said, because they are made in Gaza, homemade, they can't have that big explosion. They can't have that much
They can't
impact
make
on
that
the
much
ground.
damage.
They
They're
can't.
Again,
not
Not
that
once,
strong.
not
this
once
is
have
an
we saw,
ammunition.
not once have we saw a Hamas missile causing that much
Yeah,
explosion.
Can
this
I?
is
I think
Hamas
the
has
Here's
only
here's
lied
the
thing
thing,
about this
causing
before,
guys.
that.
and you don't know
Mario,
the extent.
Mario,
Okay, we need to just
Mario,
go
if you
one.
allow me,
We really, okay, yeah, we really need to go one at a time.
Ben, I'm
Wajid,
going
yeah,
to
go
be
ahead.
really quick.
Wajid, just go ahead, and then I want to say something. Go ahead, Wajid.
I just have an
Thank you.
answer to what he asked me.
guys. All right, so
I
guys,
know.
it's
So,
easier.
Wajid, please go.
Ben, yesterday we spoke and we said that the gloves came off. We said that Israel is not backing down. We said that this was a response very much like the one we saw the US done after 9/11. And therefore, I came to the conclusion that a lot of mistakes, like after 9/11, were made by the US military. We're going to see the same thing made by the Israeli military when you go at all out and you don't check again and again and again, and you don't send troop on the ground. That's just expected. That these are results of willing to go to war without a measured response. I think. Do you agree with me, Ben? Because the gloves are
Yeah.
off,
So,
right?
listen, I absolutely agree with you, but I would also say that, in my opinion, and I'm not the spokesperson for anyone, Israel does not intentionally target places like this. Mistakes have happened in the past. I think Firas or somebody else made a very good point about a school. So I would never try to downplay anything that happens. Whatever happened here, first of all, it's horrible. It's disgusting. I condemn it. If it is an Israeli action, I absolutely condemn it. Right, but as I said before, just as people who are pro-Palestinian say we want proof that the slaughter actually happened, I think it's safe to say that it is not beyond a reasonable
To
expectation
settle.
for people to say, I want, allow me to finish, right? So I'm going to wait, right? Just before I say that this was Hamas, this was Israel. Whatever happened, it is awful. The killing of civilians, especially a hospital, is not
Let me.
correct. I
Okay,
hope
so
that's
But to
guys, I
clear.
need to
settle
ask
this
you a
whole
couple of
debate,
questions.
can I?
Okay,
Two seconds,
I have
guys.
something new from the
Two
Gaza
seconds, two
report.
seconds. Yeah, before you go to the news from the Gaza report and before Hassan speaks, because I do want him to speak, can someone tell me who was the group, the page that is a Twitter page that posted a video claiming it's a Hamas rocket, then issued an apology? Something War Room.
It was Israel war room.
Okay,
Hi
so
guys, I'm glad to be here.
hi. So Israel War Room posted that. That's number one. Muhammad, number two, I wanted to ask you that tweet by Hanaya Naftali. Naftali is 100%. It looks authentic, and I'm gonna check his history. But have you checked?
Mario, sorry to cut you off, but I just asked people in Gaza, and they said it was bombed at 7:15.
7:15 p.m. Okay. Thank
Yes,
you.
yeah.
I appreciate that. So that's
Yeah, there was shooting at 7:15. I just got it as
No,
well.
they weren't
There
shooting at
was there was
7:15. They were
alarm at
shooting at
7:15.
6:58. They were shooting at
There was
6:58.
alarm on set. There's been
No,
alarm around this time. There was
no,
if
bombing
you
there
on
have
Tel
the
Aviv
wasn't.
at this
exact
No,
time
there
Ronnie, can you
wasn't.
as
check
well.
the
I'm checking all.
yeah, can you
There is
I'll
nothing
send
at
you a
all at
screenshot.
7:15.
yeah, if you can guys, Heidi and
Okay.
Ronnie, if you can
Yeah.
go back and forth and go through the screenshot and see if you agree whether there was and wasn't. I don't remember
If I could
I don't
just,
remember such an alarm. Please take guys, I'm gonna go to
There
Hassan.
was at 7. That's the last one.
Okay. And I'm gonna go Heidi.
sorry,
No, go.
Mario, I sent this to you already. It's a quick update. It's from the Gaza report. The reason, or they're suspecting that the reason why there was there was a lot of damage is because reports I'm reading so that I don't misquote anybody. Reports continue to surface that misfired rockets detonated a stockpile of munitions held at the hospital grounds.
Are we
So
really
if
gonna
bad
believe there was a
missiles hit a
stockpile of
stockpile, and we are
weapons at
seeing
a
a lot, yeah,
hospital? You
because
want to
they do
put
that a
that
lot,
there without
Syrian
any
girl.
proof?
So if the rocket, so it would explain the level of fire that we're seeing from the
Has there
ground,
been
because
No,
if
been
there's
actually, stockpiles don't explode like that. I mean, we've seen stockpiles explode before in Russia and Syria. We have experience in
again,
Syria. Not at
I'm
all
again I'm
would they
quoting
explode
the
like
Gaza
that.
report here, and I've
I
sent
don't think
who
it's the
did
Mario a
Gaza, but
copy
I'm
of the
telling you.
tweet. And
so
honestly, we don't know
so
what's happened
Hassan,
yet.
yeah,
We do
Naga,
know that
I
there weren't
understand,
any
Naga,
planes in the
Hassan.
sky at
So
the
there's
time.
I need some, and I'll go to you, Hassan. But I do need some. So I'm getting videos. A lot of people are sending me videos telling me this is a misfired rocket, but none of them. I've sent some to the team. They weren't able. Some of them looked fake, but others they just not able to verify. It's impossible. So if there's any
Mario,
Can
just
I
keep in
jump in
mind
here?
one
no
thing.
Syrian and Hadi
During
quickly.
the Beirut
Yeah,
explosion,
that
during the Beirut
guys,
explosion, there was a video that looked so authentic of a
missile
missile
hitting
hitting the
it. Yeah, it
port,
was
which
turned out to
was
be fake. Exactly.
yeah, it was
gu-
completely false. So I don't fall for any videos right
Exactly.
now.
I just
Hassan, go
want to
ahead.
say,
Yeah, and please let me finish. Naga, you interrupted me, then spoke on 3 different occasions. I haven't been able to respond. So let me just finish my statement. I'll be quiet. Number one, if you look at the speed and the sound and the impact of the missile, it's very clear that it looks like a JDAM missile, which the Gazans do not have. They have never taken out such an amount of Israelis, much less it's going to be Palestinians. So I think the evidence is very clear that it is most likely an Israeli missile. But I do want to respond to something very dangerous that was said. This is what leads to genocide. When it was said by Naga that this will stop when Hamas stops, she's basically saying it's okay to do anything and anything is justified as long as Hamas exists. And that's very dangerous. It reminds me of what Golda Meir said, the former prime minister of Israel. She said, we will never forgive the Arabs for forcing us to kill their children. There seems to be the existence of Hamas as justification for continuous war crimes, and that's unacceptable. And that's frankly terrorist logic. I mean, terrorists will say, well, we'll keep killing them because they're killing us. And now I find the Israelis saying the same thing. It's very destructive. There's no comparison. Israel has killed 20 times more civilians than
Yeah, but that's not how you
Palestinians.
count
Don't
it.
interrupt me. See, you
Yeah,
always
Noga, you
interrupt
have
me.
to.
You don't
Yeah,
want
I
me
need you
to
to
complete
let
my
others speak,
message.
please, Noga.
So all I want to say is stop using Hamas's existence to continuously justify war crimes. After the attack last weekend, I found so many Israelis saying, let's obliterate Gaza, let's destroy Gaza, politicians, military leaders, and they're basically using that attack as justification for war crimes. Well, that's no different than Hamas saying, let's attack the Israelis because of the 20 times more civilians that they've killed from our end. That's all I have to say. Thank you for letting me speak without interrupting me too
Yeah,
much. God bless.
I appreciate it.
Can I
Yeah,
respond?
go ahead, Ronnie, briefly, and then we'll go to James.
Very briefly, if someone breaks into my house, and then if someone breaks into my house and use someone as human shield and shoots at me, then if I shoot at him and hit the human shield, he's the murderer of the one he held as a human shield.
May
Yeah.
I?
So
Yeah, hold on, no.
yeah,
Go to
I'm just
James.
sorry. I've got here just really quickly. So I've got here the alert system from Israel. So in Sderot, what time was the strike at?
7:15.
Okay, give me a second here. Okay,
We
just
got
sorry. Give me a
Mario.
minute.
I'm looking right now at the log of the red alert system, and there's been an alert since about 6:48, all through almost 8.
Right. So we're
No, wait,
speculating here.
wait. Don't say 6:48 until 8. It stopped at 7, and then it started again after the hospital
I
explosion.
can
There's a
send you.
complete
I can
difference.
send you the
So
log.
I received a video from Al Jazeera showing the alleged video of the attack on the hospital, and it was clearly from an aircraft that was flying above. I'm gonna send you the video, Mario, on WhatsApp. But that's the video from Al Jazeera. They said it's the alleged video from the hospital explosion, and that it came from above aircraft.
And let's not act that this is out of character for Israel. Let's not forget
It
that
is,
Israel
and
killed
let's
a
act
thousand
like it
children.
is
Let me
Noga, I
because
need
finish.
you.
no,
Noga,
no,
Noga,
enough,
Noga. No,
enough.
that's not enough. You can't say enough and just jump in every time someone speaks. So I do want, because they've spoken the most. So I do want Hassan briefly, and then we'll go to James, who's been waiting very patiently, please.
Yeah, I was just saying, and thank you for that, Mario, that Israel killed 1,000 innocent, unarmed children over the last week alone. This is not out of character. When I was a child, I saw Mohammed ad-Darra killed by Israeli soldiers. There was no one around him, just his father. They killed him when I was 14. That changed my life forever and made me the activist I am today. Just yesterday, they killed his other two, Mohammed Darra's brothers. It's unending. This is in character of Israel. It commits war crimes. UN has condemned it. Stop justifying violence against civilians. That's what.
I think you glitched out. James, go ahead.
Mario,
Yeah,
I
And by the way,
sent
do
you.
you
I
have?
sent you
Yeah,
the.
guys. So
I have some
choose
information about the
in
timeline.
okay. So we'll go to that in a bit,
I
Noga.
just said, Naga,
All right,
stop
Hassan, yeah, 2 seconds.
justifying
great.
violence
I
against
understand,
civilians.
guys. Hassan.
Stop justifying.
I have to. She'll have to respond, man. I don't want to go down that path yet. But if you can, anyone that has anything to do with the
I have
timeline, yeah. So Zev,
yeah, I have information about
perfect.
the timeline.
So what we could do, Zev. No,
I,
Noga. What I want to do, Zev. Zev, can everyone send you whatever they have, Zev, and you go through what Hadi, Noga.
yes,
Perfect.
absolutely.
So Noga sent through the timeline.
no,
And let's make
So,
it crystal. It's just very important to know this is the fog of war. Any innocent life needs to be condemned, including whoever targeted this hospital. It's not acceptable. I just want to point that out. Send me whatever anyone has.
so
Absolutely.
the death toll's over 800 already, correct?
Well, different reports. Some are saying
810 so far.
That's the expected number. You can't say anything. The same thing that's been said when an explosion
Yeah, but
like
I have
this
a question about that.
In a bit, in a bit.
Took
Yeah,
us,
so James, I want to go.
I have a
You can
question
ask
about the
in a bit,
number.
Noga. You'll ask it in a bit. About you'll probably ask if because someone asked me like Mario, be careful. Like, how do they know the number? You can't count that many dead bodies. Yes, I think this is just an estimate based on how many people were in the hospital and the damage they see in the hospital. So we don't know the exact number. That's my guess on that point. But I will go to James. You've been waiting patiently. Go ahead, James.
Thank you, Mario. Guys, just to make it clear also from the beginning, any attack on any human entity, I don't care if it's considered a human shield, when you know there's thousands of people in a certain location, you don't bomb the location. You find a way to destroy it, you clear it out, you do something, you destroy it. You don't kill 1,000 people with one shot. That's in general, independently if it was a Hamas shot or if it was an Israeli shot. I watched the video of the guy on his balcony holding his phone and then showing the explosion. Those we've seen them. We've seen them in Lebanon. We've seen them in the 2006 war. They are missing.
You're cutting out. Yeah, James, you're cutting out. All right, so while James comes back, I do want to go to before you, Syrian Girl, I do want to go to Faraz, and then we'll go to Syrian Girl. Faraz?
Hey, Mario.
Hey, man.
So, honestly, it's, man, the atrocities that we're seeing is, again, I'm reiterating the fact that this is not out of character at all. You know, this is what we've been used to. This is what we're seeing. And Mario, I know I keep saying this and I don't want to sound like, and I keep trying to remind you that I told you this was going to happen from the second day. When the first time you had me in the space, I said the Israeli response is just going to be straight up indiscriminate bombing. Doesn't have to be Hamas, doesn't have to be anything. It's just going to be bomb after bomb. And it's just, man, this is not out of character. This is the same old thing we've been used to. And again, I have to remind people of the very important context that Palestinians have been under occupation for 56 years, that, you know, some people have now reached the insanity of the point of saying that they're just denying the fact that there is an actual occupation, which is just insane. That just shows that they don't see us as human beings. You know, when people say things like there is no occupation, how could someone hold or adopt a position that says that there is no military occupation? Even the Israeli government, until probably 7 months ago, agreed that they don't control the occupied.
Let me jump in for us.
It's important to know, you know, what
that's
he
breaking.
said is
Yeah,
true.
so there's just something breaking as well. If anyone can send me the link, I'm asking the person to send me through the link.
I have some breaking news as well.
So 2 seconds.
Go ahead.
And don't give me another statement from some politician about the atrocities. There's a lot of those right now.
No.
So let me tell you guys what I'm asking for the link. But Chief Trumpster just sent me this, and he's always been on the stage. He's usually pretty good at making sure things are verified. He's saying Reuters report it's Israel. If anyone got that Reuters report, that would be great, because obviously they'll be very careful before mentioning this Israel. So I'm waiting for that report to come in. Obviously, we don't know for sure, and I'll be curious to see what Reuters, what they used to back that claim. But this is an important development there. And we still haven't talked about Hamas saying they'll release all their hostages if Israel stops the bombing, the airstrikes.
Mario, I have another breaking news. Kuwait asked its the people in Lebanon to leave Lebanon.
Sorry.
In addition,
what is going on?
Yeah.
Can you send me, send me that link,
the
James?
Palestinian,
send me that link, James, please.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead. Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas canceled his meeting tomorrow with the U.S. president and the Jordanian king, and the Egyptian president Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. So he had 3 meetings tomorrow to find ways to de-escalate the situation. And because of the hospital bombing, he has canceled these meetings.
It was one meeting, actually. It was supposed to be a 4-way meeting, and he just canceled this participation.
All right, so let me just do a clarification on the thing from I've just reviewed the article. So the article doesn't say it's Israel. but it says that authorities say it's Israel. So that's what it says. So it says Israel, but then authorities said.
That's the
Yeah,
Reuters
exactly.
article,
I thought
right?
there was some new Reuters. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There's nothing new beyond that. There is, as we said,
You're quoting.
there's an attempted breach at an Israeli embassy in Jordan, Israeli embassy in Amman by the demonstrators. Amman is in Jordan, isn't it, Zev?
The capital.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely,
capital.
absolutely. And so that article is quoting Hamas leadership as saying
Yeah,
that
exactly.
it was a. Yeah. Okay. So just
Yeah. So this is the that's I'll post that video there of the attempted breach. Now we're gonna dig into the and we have Piotr. So after we go to Syria and go, we'll ask Piotr about the report of Hamas. It's still a report, but NBC reported it that Hamas will release hostages if the airstrikes stop. Before going that, Syrian girl, we'd love to get your thoughts on the bombing we just saw at the hospital.
Thank you. Thanks, and please, I've been waiting patiently, so please don't allow Nuga to interrupt me. So we have to look at this in terms of evidence and motive, like you would any crime. First of all, we all bore witness, everyone in this space for the last few days, that Israel was demanding that multiple hospitals evacuate across Gaza, and that the health ministry of Gaza said, do not evacuate under any circumstance. And the doctors said, we will die here in these hospitals. We're not going to leave because we're not going to leave our patients behind. This is something we have to take into the context of what's happened now. Second thing, we have to talk about motive. Now, I believe there's two motives. First motive, hospitals are going to be an inconvenience to the stated objective of going in and basically demolishing all of Gaza and pushing the population of civilians to Egypt or the Sinai. And the reason for that is because there'll be witnesses to what's going to happen. They want the population to get out, right? They want the Palestinians to leave. And the hospitals being there is an inconvenience. Second thing, Noga herself just said that there were Hamas rockets on the hospital. Now, if the Israelis truly believe that, which of course they don't because it's ridiculous, because why would they be under the hospital? She herself has just claimed a motive for bombing the hospital. And she's also threatening. She's saying if you don't surrender, we're going to continue this and it's on you. So everybody bears witness. If a police officer were in this space, everything she says has now been written down as clear motivation for the crime.
Yeah, but listen, any way you extrapolate her opinions and don't necessarily reflect the opinions of the government of Israel. We have
She's
to be very
actually
clear.
part of the government. If you look at
No, so she's not. Okay, listen, if you can provide proof that she's part of the government, provide it. There's nothing new about anyone working for any
Guys,
government.
I want to move away from this. I think no one really cares. I do have an analysis I'm going to be mentioning now about the rocket that does. I will let you respond to Noga, and I do want to mention a few things that I think would give everyone context on the source of this rocket that blew up the hospital. And this is pretty objective person I've always listened to. He's been giving me a lot of analysis and advice pretty accurately since the Russian mutiny. So I'll be reading that out very shortly. But go ahead, Noga, I'll let you respond.
I'm getting a little tired of Syrian girl using this empty rhetoric, blaming me, threatening me. Oh my God, is honestly nothing I've said.
I never threatened you.
Yes, you did, and you and your friends have been doing it on Twitter. Hang on.
Guys, yeah. So Syrian girl, if you could just stop talking about who Noga is or who you are, because I don't care about any of that. As long as someone can bring value to the space, that would be best. And I'd rather focus on the 800 that are dead in a hospital and what the reason is and what's going to happen with the war.
If I could,
go ahead, Noga, please.
So hang on.
Responding to Ben's claims she didn't work.
Okay, so you did it again.
No, just hold on. Mario, just 1 second. I want to invoke my. No, Syrian girl, that's not what you said. You used present tense, not past tense. It's a very important caveat to add.
But either way, I don't.
Guys, what's relevant is that Noga represents a view that justifies the killing of civilians.
So Piotr, all right. So guys,
Noga represents the view that justifies stopping the killing of
mute. So guys, yeah, Piotr, I was about to go to you, and Piotr, I want you to go to the. I'm going to read an analysis done.
But Mario, Syrian girl interrupted before I got to comment
quickly.
on her.
Very quickly. I'll do it in 10 seconds, please.
So very quickly, the timeline was wrong. At 09, Hamas declared that they had shot a missile, an R-160 missiles on Haifa. However, no alert on Haifa and no hit on Haifa was registered. That is a huge ass rocket. It failed, which is why at 8:16 we saw a report on a hit on the hospital. Now I've sent Ben
Yeah, but it was
the
7:15,
report
not
so that you could
8:15.
see the timeline. I
It
would
was
no
7:15.
to
The
this.
attack on the
I would
hospital.
like to add
What are you
Sorry,
that
talking
the
about?
argument
hold on.
here.
Naga,
That
can you
this
stop for a sec? Sorry, go ahead, Heidi. What correction were you making, Heidi?
She's saying that we heard the attack 8:15, but the attack was 7:15. Now it's 8. Now it's. I think it was now in. It's 8.
Now it's 8.
Now it's 10:30. Yeah, I think it was.
It's 8. It was now it's 10:30. Yeah, I think it was.
Hassan, you've got echo, so you got to fix your mic, please.
So you got to fix your mic, please.
What?
Mario, look at what I sent you in the DM.
I'm just
Do
keeping
you
up.
mind, Mario, if I
Yeah,
jump
in a sec,
here
Piotr. In a sec. So Zev, have you been able to look at the analysis by everyone sending you regarding whether there were Hamas rockets at that time?
Nobody has sent me anything.
All right, guys. So all of you are just talking.
I'll send you the DM.
By the way,
Hadi,
Mario, the video.
2 secs.
Zev,
Hadi,
I just sent you
I'm about
a bunch
to
of
start
stuff.
removing people, please. Last.
Okay, yes, I see in the web.
Hadi, please, 2 seconds. So Hadi, can you send through whatever you have to Zev? Ronnie, you said you have some stuff as well. Can you send them through to Zev? I see some speakers requesting. We'll be bringing you up shortly, Layla, you included.
They've been sending it to me on WhatsApp. My apologies. I haven't been checking it. My apologies.
It's WhatsApp or Twitter, guys, one or the other. And I'll read the analysis that I've received in a minute, which talks about the rocket, the explosion, and what the source could be. And I think it's an interesting observation. So, Piotr, I'll give you the mic to give us your quick thoughts on what we see so far, and then I'll read out that analysis.
Yeah, look, I'm just going to make one thing clear, guys. Mario is the host. If he chimes in, you listen, okay? I don't agree with him on everything, but you just do that. It's out of courtesy, especially during times like something like this. Second, this is the kind of event that everybody, I think, who is, aware of the situation in Gaza and what could happen after an event.
Hadi, can you mute?
Hamas,
You've got a hot mic, Hadi. Yeah, go ahead, Piotr.
Would entail, right? This is the worst case scenario that we're imagining, and it's also the worst case scenario, I think, for most people. The IDF don't want this because of the optics it makes them look like. The Hamas entities don't want this for obvious reasons. The Gazian civilians do not want this for the most obvious reasons. I am not entirely sure what to make of the situation, and I do think, firstly, that I think it's important not to try and judge whose arse is wider, to quote a Russian statement my father said, right? It's no point saying I said this, you said that. Focus on the situation at hand, because there are dozens of people right now who are in dire situations, and I understand the hostilities or frustrations and anger that are fueling the situation, the comments right now, but I feel like it's a justice and service to focus on the situation right now and just get to the bottom of what the hell actually happened. Second,
I think, Piotr, you've glitched out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think you've dropped out as well.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Let me get it fixed. So I'm going to read out that report while I get Piotr back up. Piotr, if you could please request. So let me read out the report that I just got, and Zev, when you see Piotr, please do bring him up. So this is, and I'm going to be posting that as well. Actually, I might be posting it now. So this is regarding the rocket, the source of the rocket, and I'll read out the statement. You could read it with me. The explosion was very large for a Hamas rocket and had no secondary explosion, which means it wasn't a weapons site. We need forensic material analysis, but it's unlikely to be gathered, which is Zev, you and someone else were talking about this. The blast yield is similar to IDF munitions, which makes it unlikely to be Hamas. It is similar to a JDAM 1,000 pound munition by yield. A 1,000 pound bomb is a missile the size of the weight of a Fiat 500. There are no secondary explosions, so no weapons store. There were no secondary explosions. Hamas might have been hiding in the hospital, but it wasn't a weapons rocket store. So that's the points made by in the analysis. So I just posted it as well if you want to read it. Now, there's images of the type of rocket that most likely was used in that post.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I just pinned it at the top. So again, this is an analysis done by someone else, which I respect. It does not confirm that it's Israel. It does not confirm anything. I speculate it is Israel, but that's pure speculation. And I do speculate as well it's a mistake. I highly doubt it was intentional, but I could be wrong on both these points of speculation. But if you want to check out that analysis, I've just pinned it at the top. If you're in the audience, you could read it there. Piotr, are you back?
Mario, can I just chime in on one point?
Quickly, James, and I do want to go to Piotr as
About
soon as he connects.
because I was gonna say the same thing. The explosion is very limited to a certain location, and it's like one explosion. There's no multiple ripple effect. If you've lived in a war, if there was weaponry or explosive, it would have appeared. So I agree with that point. The other point I want to bring in about that is that it's so precise. Like, it didn't hit near or around or somewhere. You can't say that it's a mistake when you know that governments like the US or Israel can read the title of a newsletter from the sky. They have satellites, they have precision weapons which allow them to go so deep. So if it is an IDF shot, it can't be, honestly, it can't be something that is done by mistake. It can't ricochet and then
It makes,
just drop
but no, I'll tell you
randomly in the
why.
middle of the
I'll
city.
tell you why. Okay, so there is an attempted breach at the Israeli embassy in Amman, and people are telling me to mention this again in the space. Apparently, very serious. So I'm mentioning it again. There's an attempted breach at an Israeli embassy in Amman by demonstrators, which shows that there's a lot of people angry around the world and protests after the hospital bombing. Yeah. So the reason I think it's a mistake is I just look at it logically. I try to put myself in their shoes, and they'll lose support. They'll lose support for entering Gaza. They'll lose support for the war. I just don't see it do them any justice. That's the reason I think it's a mistake.
I actually see
Mario,
I
IDF
actually see
does release
something
a
else.
statement.
Okay,
Mario.
what's the statement, Roddy?
Ronnie,
What's it?
just
Hold
one
on,
second.
Heidi, if you don't mind, we're just gonna quickly get the statement because I think if it's related to the hospital, it's important.
From the analysis of the IDF operational units, there's been a bombardment of rockets bombardment from Gaza Strip onto Israel that flew around the hospital and hit it. According to intelligence from several sources we have, the organization of GAP, I think it's Jihadic Islam, is responsible for the failure rocketing that hits the hospital. Sorry, I'm translating.
I mean, also, Mario, you made a very good point, right? I mean, the optics, right?
Sorry, Ronnie, can you send me through that report, please? That statement by the IDF.
Yes. Also, I'll send you another thing.
Yeah, can you send it through to me on WhatsApp or Twitter?
I just wanted to say, so
Sorry, one short question. Is anyone from the PA can tell me what time is it at the PA right now?
At the PA?
Yeah, at the Palestinian Authority. Can anyone on the ground tell me what time is it Palestine time?
Yeah, just it's right now 10:42 p.m. Let's go to.
Yeah, no, that wasn't a silly question, Mario. This is when we switched from winter to daylight savings time, basically. So if there's a
I don't know what the point is. Sorry, Zev.
Who switched now?
The point is
Let's go,
that
guys.
it could be a different time in Israel and for Hamas right now.
Okay,
the
so
Al Jazeera tweet is about 8:30. It's about the hospital.
All right.
Okay, so
I'm not seeing any reports about this.
Just 1 minute. So, look, whether it's Hamas or whether it's an Israel, I personally do not believe it's an intentional strike by Israel. Unintentional, I'm perfectly willing to give that credence, right? You have Joe Biden going to Israel tomorrow. The last thing that Israel wants is optically anything that's going to tie its hands from completing their incursion into Gaza. So, again, I think we just have to be a little bit careful, intentional, unintentional, and that's from both sides. I think that's a fair statement.
For us, you're very glitchy. Piotr, are you back?
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, did you send me, Ronnie? Did you send me through the statements? Piotr, you've got a lot of echo. Not sure if you can fix it.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
It's.
I sent you in the end.
Thanks, Ronnie.
The
Ronnie, yeah, you have. Yeah, Piotr, I think you're good now. Go ahead.
Cool. Yeah, again, I'm just going to make it clear that I don't want this space to really become one of I told you so or this is that versus that. I just think that we should focus on the right information at the moment because this is the worst case scenario for everyone. And I'm scrambling to try and make sense of what happened. I've got a lot of friends who do open source intelligence. They're trying to make sense of it as well. I'm just going to provide the different perspectives. I'm not taking sides, all right? But very simply, there is one side of this that is stating that this was an Israeli strike, that this was an air strike that has either gone wrong or...
So, Piotr, could you speak up a bit?
Your mic is really low.
Sorry. So what I'm saying is that there is different perspectives on whether or not this was an Israeli airstrike that was deliberately deliberately intended for the hospital or it's collateral damage. The other perspective is that this is a failed Hamas, or as I've just seen now from one source, a Islamic Jihad. So for everybody to remind you, there are different factions in Gaza, but one of the largest is the PIJ, or Islamic Jihad, and the IDF are now claiming that this was a rocket attempt by them that has failed. Debate about the accuracy.
Yes, I think we're having more issues with Piotr. Let's go to Ronnie.
Can I interfere?
Yeah, go ahead, Hadi. Go ahead,
Just about
Ronnie.
the
I need
narrative.
that. Can you send me that
James.
link, Ronnie, via WhatsApp? Because I don't see it in Twitter. Go ahead, Hadi.
Okay.
It's James.
James, go ahead.
Just
No, I
for
might,
whoever.
yeah, but first I just want to say I think the whole space is glitchy. So in case someone unmuted accidentally, please mute yourself again.
Yeah, thanks,
because that's
Hassan.
where
Yeah, Hassan, you're muting.
Yeah, just the point about the narrative. It can be an intentional strike because the U.S. A lot of U.S. politicians are pushing out and are saying we need to find a way to do it in a solve the solution. A lot of U.S. politicians are pushing out and are saying we need to find a way to do it in a solve the solution.
All right, so we do have a statement from the IDF on the hospital. Not sure if
We can't hear you.
you can't hear me.
Yes, you cut off. Sorry.
No,
Oh, you can hear me now.
now
Yes.
I can. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, so we did get a statement from the IDF on the rocket. I'll be reading that shortly. Let me send out the invites. But essentially, they say it's the Islamic Jihad, a misfire by Islamic Jihad.
Yeah, I was reading that now.
Yeah, and they put some videos there. Not sure if you saw those.
I have there's someone that compared the sound that the bombing made to a J down. I'm not sure if you guys want to add that into the analysis of the weaponry. I don't think Islamic Jihad is even. I mean, these claims are like flying everywhere. There's zero evidence of any kind of rocketry.
Well, there's technically zero evidence that it's Israel either. Like even the analysis I've sent, it doesn't have any forensic evidence. So it's just important to point that out. We just don't have any evidence.
But one
anywhere.
minute they said it was Hamas air missile. Now they're saying it's Islamic Jihad.
I don't think the IDF never said it was Hamas. I'm not sure if I'm cutting, by the way. Let me know if I'm cutting.
Yeah, you are.
My friend, you are.
Oh, okay. I'll have to fix the mic. I know what the issue is. Let me just get our speakers up. But yeah, so we don't have any claims that it's the Islamic Jihad. Sorry, we don't have any evidence that it's Israel or Islamic Jihad. I've shared my analysis. I've shared my thoughts as well. But it's hard to know for sure. It is the narrative for the war. Not sure if we've had, we have Gilad here. We have Gilad, you weren't here earlier. We've got John here as well. Hope the mic is working, John. But we don't have any. We don't know who it is, but obviously the narrative is mainly blaming Israel right now. We'll see if that shifts now that the IDF has made a statement. But I'm curious on how much of an impact this will have on the war. Gilad, I'd love to get your thoughts, and John, since we didn't have you on stage earlier.
Yes, I actually, thanks Mario. Hi. It's quite some time. I actually listened earlier to what you said, and you're right. There is zero sense from the point of view of Israel to bomb Hospital 1 or 24 hours before Biden is landing in Israel. I think that we should wait for any conclusion, not jumping into any conclusion, because there is the smoke situation of a war of fires. We just don't know, and I wouldn't jump into any conclusion.
I agree. I think it's hard to come to a definite conclusion. Again, sorry if I'm cutting. I just need to fix my mic. I'll do that now. But it's hard to come to any conclusion. I do think that no officials have made any statements. No international officials, no countries made a statement blaming one side or the other. So yeah, like it's just really difficult to say, and we're going to analyze now the Hamas offer to release all hostages. We'll be doing that in a bit, but let's get some more thoughts on this. Let me go to John and Siringo.
John?
I can hear Syrian girl, but nobody else.
Yeah, I can't hear John. John, I'd love to hear what you have to say. It's a matrix attack.
Go ahead, Siringo.
Okay,
Siringo, are you there?
I guess I will
go ahead,
speak
please.
until John. Maybe we can make sure that he can speak.
Guys, can you hear me?
I can
we can hear you, Mario.
Yeah, we can hear you. But someone's mic has a glitch or something.
Yeah, I don't know who it is. I don't know what that issue is. Heidi, can you mute? Yes, Veer pass. Veer, you got to make sure your mic is always muted. Guys, if someone leaves his mic unmuted, I'm just going to remove you from now on because it just makes it very difficult to run the space. Let me get Faraz. I know you were trying to speak earlier. Go ahead.
Yeah, basically, I just wanted to remind everyone that this is the same thing that happens when there was international outrage at the murder of the Palestinian journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. The first statement that came out was from the Israeli Prime Minister at the time, Naftali Bennett, who said, "Is the Palestinian Islamic Jihad shot her?" And then the IDF put a statement saying, "Actually, we don't know. It could have been crossfire. It could have been Israeli or Palestinian." Then, after more pressure from the US, because she was an American citizen, They said, "Oh, it's probably Israeli, but we're not sure. We're investigating." Then after that, they admit that it is an Israeli sniper that shot her, but it wasn't intentional. It wasn't an assassination. It was actually an accident. And then Israel said that they'll hold the soldier accountable and that they never did to this day. So there's a track record of this disinformation campaign that happens anytime that there's an outrage on a specific atrocity that's being committed by the Israeli uh, government and the Israeli military. So I just want everyone to know that, because in the future, and I know there's a lot of people who actually hold water to, the statements of the Israeli government, but we have a track record that anytime something happens, and when there's an international outrage, then they immediately start with the disinformation campaign. I can show you a bunch of screenshots from different people who literally post, all they do is post like Israeli government advocacy. They're Israel advocates on Twitter who couldn't even coordinate their propaganda response. One of them was saying, "Oh, there was Hamas rockets under the hospital." Another, and that's why we bombed the hospital. The other one's saying these were actually Islamic Jihad rockets that bombed the hospital. Now the IDF is saying somewhere in between, where the IDF is saying there were Hamas rockets being fired and they were above the hospital, and we were basically trying to stop the rockets that were flying above or from the vicinity of the hospital, and that's how we blocked it. So it's kind of a mix of a bunch of different, attitudes, but there is videos of the actual bombing that happened, and there are no rockets that are being shown. There was also one large explosion which shows that it is, and no one in Gaza or from Hamas or Islamic Jihad has any weaponry that can cause an explosion, not even nearly that big, not even 10% of the size of that explosion that happened. So I think this is exactly what we expected. Anytime there's an atrocity with really, really disgusting war crimes being watched on video by committed by the Israeli government, and this is not just the Israeli government who does things like this. I can show you different examples, but this is the exact thing we expected. When something happens that becomes really popular, starts going widespread, and is going to cause condemnation from other nations, they start throwing muck at it. And that's where they start to distort the idea, just so at least, at the very least, their own base inside Israel believe that the IDF commits no wrong and is trying to at least minimize civilian casualties, if it doesn't stop from international condemnation for this atrocity that we just saw today.
Mario, if I may.
Yeah, sure. Am I cutting or is it working fine?
You're
You're
cutting.
cutting a little
Cutting a
bit.
little
You're
bit.
still cutting.
Yeah, I'll have to,
Okay,
Zev, yeah, I'll have to fix my mic, so go ahead,
couple
Zev.
things. First
Yeah,
of
sure.
all,
Okay. Yeah,
couple of
Noga,
things.
go ahead.
First of all, you can't blame people for working for the same government and then give the proof that they're not, when you argue that they're not, they can't even coordinate. There were a lot of people who were trying to figure out what was happening, and clearly a lot of them got it wrong, and some of them sent me the information that it was wrong. But one thing is crystal clear: there were no Israeli airplanes in the area when it happened.
That's not
Also,
clear at all.
we now
Noga.
know that at 7:59 there was a long range attack, which included Hamas.
Okay, quick question. On the statement that there was no Israeli airplanes in the air at the time, what evidence do you have for that? Where did you get that information?
There's analysis that actually was already read here, and I think it was sent to you as well. There's analysis from of the area by the Israelis that was done almost 20 minutes ago. Like that was published almost 20 minutes ago, of what it was that we had there. There was no Israeli attack in the area. There were no Israeli
So,
planes in the sky.
okay, Noga, so
And
I just
so,
want to point
hang
one
on.
thing out. So,
But,
well, no,
okay.
just 1 second. So I hear
Okay,
what
okay,
you're
okay.
saying. Yeah, and I probably agree with you personally. That being said, the truth is we don't know what happened yet. And so I can't discount
Okay.
anything at this point in time. I think
Okay,
that's
so
a fair statement.
okay. Actually, that's what I was going to say. But you know what? Before we get to the facts as they now figure them out, I agree with what Zev just said. We don't know what happened, but since we don't know what happened, and since both sides are at the moment accusing each other, I cannot for the life of me understand why is it that people keep saying, "Oh, but this is what Israel always does." No, it actually really, really isn't, and that's a blatant lie. At worst, at possible worst, and no, none of the evidence support this. This was really, really bad
I
mistake
think the
on Israel's
problem
part,
is
that
you've
is.
never been on the
But
receiving
all of
end
the
of the
evidence,
Israeli
hang
military.
on, but all of the I've been on the receiving end of Hamas attacks many times. My kids know the Tzeva Adom song. They know that. Come on, you're not the only ones who are
Okay,
being
so I'd like
constantly
to go.
bombed.
I can
No, I'm sorry. I'd
debunk
But
your
like to go to.
statement in
Hold
one
on. Just hold
sentence.
on.
before you debunk my statement, if I can just
Well,
make
no,
it,
yeah. Okay,
the
okay.
point
Then we
was
have to let
the
Chris
point
respond. Go
was
ahead.
that I don't understand why is it that since we keep saying that we don't know what happened, and I think we can figure it out by now, but fine. There are
Well, no,
so many
the reason,
figures here who keep, no,
the
but
reason,
Zev, just let me, there are so
but
many
just I just
figures
want to
here
say what.
who, okay,
No,
go
so
ahead.
the reason, okay, the reason is the tensions are high. There are people in this room who have an opinion. They have shared life experience. So I don't think we can discount anything. I am of the belief that the worst case scenario, absolute worst case scenario, this is a horrible mistake on Israel's part, and it needs to be
Yeah,
condemned. It needs to be investigated. That being said, there are people in this room that have been on the receiving end of Israeli military actions. Their views and opinions are no less accurate and valid than
I
ours. Right.
completely. I would just like to
Okay.
state
So,
once more that I've been on the receiving end of Hamas
uh,
rockets
as
many
have I.
times. So
So have I. So
arguing that the
I,
only people here who have been under constant
I don't think
bombardment for
anyone
the
made
past
that
I
I
think
don't know
argument.
how many years
I think we've
I
is
think
moved
a
we've
off
moved that.
moved
blatant
off
lie.
Naga. Okay, move
Okay,
off.
no,
I need to
Mario,
stop.
I promised
Hi.
Kiras
Yeah.
that he could
Yeah,
respond.
I
I
just
did
want to
Okay,
promise
can
him
I
that
respond
he
with
could
please
We
respond.
were
Go
respond?
never
ahead.
Can
statement
I
allowed
just
to
to
pause
debunk
and
the whole
question
there
what
was no
can
happened
I
during
please
Israeli
Hamas
respond?
Right.
All
talks.
right, guys. All
Can,
right, so I'm gonna stop removing people. They keep interrupting. So I've just removed two people now. I do need people to stop interrupting. And if you want to continue to come back and speak, please, you have to stop these constant interruptions. Faraz, go ahead and respond if there's any more information on the rocket, and I want to go discuss the Hamas members. So the Hamas saying they're going to release the prisoners and the hostages. I want to talk about that as well. I'll bring that up. Just and the news, we're not keeping up with the news, so it's important to avoid those petty back and forth. Um,
Yeah.
Ministry of Education has in Lebanon has confirmed that all schools and colleges are closing tomorrow. That's in support of Gaza. And it's just unrelated to any worries about attacks on Lebanese territory. We do have a warning from Qatar. Actually, Zev or anyone else, but can anyone tell me the Qatar warning for its citizens to leave Lebanon? How serious is that?
Kuwait.
That is serious
Kuwait, sorry.
because Kuwait,
Yeah, Qatar
Kuwait,
did not announce anything.
Kuwait. Yeah.
Sorry, who said they didn't announce anything?
I said Qatar did not announce for their citizens
Yeah,
to leave
sorry,
Lebanon.
Kuwait. My
Yeah.
bad. Yeah, go ahead. Is someone saying it's serious and explaining why?
Because that means that they believe, from a Middle Eastern perspective, that this is going to escalate, not from a Western perspective. When you start seeing Arab Gulf countries uh, asking their citizens to come back, that is a serious
Yeah, but
example
Wajid,
of.
not necessarily. They said that
I would
4 months
disagree
ago
with
as well.
you. It's only
They said that
because
4 months
during the
ago.
2006
2 6. Yeah,
war,
go ahead, Haya, and then
yeah,
Heidi. Go ahead, Haya.
I would disagree. I think if Gulf countries are doing it, it's because they're being very cautious. Because during the 2006 war, a lot of Gulf citizens were trapped in Lebanon, and because its planes were halted, and they had to send, other planes to pick up their citizens, or some citizens had to travel through Syria. They no longer can travel through Syria, so I think they're just being extra cautious if they're calling for their citizens to come back. It does not necessarily mean that there would be an escalation.
Also to note, Kuwait have one of the smallest like Arab country nationals in Lebanon. Just to point out this too.
Yeah, and it's just a
It's not.
precaution because all the Gulf countries they did that. I think around 2 months ago, except Qatar when there was clashes in the Palestinian refugee camps. So it wasn't that serious as well.
Okay, I appreciate the clarity. I do want to go to Faraz. I think you were responding. It'd be good to get other takes, and then we can move on to the news of Hamas offering. So reports of Hamas offering to release all hostages and what that means. Go ahead, Faraz.
Yeah,
Faraz,
I'm
you there?
there.
For us, can you hear
Yeah, I
me?
can hear
Oh,
you.
okay.
So I think the statement that I wanted to say, the reason we know there were Israeli warplanes above is because basically there was footage, and anytime people start hearing in Gaza or in the West Bank, they start hearing any Israeli warplanes that are around. That's not very common in the West Bank, but in Gaza, when they hear any Israeli warplanes around, they pull out their cameras and start filming the buildings, because they know there's going to be a shelling of a building coming soon, because there's a very low likelihood of Israeli Air Force flying over Gaza without the intent to actually drop a bomb there. So that's why we know there were actual airplanes flying over there, and you can faintly hear it in the video as well. That was right before the bombing, and I'm about to send you. I'm getting the other videos. I'm just getting them verified from my friends in Gaza before I send them to Mario.
I appreciate it. Go ahead, Gilad and Muhammad, and then actually Veer, are you there? Veer pass.
Yeah, I am. Hey, thanks, Mario.
Yeah, have you seen that rocket? What are your thoughts on the
So,
source?
there's a couple things. One, a JDAM would be fired from an aircraft, but number two,
John, you've got echo. Okay, John, look, I'm gonna bring you down,
how's
John.
that?
No, hold on, Veer. It's not you, Veer. You're good. And John, you constantly have issues every time we bring you on space. So we tried yesterday many times. It didn't work. We tried again now 3 times, John. Now you're requesting again. So don't post saying we're trying to censor you. We're trying to bring you up constantly. So don't tweet that we're trying to censor you. Just understand. We get a better mic, fix your connection, then you're more than welcome on stage. Go ahead, Veer.
So I think one of the other parts to this is there will be, as there have been every day for the past 10 days, bomb damage assessment. They do it every day. Additionally, we have assets that are up because the president is going there, and we want to make sure nothing's going to get fired at him. Plus, it's also important to note that the CENTCOM commander and the JSOC commander were in Israel today. I think there's another point to bring up here. Blinken's comments last night at 3 o'clock in the morning, there's one comment that he said that really struck everybody in the community, analysts, military people. He said the president is coming over to get a briefing on the operational military operations which are going to occur. He actually said that. So everybody's sitting there going, okay, I guess we're going. Not the U.S., but they are going in. So you have a lot of body damage assessment that'll be occurring over the next 24 hours. Plus, you're going to have circular reporting. He did it, he did it, he did it. I think everybody, and if the president gets there, if he decides to go, because as we know, Abbas has said he's pulling out of that 4-way meeting. It'll be interesting to see if other people pull out of that meeting. And then if the president gets there, he is going to have to answer that, what happened to the international community. Thanks, Mario.
I think that's a very, very good point. Gilad, we'll go with Gilad, Mohammed, and Syrian girl. I think it was in that order.
Yeah,
Gilad, go ahead.
thanks. I'll try to be short. I appreciate all the comments here, and I'm sorry to say, Firas, but all what you say were speculations. Unless we're having a clear evidence, all what you said are just speculations, bringing some thoughts from your opinions from the past, and some of your thoughts. There were no evidence. Until we have evidence, I think we should all hold our guns and wait to see whether we can receive clear evidence. That's all. Thanks.
There's one problem. Can you?
Could I respond, Mario? Your mic is.
Mario, you're not very clear, Mario.
An issue. Yeah, I have to
Yeah,
try to
your
fix my
mic.
mic.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have to. It's not cutting out now. Yeah, it's fine now.
Yeah,
Now
it's
it's
good
better.
now.
you're
Yeah.
fine now.
Yeah, I know what the issue is. I'll fix it in a sec. So the issue is, Gilad, is that what someone was saying earlier is that there will be an investigation, but till we get that, there won't be an investigation because Gaza is a war zone. So regarding the rocket, we will not be able to get fact because we won't be able to get an investigation.
So
David,
that's
you
not what he
disagree?
Mario,
said.
that's exactly
Well, no,
my point.
hold-
Mario, this is exactly my
right, but
point. Until we know for fact, I suggest not to bring opinions. That's all.
correct. And I don't think, perhaps I heard wrong. I don't think that's what I think Veritas was saying, right? I think what he was saying is that Joe Biden is set to visit Israel tomorrow. There's teams on the ground there that have to prevent incoming rockets from even coming near from Air Force One. So I think that he'll know what happened tomorrow, and he's going to have to address it to the international community.
Oh, I understand. That makes sense. Go ahead. We'll go to the other speakers. Go Mohammed and Faraz.
Sure. So, Mario, you said something important to clarify on, and with all due respect, you said, why would the IDF strike that hospital? It doesn't make sense. It's the same question that you ask, for instance, why did the IDF kill the most famous Palestinian and Arab journalist in the region, Shirin Abu Akleh? That doesn't make any sense. Why would they bomb an UNRWA UN school today in Gaza or a UN humanitarian aid warehouse in Gaza? It doesn't make any sense. So I think that's a bit irrelevant. But the important thing is if you claim the IDF says it was not us and you demand an investigation, then you have Israel as the responsible party that is controlling everything in Gaza now, should make that investigation possible. And it's impossible to have any independent verification in the absence of foreign journalists and foreign experts. In previous wars, every single war that Israel launched on Gaza, they allowed journalists in. This time, it's a total blackout. They are even bombing Gaza's main telecommunication company, power lines, they cut fuel, electricity, so it's almost a total blackout now. So you should safely presume that the IDF claim should be thrown in the trash, with all due respect, should be thrown in the trash as long as they do not allow independent verification. In Gaza, they don't allow access and entry for foreign journalists to go into Gaza. That's how I settle this argument. I've seen it in almost every single conflict I've studied, of both sides saying, nah, it's almost like a football game. Our side is better. Our side is pure. They are incapable of committing mistakes, which is why I heard Noga earlier saying that even if the IDF bombed it, it was probably a military warehouse underneath. There were probably weapons in it. And you can see people making the same claim about, for instance, Hamas, of saying that even if there's solid evidence of Hamas shooting this civilian, then it was probably because he was concealing a weapon. Basically, that's called cognitive dissonance. The only way you can verify that is Israel allowing in foreign journalists to independently verify. As long as it does not, it should be treated as guilty. It should be treated as obstructing justice. There's no two ways about this. That should settle the debate and should allow us to attend to things that are way more important, such as that food in Gaza will run out within 3 days, food and water. And at the same time, the issue that Mario, you mentioned earlier, with a possible hostage release if the bombs stop dropping on Gaza. We should all focus on what should stop killing. It's a frightening thought about everything I say and do right now. It scares me to death that anything I say might lead to having blood on my hands, might prolong this conflict more. That's why I'm careful with everything I say. But anyone in this room that pushes to the contrary, to prolonging this conflict, should know that they have blood on their hands before they go to sleep.
So I do want to mention a statement that just came out now from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and he said the following. I'm just going to post it out as well in a minute. As the whole world knows, the barbaric terrorists in Gaza are the ones who attacked the hospital in Gaza, not the IDF. He who brutally murdered our children also murders his children.
Now we know it's
So
a
that came
lie
out from
because Benjamin Netanyahu just said it.
And I have a statement from the Islamic. Here, let me find it. The Islamic Jihad movement denied Israel accusation of responsibility for one of its missiles falling in the courtyard of the Baptist hospital.
Can you send me through that statement, please, Wajir?
So the only way to settle this, he said, she said, is an independent verification. Any side that obstructs this should be treated as guilty. And right now, Israel is the one obstructing this. So everyone should demand it
Right.
allows people
So,
in.
Mohammed, let me ask you a very brief question. So, if tomorrow Joe Biden addresses the world and says one way or the other, would you accept that?
No, as long as there is no independent verification, I would not accept it. Right now, I'm taking a neutral side. I'm saying all the motive, the evidence that we have beforehand that Israel bombed this hospital twice, that Israel issued an evacuation order for this entire neighborhood that's impossible to implement, and that Israel has been bombing a UN warehouse, humanitarian aid
Okay.
warehouse.
No,
That's
that's a fair.
evidence. Yep, the only way to
Yep, but that's
verify,
a well. I don't know if it's evidence. I don't know if it's evidence. It's more so speculation. But that's
that's
fine. Noga, you
speculation of
wanted to
motive.
respond to say your.
Yep, but the only way to verify
Well,
independent journalists going in, verifying. If Israel does not allow it,
yeah.
then it's guilty. Period. Thank you.
Well, I don't know about that, but that's fine. Noga, you wanted to respond. Go ahead. Noga. Okay, Noga's not here, so let's go to Syrian
Can
Girl.
I
I know you've had your hand
respond
up.
to him?
Yeah, go ahead, Gilad. We'll go to Gilad just for balance, and then we'll go
Just a
to
quick
this
one. What do you mean it's not possible to evacuate? I mean, do you mean that Hamas is avoiding the evacuation? Then you're
No, no,
right.
no, 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 no,
It's
not at all.
very possible.
I have
Please,
family and
please let
friends.
me speak. Please
Sure,
let me
go
speak.
ahead.
Okay? Please let me speak. It is very possible from what we know from the intelligence and the information that we have, the only organization that avoiding the evacuation from those regions is the Hamas. Thank you.
Okay, so to respond to that briefly, I have my cousin in Gaza, I have my best friend in the Shati refugee camp. They're refusing to evacuate because Israel is bombing the south as much as it's bombing the north, and the
Yes.
road is not safe. And because if they
Yes.
leave their homes, it'll be bombed and flattened, so they don't want to lose everything they have. They don't want to become permanent refugees. But the hospitals are impossible to evacuate practically, not just theoretically, practically. I'm talking to doctors in Gaza all the time. Fadl Naim, the dean of the medical faculty at Gaza State University, he says you should treat every evacuation order for a hospital as a death sentence. You cannot dismember people that are in the intensive care unit on ventilation machines and take them out without any infrastructure or ambulances left because Israel has been bombing plenty of these. So it's a death sentence. It's unimplementable. The Joseph Borrell, the EU chief foreign policy leader, is saying that this is impossible. You have every single international organization saying that this is, quote, impossible. So with all due respect, I attach as much value to the IDF speculation as I attach to the dust on the floor. This is propaganda. Sorry.
But on the same token, right, you can understand that on the other side, they're going to accept the words of Hamas and jihad and so forth as dust on the floor, too. So I agree with you. We will have to wait for verification. One quick question. Noga seems to be having... Noga, drop down and come back because
So
no one
Zev,
is...
do you think so you can, Zev, just for speed, just drop her down and bring her back up. So if Doctors Without Borders, when they make a statement, does it matter who they blame?
No.
I'd say yes because they're located in the area.
Absolutely
They
not.
would
Yeah,
collect,
but we
they
have
would
to
collect
understand what
testimonial
Zionism
evidence.
is. We have to understand what
Doctors Without
Zionism is.
Borders, now Doctors Without Borders, they have their
I'll
own
give you
medical
Mike right
crews.
after John.
They have their own medical crews right now in Gaza, so they can make a statement based on testimonial evidence, which is a valid source of evidence.
It is, but I think it's how would they know if they're in the hospital? It's hard for them to know where the rocket came from. A rocket just landed on them.
Based on the shrapnel of the rocket, if they have identified any, based on the magnitude of the blast.
Zev, you've got a hot mic. Zev, you've got a hot mic. Fair.
John.
Okay. So John. We'll go Gilad in a bit. Gilad, I do want to go to John and then Alex and then Syrian Girl's been waiting for a while. Go ahead, John.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Perfect now. Yeah.
Okay, lovely.
Go ahead, sir.
The idea, the very notion that the Palestinians, whether it's Islamic Jihad or Hamas, would have bombed their own hospital is just monstrous. It's a monstrous disregard for the basic humanity of the Palestinian people under this campaign of annihilation, under this Zionist entity. And people don't understand what Zionism is on this floor.
Okay, so first of all, just in,
Well, let me
so we're
finish.
not
Can I
calling it.
finish? Can I finish?
No, I'm not. No, because you're intentionally using very specific language. So you can call it the Zionist entity. It's the state of Israel. Secondly, the notion that Hamas would not put its own people in danger is also absurd because they knew that the response that was going to be forthcoming from Israel, including preventing people from leaving by, and this is not my words, this is verified by left-leaning journalists, Hamas put up roadblocks preventing people to travel from the north to the south. So let's just not be calling it the Zionist entity. It is Israel. Thank you.
Bottom left corner. John, you got to press the mic button, bottom left corner. John, sir.
John.
Let's just go to Syrian Girl for now.
I'll go to we'll go to Syrian Girl. Then we have Colonel and Alex as well to get their thoughts on this and how that'll change the war. John, when your mic works, would love you to unmute and continue speaking because we've been trying to get you up for a while.
Okay, my mic is
perfect.
back
Yeah,
on.
it's good
My
now.
mic is
Go ahead,
back
sir.
on.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, what I'm trying to tell you, Netanyahu has clearly embarked on a war of annihilation of the Palestinians of Gaza. He's averred that. His defense minister said we're dealing with human animals, and that's how they're treating them. So the idea that the Palestinians would bomb their own hospital and kill, as reports have dictated, 900 of their own people is just monstrous. It's a monstrous inversion of what's taking place. You're trying to
John,
make...
how about John, what about the claim that it was done accidentally, sir? What do you think?
Never, no,
It was
never,
a misfire.
never. This is my friend Chris, this is a campaign of terror. They have leveled Gaza to a large degree. This is part of their program of annihilation. This is a genocidal war, averred, as I said, by Netanyahu himself and his defense minister and leading figures within the Israeli regime.
Wait, 1 second. Who's his defense minister? What's his name?
You
I can't
add
remember his name, but he does describe that.
Okay, hold on. Just allow me to respond. So before you accuse of a defense minister and going on a genocidal campaign, and just I would suggest this to anyone, right? It would be helpful if you actually knew his name instead of just repeating what you believe, right? I think that's a fair statement.
Well, okay, can you confirm or can you deny that the defense minister described the Palestinians as human animals?
Yes, he
So
did.
I will be very blunt. Okay, if someone can send me the interview in
Yes,
Hebrew, not
in
someone
Hebrew.
else's translation, and if he said that, then I will confirm it and I will condemn it.
That's
He
from the
said,
BBC.
I think I could
"That's
address
Yoav
a
Gallant."
bunch of this, Mario. I could address a bunch of this. First of all, okay. First of all, those words, human animals, were used, but it was specifically directed at Hamas. Then that's what they were talking about, not all of the Palestinian people. And secondly, if this was a campaign of annihilation of the Palestinian people, they've been bombing for over a week and they've been hitting targets. There's plenty of people all over the place. If they were trying to kill or slaughter all of the Palestinian people, then they really suck at it because they're not. Those numbers are nowhere where they would be if that's what they were intending to do. Any human life that's lost is absolutely atrocious, and there's no excuse for it. Now, I saw the video that was just released. There does appear to be a potential, rocket misfire that ended up hitting it. I don't know that to be the truth either. There's no evidence from what I've seen go one way or the other. But in either case, I don't think either side would purposefully hit a hospital. That doesn't excuse what just transpired, but the notions that were just kind of laid out are they're nonsensical and at odds with the facts.
I've got a question for you, Alex. So there's one report that's one theory that's making sense to me is that so I think Israel. It's more likely than not that Israel hit the hospital. From people I've spoken with behind the scenes and people on the space, it's just hard to imagine any rocket from Hamas or Islamic Jihad. Again, this is me speculating, everyone, so I could be wrong, and this could be proven wrong once if an investigation takes place. But based on what I've seen, I do think it's an Israeli airstrike. Now, my initial thought is like it cannot be intentional because it just doesn't make any logical sense to hit a hospital. From a PR perspective, of course, obviously from a humanitarian perspective, is an issue. But putting that aside, they will lose a lot of support, especially at a time when they need it for the ground operation that they've delayed already by a few days. But then the other theory, there was a person, a journalist, Israeli journalist, who posted, and I think he was a reservist at the media department of the IDF. I think it was Zev. So he's not officially there, but he's a reservist. I don't know if that means anything. But he tweeted that as soon as the airstrike took place, he immediately tweeted that the hospital's been hit because Hamas was hiding there. I posted his tweet that he then deleted. But then he deleted it.
It's Naftali Bennett.
Yes, exactly. Then he deleted the post. So my assumption is that.
Yeah, so just one quick thing. There is a video. So I'll send it in the WhatsApp group. There's a video from Al Jazeera, which I think some people in here would find credible.
I've seen it. But do you have a confirmed date of when that video was? That's what I couldn't confirm.
Well, in Arabic, it's talking about the current time frame. What's flashing underneath
Send
it
to
about.
me. Send it to me.
Send it to Hadi. What we need to know is that was it today? Was it 5 hours ago? Was it yesterday?
Yeah, absolutely.
Alex said he watched the video and he think it's a missile. But which video is he talking about? I'm just asking. Actually,
No. So
the only videos shared were deleted by all the Israeli pages. They said that's old, and we have proof that's old. But which one are you talking about?
So the last one that I saw that was public was from Ambassador Herzog, but I haven't gone back to see if it's still out there because I hopped into space. That's the Israeli ambassador
I
to the
think
US.
you know which one you're talking about. It was shared also by the Israel official page and was deleted literally 20 minutes later because they knew it was old from 2022.
Entirely possible. I don't know. I'm telling you, all I saw was that one video, and like I said when I was talking, I'm not convinced one way or the other based on what I've seen.
Yeah, so I'll tell you. Alex, let me tell you. So once he deleted that tweet, my assumption is like from Israel hit it by accident because Israel's pretty good at precision strikes. From them hitting it by accident to them targeting the hospital, but not taking. They got their numbers wrong. They got their information wrong. They had false information, false data. They didn't know there's that many. They thought maybe it was evacuated. Only Hamas was using it. They didn't expect there to be 900 people. I think it's at now over 800 people in the hospital. So backfired. So I just genuinely don't think they intentionally bombed the hospital and killed 800 people. But some people on the stage disagree with me. Now there's an analysis that I posted and pinned above, Alex. I'll read that out to you and then get your thoughts once I do so. And Jeff is on stage as well. So Jeff and Alex, I'd love to get your thoughts on this analysis that I tweeted an hour ago. The explosion was very large for a Hamas rocket. There was no secondary explosion, which means it wasn't a weapons site. We need forensic, because some people made the claim it was a rocket that fell, and the reason it was that large is because there was ammunition there. But if you see the videos, there was no secondary explosion. We need forensic materials analysis. but it's unlikely to be gathered. Obviously, there's a war there now. The blast yield is similar to IDF munitions, which makes it unlikely to be Hamas. It is similar to JDAM 1,000-pound munitions by yield. A 1,000 bomb is a missile the size of the weight of a Fiat 500. There are no secondary explosions, so no weapons stored. So, and then the final thought is there's no secondary explosion. Hamas might have been hiding in the hospital, but it wasn't a weapons rocket store. Would like to get your thoughts, Jeff and Alex.
Yeah, so hey,
I'll
thanks for
defer to
calling me.
Jeff to go first.
All right. Yeah. So look, here's the thing, right? JDAMs are really, really precise, and they have a fail rate like in the single digits, right? Or the misguide rates in the single digit percentages, as long as everything is working perfectly, right? And to be fair, and I'm not trying to compare the wars, but I'm going to use a couple analogies from the Ukraine war. Please, let's not get into the who supports what. But if you look at the Ukraine war and you look at the JDAMs that are being dropped over there, they're not being very accurate. As a matter of fact, most of them are not being accurate, and the reason is there's GPS jamming going on, and there's a bunch of other problems, right? If Hamas was to get a GPS jammer, which is not really all that hard, right? It's that a GPS signal is not the strongest signal in the world. Basically, as the bomb comes off, it becomes dumb because it can't hit its target. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying that there are many derivatives of what could have happened. Sure, Israel could have intentionally targeted the hospital. I'm not necessarily sure that I buy that. Hamas's rockets and Hamas's weaponry are really, really not quality weapons. Is it beyond the realm of possibility that maybe one of Hamas's rockets went there? No, it's possible. Mario, I agree with you. I think that if the explosion is this large, and it's not, we're talking like 50 to 100-pound, warhead, but more like 1,000-pound, 2,000-pound warhead, then sure, okay, that makes sense, right? I really think that, I know people want to solve this and they want to get an answer right away, but I've been a commander in combat numerous times, and I'm always told, right? The first piece of information you get on any new development, 90% of the time is going to be wrong. So just take a deep breath, try not to make any decisions on it. Eventually we'll figure it out and we'll move forward. And I know that's not
Jeff,
what people want to hear. Go ahead.
But Jeff, the issue is how would we figure it out? Because there's been a few panelists that said that we'll probably not get an investigation considering that there's a war ongoing right now. And post-war, could easily be tampered with either by Hamas or the Israeli Defense Force. They can hit it again, for example, or if after the ground operation they could tamper with it, whatever evidence there is. So if an investigation doesn't happen right now, which is almost impossible, then we'll never get an investigation.
Well, dude, you've just summarized the entire problem between the Israeli and Palestinians in Gaza war, right? I mean, we haven't been able to investigate 80% of the attacks that have gone on, right? How's the investigation going on of the rave just a week ago? I mean, is that really going to be investigated? And even if it is investigated by the Israelis, do you think that the Palestinians or the Arab world is going to actually believe the outcome of that investigation? This is the problem with war, Mario. I mean, I'm not trying to be pejorative to you. I'm just saying that's kind of the problem, right?
Yeah, so we do have. I'll go to Alex, and then we do have Brian and Michael here as well. The Hamas leader has blamed the US for the hospital attack. He said the United States is responsible for the attack on a Gaza hospital that killed hundreds of Palestinians. The hospital massacre confirms the enemy's brutality and the extent of his feeling of defeat. And then he also said the attack will be a new turning point. That's from Reuters. Alex, would love to get your thoughts on what Jeff just mentioned. And it does seem, so I'm getting reports that the statement by IDF that the Islamic Jihads the hospital, there's some reports on that, more information on those rockets from the Islamic Jihad. So I'm going to get that verified and share it. But Alex, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this comment. But then I want to ask you another question is, what does that mean for the war? What does that mean for Israel's support for the ground operation? Could that shift things?
Absolutely, it could shift things. I mean, if you've been watching videos, there's significant uprisings going on right now. I call it uprisings, not against the government, but protests, whatever you want to call it at this point, in Ramallah, in Turkey, and other places right now. It has absolutely electrified folks since it hit the news. Arab states came out right away to condemn Israel for the strike. There were a couple of things that were a bit hokey, and I'll hit the analysis at the very end of this. The the number of dead was provided very, very quickly and very significantly high in terms of numbers. To be able to count that many bodies unless they were all out of the street is kind of interesting. I'll put that from a timing perspective. I don't know that that's possible or impossible, but it didn't seem, it seemed a little bit off. But from the analysis you just read to me, if it killed, in fact, 500 to 800 people, that is a very large casualty count from a rocket or two coming from Islamic Jihad. That's the part that's not making sense to me. I haven't seen the physical damage to the hospital to take it like from a battle damage assessment standpoint to determine what type of munition could have hit it to produce that. But a casualty figure that high, it would be very bizarre for that.
Would an
Very few
R-160
scenarios.
be able to do that?
For that many people, though, I mean, especially if they're inside of a hospital, you figure
So
where people are
CNN is
concentrated.
reporting, CNN is reporting 200 to 300 people.
All right, so we went from 200 to 300 to 800 coming out of some of the outlets, so the casualty figures are all over the place. The easiest way to do this is not casualty counts that seem to be all over, but if there's actual images of the damage to the hospital itself where it struck. That's what I would like to see in order to make a more
I
definitive,
have a couple. I can
think, answer.
DM to you if your DM is open.
I don't know if they are or not. I used to have a bunch of crazies. I'll have to take a look.
They're
I have
posted,
a
yeah. So we're
question,
posted,
though. A
but
lot of
yeah.
people are saying like people are like there are body parts. You rarely even you cannot. It's almost rare to find the full body intact. So there's actually a photo of a father carrying body parts of his child in a plastic bag. So can you even count the exactly how much number of deaths if that's all that's remaining? It's not even full bodies, but body parts
How would
everywhere.
he reach the? But it's 11:30.
No, the
It
initial,
happened 3 hours
yeah, the
ago.
initial. We've talked about this earlier. So the initial numbers, because obviously the numbers came in way too early. For the numbers to come in that early, it usually indicates like just them making assumptions based on how many people were
Yeah,
are
but
known to be inside. So these are not accurate numbers. The number could be
no, yeah, but
2,000.
Mario,
The
the
number could be
description
200.
that we just heard of a father going into a demolished hospital, finding his child and getting like this whole story makes no sense. It
That's a
was three
video.
and a
Why
half
doesn't
hours
it?
ago.
Why
There's
doesn't
That's a
it?
No,
video.
I
That's
Yeah.
not a
understand that there's a
story.
video.
We
yeah.
There are
watched
always
them live
videos. The
carrying.
Yeah,
question
but hold
is
on. But
how
Zion,
reliable it
okay,
is.
no, like
How?
if I don't know,
I'm sorry,
why
Mario.
does
Just
it?
want
Hold
to say
on.
one thing.
Does
What
this?
doesn't make sense about someone carrying the remains of their child? I mean,
That,
what doesn't? I mean, it's
I don't.
And
Yeah, yeah.
reaching the child in the middle of a hospital that was
it's his.
demolished to an
Yes,
extent
it's
that there are
possible.
this
It's
many.
possible.
Maybe, yeah, maybe
It's
the
No,
possible.
child Naga, maybe the child died, the father didn't. Maybe if again, I don't really want to sit there talking about
Honestly, I agree
one
with you.
the
I'm
same
just
way. Like
saying,
Naga,
how
just
about
1 second, Naga, 1 second. When someone questioned about so there were the reports of beheaded children. Whenever someone questioned it, you went really wild. Like, guys, you're bringing up beheaded children, but kids died. What does it matter if they're
no,
beheaded or not? And you were really upset.
Mario?
Hold on.
What
So
I'm
now, if
saying,
you hold on. Now we have a hospital that was bombed, and there's kids, children, citizens that were killed. So does it matter if a father went in and carried his father or not? I think it's a bit irrelevant. I understand you need to question things, and I respect that, and you bring good perspectives. You're a really good speaker, but I think every single thing questioning it. So if we find out it's the IDF, maybe it's a mistake. We can talk about it that way. Maybe it's not the IDF. Maybe it is Hamas or the Islamic Republic. It's a mistake as well. I think that one, and I'd rather focus on what it means for the ground operation, what it means for the war instead, what could happen next, and whether the support for Israel responding to the terrorist attacks of October 7th, whether that support is still there. That's for me what
I would like to.
the
I'd like to
biggest story.
pose a question regarding that to Alex and Colonel Jeff and Brian.
And Brian
Maybe.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah,
And Michael.
So I don't think that regardless, and God forbid this, this is an Israeli strike. God forbid I condemn it. That being said, I don't think this changes, in my opinion, ground operations whatsoever. I do think that, as far as the Netanyahu and Israeli government is concerned, there's nothing that's going to stop them. Even if Biden said we're going to cut off every single aid, they'll still go and do it. That's my gut feeling. I'd like Brian and
I'd
Alex.
love Brian. Yeah, I'll go Brian and Michael first, and then we'll go Jeff and Alex. Brian, go ahead, sir.
Guys, I have a few quick points. Love to not be interrupted. I'm going to hit the question BZ just asked as my last point, okay? Yeah, emotions running high. It's a fucking horrible thing. Piotr was right. No matter what this is, it's the worst case scenario for everyone. That said, I think you have to look at all this stuff through three lenses: moral, ethical, legal, and whether or not...
Can you fix your mic? Sorry, Brian. Can you fix your mic a bit? It's a bit of background sound.
Yeah, I'm in a crowded, noisy place.
Good. Oh, good. We can still hear you. It's fine.
Okay, so I have a lot to say about the legal parts of all this. There's way too many people on here throwing around the word war crimes. They have very specific definitions, which I'm happy to go into again. but I'm not going to waste your time with that right now. But what I will say is this: under the laws of armed conflict and the principles of proportionality, almost everything Hamas has done since Saturday is a war crime. And I'm sorry if people don't like the law, but whatever Israel did before Saturday is irrelevant to that analysis. And I think we should really be incredibly careful about attributing intentional attacks on a hospital on either side. We know next to nothing. There are people on this space tomorrow or the next day that are going to be hugely embarrassed by what they said, and they're going to owe some apologies. And I don't know which side that's going to be. However, I will say this. I watched the statement on CNN of that IDF colonel officially stating and suggesting they would declassify intelligence, showing that they did not do this strike. Not only not do it intentionally, they didn't do it at all. If and when that comes out, a lot of people are going to be embarrassed. If it turns out to be false, one, I'll be the first person to condemn it. Two, that is going to monumentally disturb, if not destroy, U.S. support. The idea that the Israelis would let this guy come out and say this the day before Biden's coming, when JDAMs were supplied by the United States, I find impossible to believe. So my answer is the effect on the ground. I agree with BZ. I don't think anything's going to stop, ultimately, Netanyahu's troops from going in. But U.S. support will evaporate immediately if this colonel was lying.
Can I ask Brian a question? Because I'm really interested in hearing his answer about this. Brian, do you actually think? I'm actually asking. I'm not being sarcastic or anything. Do you actually believe that the U.S. would ever stop their support for Israel, even if they found out? Because historically looking, they did commit similar crimes, like the Kana massacre twice, 2006, 1996, and other than that, I'm not going to mention them now. But the U.S. never stopped supporting Israel whatsoever. I think few condemnation. That's all. But
Well,
I actually believe if it's true, they would stop supporting them.
I think long term, military economic assistance, support in the Security Council, military coordination wouldn't stop, but they would severely restrict what they're going to do in support of a ground operation if it turns out that not only Israel intentionally targeted a hospital, but also they came out and lied about it and said there was intelligence showing it went the other way the day before the president arrived. I just can't see any rational government letting a spokesman take that risk.
Unless one thing, right? I
Right. Thank you.
mentioned this caveat. The only reason is because Blinken was in Netanyahu's office for 7 hours yesterday trying to convince him to let humanitarian aid in, pushing him in the direction of a ceasefire, and now he knows Biden's going to come and push for the same thing. So maybe he's trying to front load this whole thing.
Yeah.
I don't think it cuts that way. I think it cuts the other way, but I respect your opinion.
Michael, what do you think of this? And again, I've put out an analysis that I thought was the best that I've posted as well earlier in the space. I've just pinned it above if you want to have a look at it, Brian and Michael. But yeah, let me read it out quickly, briefly again, because Brian and Michael, you've just joined. The explosion was very large for a Hamas rocket. Well, IDF says Islamic Jihad. There was no secondary explosion, which means it wasn't a weapons site because there was claims it was that large because of ammunition there. We need forensic material analysis, but it's unlikely to be gathered. The blast yield is similar to IDF munitions, which makes it unlikely to be Hamas. It is similar to a JDAM 1,000-pound munition by yield. The 1,000-pound bomb is a missile the size and weight of a Fiat 500. So that's a quick analysis that was given to me. Would love to get your thoughts, guys.
Well, yeah, I heard that before, and I know you said that was someone you trust, and I respect that. That's an awful lot of opinion for
it's all
based
opinion.
on
It's
one
speculation. We don't know for sure.
Understand, but I mean it's very detailed based on an incredibly sketchy picture of what's going on. And to your question earlier about will there ever be an investigation, that hospital may not exist in 3 months to be investigated. However, there are thousands and thousands of surveillance systems on this territory right now. And the IDF spokesman alluded to this. They have radar, they have all kinds of other intelligence, and so does the United States. So just because you can't get there on the ground, in fact, what's on the ground is not as important, right? What's more important is figuring out exactly where this thing came from, which I do believe there are surveillance systems that will be able to tell us.
Michael?
Yeah, look, I think I think what Alex
someone just
mentioned
sent
is
me
right.
a
That
surveillance
2 seconds,
picture.
Yeah, Noga, you can point it out after, please. There's
Okay.
a lot of please.
thanks.
Go
Just
ahead,
let me. Thank you, Mario. Look, I think Alex's point is right. Just again, not sticking to the broader discussion on moral culpability or whatever, just from a military perspective, to do a proper battle damage assessment and assess what possible munition caused this to happen. You'd need a ton of forensic evidence. You'd need to piece together all of the various videos and open source stuff that you can, and try to sort of go back in time and make a plausible assessment. And I don't think anybody has any of the data necessary at this point to say one way or the other. The casualty counts are all over the place. It doesn't sound like they're very accurate, and like most casualty counts, they're definitely going to be revised and updated as time goes on, and we'll see where that number actually ends up in a day or two from now. It could go up, it could go down. That's the nature of these things. And as far as videos that are circulating and stuff right now, claiming to show rocket barrages or whatever, I've looked at several of those videos. I don't see anything in those videos that indicates some kind of like clear evidence of a strike or some sort of errant rocket. Again, it's totally plausible that that's the case, but I do just think we need to hold on here. As much as people want a resolution to this, like the colonel and other people pointed out, there are so many variables here. A JDAM that fails to guide, an errant rocket, whatever it is, we don't have the information. Anybody that comes on this space claiming that they do is full of it. The one other quick point I'll make about how this
Absolutely.
affects.
I'd like to ask Jeff.
Somebody's got a hot mic. Just one last question. Just
Yeah,
one
sure.
last point. One last point. The one thing I'll say too on timing for a ground operation, I don't think this is likely to impact that at all. I think what's more likely to impact the timing of the ground operation, even just for a few days, is actually President Biden's visit. I think for optics reasons, for messaging reasons, I don't anticipate that the Israelis would go in with the President of the United States there on the ground. So I think that may hold things back a little bit, again, only in the short term. And so I think that has a bigger effect here. And then as far as escalation goes, Reuters is reporting as of a few minutes ago that I believe Hezbollah, in response to all of this, is calling for let me get the exact quote here, a day of unprecedented anger against Israel. And again, who knows how much of that is bluster and signaling and how much of that is actually an intent to act. But I think it's important that this event is clearly stirring up tension, even for other actors like Hezbollah. And that was my assessment. Happy to listen in.
Yeah, I have a question for Jeff. So could you maybe explain to the room what would go into, although the physical structure might not be there, what would go into gathering, like what sources in total? Like, I mean, you're going to have radar, you're going to have cameras and so forth. How do they determine whether or not this was an Israeli strike or a Hamas rocket?
Yeah, so if you can get to the site, you can actually do forensics on the actual explosive, the warhead, gather stuff like that. The other thing is that you can do, if you can't get to the site, right, is you can there are sensors and systems out there they can measure by seismic, right? So if the seismic, and these are supposed to judge earthquakes, right? But if you have a 2,000, and by the way, with Mario talking about 1,000-pound bomb, I'm not trying to correct him, but there's three bombs that basically JDAM could be: Mark 82, 83, 84, 500 pounds, 1,000 pounds. They're free fall guidance, so it depends. There's a lot that depends on it, right? Aircraft speed and aircraft altitude will drive this, right? So this isn't it's not like 50, 70 miles, but it's clearly the higher you are, the farther you can actually shoot, and the faster you're going. And I'm talking maybe 10, 15 miles, stuff like that. But back to the 82, 83, 84, we don't really make the 83. They're not as popular. You're either going to go with a 500-pound bomb or the 2,000-pound bomb. The point being is I've seen tons of video of the Israeli Air Force. They're mainly using the 2,000-pound Mark 84 bomb. So, for example, if the seismic indications in and around that area show that there was something of the magnitude of X, And look, I'm not a seismologist, so please don't quote me on how you measure these things. But you clearly can know it's a 2,000-pound bomb. Hamas doesn't have any 2,000-pound bombs, right? So if we're getting to the smaller scale bomb, then that would be an issue. If there's sensors out there that are showing that the GPS was being jammed at that time, GPS signals that are emitting from the ground, they go up into the air, they go for a very, very long time, right? These signals don't attenuate, and those signals don't just end at a border, right? So, but Mario and BZ, you guys kind of asked, what lens do we look at this, and what does it mean going forward? I mean, if this truly does get pinned
Sorry,
to
Jeff,
Israel, go ahead.
before that last question, because that last question for me is the most important now. But before that last question, what rocket from the rockets you've mentioned that could cause that sort of damage? Does Hamas or the Islamic Jihad, do they have any such rockets? Because as far as I understand, based on the information I'm getting, they don't have those capabilities, and all the damages we've seen of Hamas rockets landing in Israel, none have caused anything close to that amount of damage. What are your thoughts, Jeff?
Yeah, so they're not rockets or free fall bombs, but I get your point, right? And to be fair, if you're trying to, if you're Hamas,
Jeff is, so whoever can't hear him, just drop down. We'll bring you back up. Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, so to get a 2,000-pound bomb downrange for Hamas, they don't have air, right? So they'd have to be able to shoot this thing through a gun, and a 155 millimeter is really the biggest that your artillery gets. I'm trying to speculate here. If you truly wanted to try and find a way to pin this on Hamas, and say they did it, this could be the Timothy McVeigh truck bomb in Oklahoma City, where they basically just rolled up. But I mean, come on, I mean, now we're really stretching, right? So I need to see the bomb. I need to see the video. I know you just sent it to me, but I'm trying to talk. So why don't you go talk to some other people for a little bit and let me look at the video, dude.
Can I please add something?
In a bit, Mike. I do want to go to Alex afterwards, and someone's got echo, so please mute.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Alex, there's also a video, I'm trying to get it verified, but it compares the sound of the Hamas rockets versus the JDAM. And there's more claims coming out that this is likely a JDAM, and then they compare the sound of the one in the hospital, because we hear it, and the sound of the JDAM.
If the stuff that I'm looking at is correct, it looks like there was a rocket barrage that was launched near the hospital, which is, I've been speaking to NGO workers all week. Hamas has been launching stuff near hospitals. That's not that's happening. So that is what it is. But it does the size of the explosion, the lack of secondaries, the number of people dead, all of those things, and from the videos and photos I've seen, if those are all accurate, this does not look like a rocket.
Yeah,
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. I think at this point, that's where I would be leaning as well. If you pinned me down and said, pick one or the other. But again, to do a proper BDA, we're going to need to see more, video and more of that forensic analysis, which I really hope NGOs or other humanitarian organizations find ways to support, to help get investigators access to the site, other things like that.
Yeah,
Hopefully,
but sorry,
we'll
what does it look like if it's not a rocket? Because those are also what Israel throws on Hamas. What does it look like? Because if it's not a rocket, then it's neither side.
So if we can just get images of it, right? If we could just get images of this from the side, first of all, if it was the Timothy McVeigh bomb, which is obviously I'm not trying to be a joke here, but then the explosion would actually put a huge hole in the ground, and then it would actually the explosion would dissipate up through from ground level up higher. If the side of this hospital has an entry point, or the center point damage is 2, 3, 4, 5 floors up, and it's significant, dude, this isn't Hamas. I'm sorry.
Can I ask a question for the military experts here? Is there? I don't know anything about military, to be honest. I just have my experience from reporting in Syria, a few things. But can't you usually tell from what's left of the rocket or missile that fell?
You can,
if you can find the pieces.
Way to do it. Sorry, there's actually an easier way to do this. Like, if there was a single errant rocket that hit, the rockets that they launch are not that big. If there's 200, 300, 400 casualties, unless this is the shittiest hospital constructed in the entire world, right? The prospect of one rocket coming in and destroying an entire hospital building to the point where it killed several hundred people doesn't make sense from a logic perspective. That doesn't mean that that's not what happened. But if you're asking for area of probability, based on the limited set of facts that we have, it seems unlikely that that's the case. And you don't need to go in there and go find rocket fins. Like somebody mentioned, there's enough ISR over the top of that place to kill a horse, right? So somebody should have video of this, the size of the explosion, and there's a very big difference between what an explosion would look like from a JDAM versus one from a rocket, especially if there was no secondary explosion that was there. That's my guess, but
Alex,
all those facts need to come out first in order to make a decision.
excuse me, quick question, Alex. Could you please check your DM? I
Wait,
sent
can I?
you. Yeah, just one second. I sent you a video that, again, it is from a reputable news agency. It's surveillance footage from. Just check it out and let me know what you think. I'll leave it at that.
Can I please speak?
In a bit, Mike. In a bit. Yeah, no. In a bit, actually. In a bit, Mike. I'll give you the mic in a bit because there's a few people waiting. I do want to go to Veer and Piotr. Just getting a bit of analysis, Mike, on the rocket.
Hey, Mario, you were exactly right. And I think it was the Colonel who was talking about it. One of the other things that is also here, depending on which block they're using, the F-35 or the F-16, there's also a targeting package that the aviator puts into it. As you land, you're met by ordnance. Ordnance will pop that package to see what you hit. So, the IDF can say it was ours, it wasn't ours, by looking at all the packages that come off of the aircraft.
Yeah, fair enough. I know that Piotr had something to chime into. Please, Piotr, go ahead.
Thanks, Benjamin. Yeah, sorry about my internet connections. A couple of things. So, number one, I want to humanize this situation because this is a hospital. It's not a parking lot. It's not a frontline trench. It's a hospital. Regardless of who conducted this strike or whether it was intentional or not, there are hundreds, thousands of people who are now in a situation worse than we can imagine based on top of everything else we've all had to deal with in the past 10, 11 days. So what I was trying to say earlier on in the conversation was that when we're talking about who did it and my ass is wider and so on, I think we should try and avoid that and just try and ascertain the exact source of this situation and do what we can to help the situation, given we are a huge space of 22,000 people.
Yeah, you've got a bit of. You do have a bit of echo, so I'm not sure if.
I know. So I'm in a quiet space because it's
okay. All good.
All I'm trying to say is that I just think we should humanize the situation, and that's it. Hopefully that's better. So basically, I look at this in two ways. We have two competing narratives now. I'll go into the other stuff in a second, but what I'm saying is we've got one side that is saying it's the other. It's, Hamas stating that it is IDF based on the trajectory and the type of projectile and the fallout of the missile strike and so on. We've got the IDF stating first it was Hamas with a failed rocket launch, and now stating that it was the PIJ or Islamic Jihad, which, as I was trying to say earlier, is one of the larger entities in Gaza. So there's a lot of propagandism, there's a lot of information warfare happening here, and we need to do our due diligence in making sure we know which is which so far. Because I think, personally for me, depending upon what is verified from this, not just on, I know we've got a lot of experts on the panel, but open source intelligence as well, depending upon what becomes clear is the source of this rocket and what happened, I think will potentially tip the not single-handedly, but be a large weight in the direction of how things unfold thereafter.
Interesting.
The IDF still want to conduct a ground operation, but one of the things we see in all these situations with Israel and Palestine is it starts off with a barrage of rockets from one, it develops into the other, and then it often shifts from being a source of empathy towards the Israelis to suddenly, well, they're now going overboard in their response. I'm not taking sides, I'm just saying that that's the pattern in terms of how we see things develop. So now we're in this situation, and the last point, Mario, I'll be very quick, is just simply saying that I think that the situation is not going to get better from here with Biden coming tomorrow. The Israelis are going to be on the back foot from this. I think the evidence that comes from me and what I've listened to, people like Alex, from Patrick and Brian and so on, is that this looks like a rocket, looks like a strike that makes it very hard for the sheer weight of the rocket, the load, to be from a sort of Hamas accidental explosion. And all this is going to do is undermine the ability for the Israelis to really operate as effectively with sort of the sympathy on their side. That's more of an opinion than it is just pure fact. But I'll end there. Thanks very much for persevering with the connection.
I appreciate that. I do want to go to Alex for the next question. Actually, I'll go to Brian on that one. Brian, let's say the narrative, let's say it's proven to be Israel, or the narrative is that it's most likely Israel, one or the other. What does that mean for the ground operation? What does that mean for the war? What does that mean for Gaza and Hezbollah?
Well, I would say one tea leaf you might be able to look at within the next 24 hours is if President Biden suddenly doesn't make it, doesn't go to Israel, or there's some change in the nature of the trip, that might tell you that U.S. intelligence believes that this actually was Israel. I think he's going to really not want to be on the ground if our intelligence community winds up believing that this was an intentional strike by Israel. In terms of what that means for the ground war, we had this debate a minute ago. Do I think that the U.S. is going to pull out intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance support for a ground operation? No. But I think we will be then just putting a whole lot more pressure on Israel to find a quick way out of this. I mean, we can't, I just don't see how the president can stand behind fully the Israeli government if, and again, this is a gigantic if, there was intentional targeting of this hospital by Israel. One question I wanted to pose to our military experts, though, for whenever we get back to them is, short of the guided part of a JDAM not functioning, how possible is it that you could have had a targeting error where it was an Israeli missile, but it wasn't an intentional strike? Thanks.
Sure. I mean, I could take a couple of those, Mario, if you're okay.
Wait, Mario, can I speak? Actually, I
I'm
don't
sorry.
have time to listen to white people explaining to us what a bomb is, please.
So Mike, you got to be respectful to the panel, man. I think.
Yeah, but you told me I'll speak after Piotr.
No, I said you'll speak later. I didn't say after Piotr because you're waiting, Mohammed's waiting, and others are waiting as well. I want you to speak. I brought you up as well. There's 300 people requesting as well that are not even on stage, Mike.
Yeah, I know, but with all due respect, they're repeating the same thing. Like, come on.
Yeah, well,
and I just lost friends in here, and we want to speak. Like, please.
Man, I'll give you the mic. You can put your hand up, and then we could speak. I'm trying to analyze something right now, but I've had you on stage many times, man. It's good to appreciate when I bring you on stage all the time when there's hundreds and hundreds of people every day requesting. Let me go back to the point, Alex. My thoughts, and just FYI, Mike, I've actually asked Alex, Brian, Piotr, and Michael to take Colonel and Michael and Piotr to take time out of their work to kind of come in and give us analysis, just considering that this is their area of expertise. But I would definitely want your thoughts on it, Mike. And I'm sorry for the friends that you've lost. So my heart goes out to you there, and I don't want to seem not empathetic. But Alex, just going back to the question, what does that mean for the war and the ground war, and how much of a difference could it make? Because you got people like Ben saying, look, it's going to happen with or without this event, the hospital. But we are seeing sentiment shift. We're seeing protests around the world. I think I think it was in Jordan. I can't remember where, but the embassy, the Israeli embassy, protesters managed to break through for a bit, not for too long. So we're seeing a heavy protests on the West Bank as well. How much of a difference could this make, Alex?
Well, I mean, there are, if all accounts are correct on the ground, there's several hundred dead Palestinians that died in an explosion, no matter where it came from, which is atrocious. And there are, reports of people uprising and upset around the world, and for obvious reasons. They're dead, innocent people by all accounts. It's also easy to talk to a couple of other points that have been made about whether one side or the other would be targeting a hospital. It's nonsensical in both cases, given the response that's happened. First of all, the Palestinians blowing up one of their own hospitals makes absolutely no sense. Second, when it comes to the Israelis, they did ask them to evacuate hospitals in the northern part of the country, right? So if they thought that one of the hospitals was abandoned and there was a senior leader that was in there and it was really just a weapons cache at this point, there's no patience, then yeah, I could see, and it would actually be legal in terms of targeting to blow up a hospital like that. For Israel to have purposefully targeted one of these hospitals, right, and said, hey, we're going to bomb this, then there would have had to have been a high-value target or a weapons cache or something in there, and the statement that would have came out would have been very different. It would have been, hey, you didn't listen to our warning when we told you to leave. We hit the hospital because there was X, Y, and Z inside, and there was a bunch of weapons, and that's why we did it. Just like earlier today, there was announcements that the allegedly the military commander from Central Gaza was killed. None of that took place, and right away both sides walked back and said, hey, this wasn't us, we didn't do this. So no matter which way it happened, it was an accident. But whether it was an accident or not is irrelevant for the question you just asked me. It is inflammatory. The images of it will be there are dead people who shouldn't be dead, who are suffering as a result of what happened, even if it was an accident. So I don't think anybody's going to attack, as has been mentioned very clearly, while President Biden's on the ground, and they certainly will not be launching a ground assault. Traditionally, invasions are launched by a military that's got advantages over a less equipped adversary, particularly at nighttime, because I don't think, unless Hamas has 40,000 sets of night vision that I'm unaware of, that invasion will likely come at nighttime. So I don't see the window for the ground invasion opening up till at least the first period of darkness after President Biden leaves, if that happens. And the Israelis have been saying all along, yeah, we know that this is going to be a problem in the long run. This is going to be a months-long operation. You need to stick with us on this. So I think they've been prepared psychologically that there's going to be a long campaign. And when we've seen these type of operations anywhere around the world, these types of civilian casualties happen, and the reaction from them is the same. So, and as they should be, right? People are inflamed and angry when they see it. What that translates into in terms of action is a different story. Now, if Hezbollah, with a large rocket cache, decides that they want to launch now in response to something that happens, if there's not a strike between now and when President Biden arrives, then we likely won't see anything until after the ground war starts. I don't see the Israelis backing off of a ground assault, because if their objective is still to defeat Hamas's military capabilities, again, you can't do that from the air. And then you stop the operation, you pull back all the troops you mobilized, and then what happens when the next attack happens? The leadership in Israel their goose is cooked. They're done. So if they don't take the action that they said to try to defeat Hamas's military capabilities, and again, there's people on here who will say whether they will or will not be successful. That's a different story. They'll be derelict in their responsibilities. I don't see that happening.
What about the reports that Hamas offered the release of all hostages if and Jeff, I want to go to you afterwards, if the airstrikes, if the bombings stop?
I think that's the reason they took the hostages in the first place. They've been looking for a bargaining chip to be able to get things that they want, because they're facing a militarily superior force that has armor and artillery and aircraft that they don't have, and then so they give the hostages back for the airstrikes to stop. Right? I think they realize that's not going to happen, which is the reason the offer was made.
You don't think the airstrikes will stop if if Hamas releases all hostages and requests for airstrikes to stop? You don't think that will happen?
No, because there's still a military objective that needs to be achieved, which is the demilitarization of Hamas. Again, all of this that I'm saying to you is predicated upon the Israelis still trying to make good on what they said the goal of their operation is, which is the demilitarization of Hamas. You release the hostages, and then what? You've still got, whatever's still buried under Gaza City. You've still got whatever else is still there. There's rockets. They're still firing rockets, so they still clearly have caches of weapons and stuff all over the place. They don't achieve their objective. So no, I don't see how that happens.
Interesting. I want to go to Jeff on that one, then we'll go to Mike. Jeff, your thoughts on what's been discussed so far, and mainly with a focus on, and we've got Patrick coming up too, with a focus on what happens next.
Yeah, so I think, when you talk about the Hamas offer for the hostages, when you see some of the conflicting statements between Biden and, ironclad versus what, Blinken said, I think, what I see, and maybe other people don't see, is there is a boatload of back channel diplomacy going on from the West. And I'm not just talking about the United States, to try and do everything it can to de-escalate this, right? I know I kind of misguided a tweet when the rains came and I said there was a ceasefire. And, okay, it was an ordered ceasefire. It wasn't a mutual ceasefire. Basically, it was a stand down of Israeli forces. I mean, that really bought the West a lot of time to try and to communicate to both sides, to do a lot of de-escalation. I believe that this offer for Hamas to give up all the hostages partly was some level communicated by the West or by someone to say this is in your best interest. They're really going to come. They're not really, they're not messing around. I'm kind of in your camp on this a little bit, Mario, where I think that if this does prove to be Israeli, like if the hospital, and again, I'm not saying it is, but if it does, that this will be a really, really bad black eye. And, starting to roll tanks into Gaza, there's going to be more and more, let's say, negative press, and strategic messaging is going to be lost, and moral high grounds. And you asked the question, I'll end on this one, right? You'd asked the question also says, is there ever a place where U.S. support just goes away for Israel? Publicly, no. But, Michael and I have been in rooms where there are ways in which privately U.S. support is nowhere near as strong as it once was, There's delays in weapons. I mean, you know, it's comical. It's frustrating for me because I support Ukraine, and I know it's not the right site, but I want to, you know, I make it clear I'm frustrated with Joe Biden because he says that he supports Ukraine, but this slow roll and the slow leak of weapons going into Ukraine, this war could be over, in my opinion, had we given Ukraine everything immediately. So yes, you know, the bumper sticker says the U.S. supports Ukraine, but the slow roll of weapon systems are just horrible. And the same thing could happen to Israel, is what I'm saying, right? There could be this open and transparent, you know, public statement say we absolutely support you, but then, hey, you know, Raytheon's really just not
you might be
cranking out the
interested in?
AGM-88s. And go ahead.
No, finish off, Jeff. Finish off, Jeff. Sorry. And by the way, Jeff, I'll let you finish your point. And I've just got a question before going to the other panels. We do have Patrick here, and I know Mike's been waiting. Jeff, I'll let you finish off first.
Yeah, so the big weapons builders in the United States, it's like, you know, they could go to, you know, Netanyahu and say, well, you know, that they're just not really cranking them out. There was a delay at the factory and all these things that would be really, really frustrating. And they'd all be hidden, right? That these things wouldn't come out in the public. So yes, there are ways that the United States government could play those games. Go ahead, Mario.
Yeah, so I have a quick question. Noga, a question for you, and then you can mention your comment as well.
News you might be interested in?
Yeah. So
you might be really interested in?
It is. I'm going to ask you a question. You can tell me the breaking news and answer the question.
Go ahead.
The question I have for you, Noga, is Hanania Naftali. What did he work in the? Did he work in the Israeli Force?
Never heard that name in my life. I don't know who he is. I don't. Kid, if you send me a link, I might even.
I know him. I know him if you want.
Yeah, can someone tell me what's it? And then we'll go to Noga's position. Mike, what's his position? Hanania Naftali. I know he's a journalist and an influencer.
Yeah, he used to be an ex-Israeli soldier, so right now he's a propaganda agent. That's basically the title, but the actual title that they assigned to him is the person who is debunking the myths around the image of Israel. That's what he's getting paid for. And
what does he do? Does he do it on behalf of the IDF or who?
I think he just does damage control when it comes
on behalf
to
of the government as well. I think he works for Stand With Us, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and just for context,
I'll tell you why it's important.
For context, when Naftali Bennett took office, Hanania Naftali was fired. This guy is a right-winger, and he's just a booty clapper for Bibi Netanyahu. I'm patiently waiting on my turn.
I'll give you the mic. Yeah, not long, Mike. Mario, tell us the breaking. Go ahead,
sorry,
Alex.
Mike was correct. He is a reservist on orders right now, so he is in an official capacity speaking as opposed to when he's normally a journalist, is what he has been putting out online. And it pictures himself in uniform. His wife is also a journalist. I've seen images of her wearing press flak jackets. So that's what I know of right now.
So he's a reservist who's officially speaking on behalf of the IDF?
He's a reservist on orders. Whether he's speaking on behalf of the IDF or if he's somebody, you know, putting out tweets from his own account without permission, I don't know the answer to that. Somebody else who's on the ground is probably better qualified, but that's as much as I know.
I appreciate
that.
Not
making a lot of impact in the Israeli circle, I'll tell you that. But I don't. It's funny how he's speaking. He's a spoke. Let's assume for a second. I don't know.
I thought you didn't know him.
No, I don't know him. I'm talking about how you described him. You described the position of spokesperson. You just gave it a lot of really evil words to make it sound like something else. I don't know him. I have no idea who he is. I just looked him up online. I have no idea what he does, but it sounds like spokesperson and used every other evil word you could think of instead of describing him.
So what's the breaking news?
Iran Observer is saying Hezbollah after today, there is only one path of resistance, victory, and revenge for the oppressed against the oppressor. And they're calling for a day of rage. The date of rage, I think we already spoke of, but there are UNIFIL forces that are now escaping north of the Litani. That's the
UN thing is not the UN thing is not confirmed yet. I'm just waiting for confirmation.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm sorry, I should have stated that this is not confirmed. I am also waiting for confirmation. I should have mentioned that. I apologize. Thank you. But it seems like that their northern the northern front is heating up again.
Okay, so what was the statement?
So what's that statement? Today, 5 Hezbollah soldiers were killed as well. Hezbollah still haven't responded, so they're going to be heating up, of course.
So who made that statement, Hadi? What's the statement?
The day of rage thing. I think the only thing that Hezbollah did an invite tomorrow that there's going to be a protest and like demonstrations in support of the victims of the hospitals in Gaza that was bombed by Israel today.
Okay.
So it's going to be tomorrow in southern suburb of Beirut. That's the only thing now that they said. But other than that, there's no statements about them having revenge or anything.
Okay. Yeah, if there's anything on that, let me know.
I
Patrick,
also have a
yeah, go ahead.
statement from the King of Jordan. The war between Israel and Hamas is at a dangerous stage that will drag the entire area to, sorry, I'm translating this from Hebrew, and he probably said it in Arabic, but there you go, to disaster, I guess. I'm not sure what like the original word was, but this is the best I got.
I appreciate that. Let me go to Patrick. Patrick, we've seen the bomb. I'm not sure if you saw if you can check the pinned tweet. And that's an analysis I did. I'm going to be posting another one that analyzing the sound as well, but I'm just getting a few people to look into it. I've sent it to you as well, Jeff. I think I've sent it to you as well, Alex. And Patrick, I'll send it to you on WhatsApp. But Patrick, want to get your thoughts on what we've seen so far. Two things. First, most panelists agree that this is most likely Israel, but we don't know for sure. We need a report on that. And we don't know if it's accidental, intentional, and why. My guess is still accidental.
No, Patrick, I'm confused.
Patrick, and then you, Mike.
Mario, I'll say.
Okay.
Someone mentioned earlier, we have nobody on site doing an independent BDA on this. I think we've obviously got video coming out from both sides. Both are claiming to blame the other.
Sorry, BDA?
Bomb damage assessment. Or battle damage assessment, depending on which service you come from. So again, from a neutral perspective, we don't have enough information. We just don't. Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad both have some very heavy rockets that are just shy of 500-pound JDAMs. That's exclusive of anything that might have detonated on site. We just don't have enough information. I am not going to blame either side on this yet because I just don't know. If it's Israeli, this is one of your other panelists said it earlier. This is a huge black eye, especially now that they're coming out and saying, "Yeah, it was completely not us. We didn't do it. It was Palestinian Islamic Jihad." If that turns out to be a lie, that is a major PR disaster for them, especially given the rhetoric that's built up to this, saying we're going in and we're going to level the place. And this makes it look like the Israelis are completely, ignoring.
But that's just it. Israel has been above board about what it's doing from the start, and it's been very careful about hurting people.
No, guy, can you please stick to the speed? Like you can't just speak.
So Patrick, I'll let you finish off, Patrick. I'll go to Mike.
The other side of it is, Hamas, the PIJ, the PLO, they have no problem bombing civilian targets, and their rockets frequently do fail. I know there's a lot of discussion about the number of times that their rockets have failed in flight and impacted their own governed areas in the past, and it's not a small number. So the Israeli contention that one of their larger rockets probably failed in flight and impacted the hospital, completely plausible. We just don't know yet. As far as impact, I think the IDF is on a timeline. Somebody mentioned the phases of the moon earlier, and was talking about the likelihood that the IDF would initiate a night strike first as they go in. I think that's plausible. If that were to happen while Biden was there, I don't think they'd change their timeline because of him. But again, the timing just doesn't line up. I think it's far more PR basis and to do an official show of support in the process. Obviously, we had Secretary Blinken come out yesterday and say that it was a precondition for Biden arriving, which personally I think is a mistake, but that's neither here nor
there. Mike, I'd love to get your thoughts on what we've heard so far and what it would mean for the war. Because I'm just looking at all the reports and the protests. The sentiment definitely shifting. Obviously, there's the blame game. Was it a misfire by Islamic Jihad or Hamas? Was it the Israeli Air Force? So there's that back and forth ongoing. But otherwise, it seems that the Arab world is definitely condemning this, and the global community is condemning it without actually pointing the finger to Israel. The Doctors Without Borders did blame Israel. and Israel did post a video claiming it's a misfire by Hamas. We're trying to verify that video. We are getting reports it's an outdated video, but we're trying to verify that as well. But go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. So I'll try to share my opinion, and just at first, please, like, I wanna politely ask, for the sake of humanity at least, to let me step out of my character as a professional journalist and just talk freely, because we live in a free world where we have social media and we can speak. So I want to apologize to the listeners if I will sound uncivilized by my yelling or emotions coming out. I'm not going to sound like your typical white educated person who's an analyst on army and bombs and politics. With that being said, um, this is just a time of like repetitive pattern that Israel always does. Always, every time Israel commits a war crime or a genocide or a massacre, it always gaslights the Palestinians. You have that example of Shireen Abu Akleh after she was killed. They literally blamed it on the Palestinians. And after investigations by CNN and many other third party organizations, it came to the realization that it was an IDF soldier who killed her. And then a spokesman said, oh, she was killed by mistake. That's number one. Muhammad Abu Khadr from Jerusalem was kidnapped by Israelis, tied to a fucking olive trees and burnt alive. Did you know what they said? The Palestinians performed honor killings on him because he was gay. Literally, after investigation from the United States of America, a spokesman said, well, the people who kidnapped him are mentally ill and they're in mental facilities right now. Third point is, when the thing broke down in Gaza, when the festival was attacked, how dare we as Palestinians question if the Israeli victims were caught in between fires? We didn't even bring that topic, right? When we tried to have attempts of saying, well, they were killed by IDF soldiers and police officers because they were shooting at Hamas, quote unquote, terrorists. You know what we were told? How dare you gaslight a victim while they're mourning and grieving their loved ones? This apparently doesn't apply to the Palestinians. Apparently. So anytime a Palestinian is grieving, you expect us to become bomb analysts and military analysts and political analysts, and we have to give definitions and we have to push on semantics and we have to tell the world that no, we're normal. Nothing, no, we don't deserve to be bombed in a fucking hospital just because we're over there getting treated. And even if you told us to evacuate, how on fucking earth are you going to evacuate a hospital when you're attached to IV attachments and you only have 5 minutes to leave? Please tell me. Mass shootings in America, when they happen when you're in a school, it takes 2 hours to evacuate a whole school. So you're talking about a hospital with ill people in it, with patients in it, with nurses and doctors who are putting the patients' lives in front of theirs, and that's what happened. Regardless of your opinions and regardless of your political stance, if you have a sense of humanity in yourself, the second you saw the bombing of the hospital, and why the hell am I stretching? The second this whole aggression on Gaza started, you should have questioned the hypocrisy and dualism that we're hearing from both sides. There is no both siding in this. Apparently, literally, literally a loose terminology. Terrorism on you. Shame on you, and I promise you, in heavens, we will meet and we will tell you that you bitches were
Thanks, Mike. I know it's very painful for you.
I'm sorry, I'm
Okay.
leaving.
I think, and I don't think it was stated enough in my early statement, I think what happened today is horrible. There's a full stop after that. There's a full stop after that. There is no but. I think what happened tonight is horrible. What I that this is being called into question isn't because it's Palestinians, it's because it's Hamas. A couple days ago, and I'm happy to send it to whoever wants to see. In fact, I'm going to pin it on the thread now. They have done this before. There's enough evidence, and in addition, there's also enough strategic understanding.
I cannot hear you.
In a bit, Eyal. Yeah. Okay.
Point in time. Has to, and it didn't have to, and and a vicious terror organization that doesn't care for the lives of its own people. And that is why it's being called into question. It has nothing to do with the loss of lives, which is lamentable, and I'm
So what was the strategic advantage of killing Shireen Abu Akleh then?
So now it's moving off the topic. So I just want to mention the breaking news now. Just Jordan cancels summit with U.S. President Joe Biden, according to Jordan's foreign minister. So we are starting to see the. I was asking, Michael and Patrick and Piotr and Brian earlier, and I'm going to ask Intel the same question. Is what does that mean for the war moving forward? I think some have called it a turning point. Others have dismissed it as something that won't have much of an impact on the ground operation or the war moving forward.
Yes, Mario. A lot of these nations canceling their meetings with Joe Biden. It's pretty significant.
Speak? I don't know if you hear me. I cannot hear you.
Okay.
I don't think you can hear anyone. Maybe you should drop down and come back.
Just DM him because he keeps doing that every time I bring him up. Go ahead, Intel.
So there's recently a thread posted by Geo Confirmed, basically analyzing the video of the what looks like a Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket launch, and it looks like there's a geolocation that does show that this was not an Israeli strike, but an actual failed rocket launch. I would encourage you to look at the thread and the geolocation.
Intel, can you send me through the thread? We're going to look into it, and I'll definitely be posting it. If you could do that, if you could send it to me via Twitter DMs or WhatsApp, that would be great. Because I want. As something's been reviewed, but if you have something
what GeoConfirm posted, I'll take a look at that. But Alex mentioned it too. I mean, right? Like we know that that's happening. We know those launches are occurring near hospitals in some cases, but that's not really enough to, on its own, right, kind of push me one way or the other. Especially with, I think, even if you take the lower casualty count of 200, 250, 300 people, there's not a lot available that could cause that. I'm open to it, but I think, again, we got to see more in terms of forensics on the ground that are enabled by NGOs or other humanitarian groups to get folks in that can do that work. And we've got to see more, hopefully open source or other video, given how much ISR and everything else has been concentrated on Gaza over the past couple of days. So I appreciate Intel's suggestion there, and I'll take a look at it at the post. But I think even that is circumstantial, and we got to get more information.
So, but what do you think, Michael? I didn't ask you the question. What does that mean for the war moving forward?
Well, look, I mean, we talked about this a little bit kind of in the first go round, Mario, and I don't want to, hog time for other speakers, but I'll just say really quickly, I don't think we'll see any kind of incursion begin while President Biden is on the ground. I think, as Brian rightfully pointed out, if we see any kind of changes to the president's plan, or for some reason more details about this come out and President Biden, either doesn't go last minute, which would be very shocking, or for some reason, is going to take a detour and go to a different country
Well,
first.
CNN just confirmed that Joe Biden's trip is still on. It took 2 seconds
Yeah,
ago on CNN.
right,
So, yeah.
right, and I'm right. I'm right. I'm not saying it's not on. I'm just saying if when we talk about indications that could impact the conflict, if you see any change to that between now and tomorrow, now in the next couple hours, that'd be something to look for. But I don't think that's going to happen. And I feel like, as Jeff pointed out, look, I mean, there are a lot of conversations happening in the background here that nobody is going to see, that no press is going to report on, between the U.S. and Israel and other allies, and we don't know how seriously concerned the administration is about any kind of culpability, accidental or not, for this strike. And I think that all could have an impact. But again, that's not something we're going to see, as we look at the news and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, again, I am of the belief that regardless of the outcome, fortunately or unfortunately, I don't think that this is going to actually change the calculus of the war. Brian, what are your thoughts on that, if I can ask you? Okay, I guess Brian.
Hang on. Sorry, guys. I had to walk out of a conference room I'm in. And now it's going to be loud, so I hope you can hear me. I think just what I said before. I think that the U.S. intelligence community right now is desperately trying to look at all the video they have, all the other intelligence information they have, and make their own independent assessment of this. And I do think if they conclude that this was an intentional Israeli strike, there will be some change in the trip. I'm not sure they'll cancel it, but I think there'll be a change in maybe the duration of it. Maybe there's another stop. I don't know. I just don't see them letting Biden do business. Not letting him, that's wrong. He can do whatever he wants. But I don't see him doing business as usual if they conclude this was an intentional Israeli strike. But we are a very long ways from that. I wanted to ask the more military experts earlier, because I took a look at the Hezbollah missile capabilities, for example, and there do look like there are things that are powerful enough that they're very close to a JDAM. And I'd love to hear about that, because to me, one of the more persuasive things was the comparison of the sound of the impact. But if Hezbollah has something that big, then that's not really so much of a factor. Thanks.
Yeah, Patrick or Mike, did you want to address that?
Well, I mean, if you just really quick on the rockets, I don't think anyone is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Hezbollah did the strike, right? We're talking about Hamas and their access to rockets, a little bit more limited as far as what the payloads are. I think the biggest thing, if we're assuming, I think Noga, other people threw out earlier, that there are unverified claims that it was an R-160, which also goes by the designator M302. It's Chinese made. It's been used in Syria. I do believe Hezbollah has it. I believe other sort of groups have it. I'd be really shocked if PIJ had access to something like that. Again, that's an 11-inch rocket. That's I think 302 or 320 millimeter rocket, and the payload would be larger on something like that. But again, we're talking about a hospital here, where even if you're taking the lower estimates that have been kind of revised, and Western outlets are reporting on the casualties of up to 300 people, I would just be very shocked if the claim is that one of those rockets was responsible for that. Again, I am totally open-minded to that. If people can, show us the open source, show us the forensics on it, I am totally open-minded. But right at this point, I don't know how convinced I am that one errant rocket could do something like that.
Mario,
So what do you think happened? Hang on,
Yeah,
I want to. Can we follow up on that? What do you think happened? Because there are videos showing the hit on the hospital, and they're showing just one hit.
Noga, just hold on, okay? So, Patrick, you were going to chime in on this. If you could also touch on what you think this means going forward for the war, and then Craig, I know you have military service, and then we'll go upwards. So go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, Michael is right. The 302 is the one that immediately came to my mind. Hamas has them. We know they've shot them before. It's a 375-pound warhead, so that's a pretty big warhead. So we're is it possible that could have done this? Sure. Do I know whether or not it did? No. And again, that's going back to what I said earlier, not enough information. But yeah, if one of those hit a hospital and cooked off some secondary explosions, there's a lot of volatile stuff there. Is it possible? Yes. Going forward, again, I will agree with most of the other panelists. I don't think this changes all that much. If it comes out that Israel knowingly did this and lied, yeah, that changes it. But I doubt it. I doubt they did that here. That would be incredibly stupid for them to pull something like that, where eventually we're going to figure out who did this and where this munition came from. I doubt they did that, frankly. But we'll see.
Okay. Yeah, Craig, I know you wanted to expand on this. Go ahead. And if you could also touch on what you think, in your opinion, this means going forward. Will there be a shift in any type of policy or support from the U.S.?
Yeah. So actually, I mean, to your second point, yes, I actually do agree. This will change it. To be quite honest with you, but it will change it in micro steps that have a cumulative effect. But let me just go back to what Patrick and Michael were talking about. I just want to, from an operator's perspective, okay, from the way the tick-tock of something like this happens, a JDAM is a very, very precise piece of ordnance. It is not off by 30, 40, 50 meters. This is, to my best of my understanding, the last time I was around these are accurate within about 6 yards, right? So these are very precise munitions. These are not something that some Israeli pilot was just bombing around Gaza and just said, "Oh, look, drop it," right? The entire northern half of Gaza has been mapped out by the IDF for a very long time, and they know where they're dropping their ordnance, right? They know where this is happening. And to say that the Israelis purposefully dropped something, because let me emphasize something, because Michael touched on it, and so did Patrick. The forensic analysis of this will tell you if this was a JDAM within about 48 hours. It is impossible to hide. The cratering, the impact angle, the trajectory of where you actually have the impact crater, that will be the most telltale way to designate what piece of ordnance this was. You don't have to be a munitions expert to know that, but I've seen enough bombs dropped from enough planes in test ranges to tell you the angle of descent, the size of the crater, the impact explosion. You'll actually be able to tell what it was because of the seismic vibrations, the actual expansion of the ordnance itself, and the way that it destroys things has a very, very telltale signal. As soon as the sun comes up in Palestine, as soon as that comes up, you're going to have every commercial satellite and everybody with a smartphone zooming in on that specific place, and you will not be able to hide what it was. So we don't need people on the ground. You can have an ordnance expert with a smartphone and with a relatively good graphic card, right, on their computer to tell you exactly what this was. So this doesn't require on the ground expertise. This requires people who have a history with ordnance, and they can tell you very quickly.
And from what you've seen, Craig, from what you've seen so far, what's your... Go ahead, Craig and Michael.
Did you say that there were secondary explosions that were reported, or did you say there were no secondary?
There were no secondary explosions.
Yeah, the amount of force that is expended in a pound warhead, the especially in an urban area, the amount of destruction, the amount of, I mean, that hospital, forgive me for saying this, alhamdulillah, like that, it would be completely destroyed. There would be nothing left of it. If you dropped a precision piece of ordnance on that, there would be nothing left of that hospital.
It depends on the size. Depends on the size of the hospital. But then, Craig, on the other side of the argument, I don't know what secondary explosion has to do with the JDAM, but doesn't it, like Islamic Jihad or Hamas rocket doesn't have, from the people we've spoken to on this panel and behind the scenes, they don't have the amount of power to be able to destroy a hospital.
If you want me to be completely honest, this is let's just put all the other opinions to the side. What you're seeing is a war between an extremist terrorist organization that has strapped explosives to their vest and has walked into crowded markets and detonated them and killed innocent people, right? And they publish those videos online as a display of their holiness, okay? They have no problem killing innocent people, and I'll tell you why. They attach GoPros to their head, and they show them breaking into Israeli houses and slaughtering people in their home. They are proud of it, and they want to broadcast it. the Israelis know that if this was them, by the time the sun comes up, you're gonna know exactly what this was, and I'll tell you the other dark part.
But sorry,
Yeah.
you answered about the brutality of Hamas. I understand
Yeah.
their brutality, but
Yeah.
I'm saying that they don't have the capability.
No,
they don't have the capability.
No, they do. They do.
Of being able.
They do. Okay. If they do. Gold standard propaganda that turn the tide, and there's no. This is the incentive structure that we're talking about, right? The incentive structure is this. Go ahead,
Craig. Gone through
more than fair.
Footage.
More than fair, but you're.
Yeah, but this true. But then we did see a. The argument that it could be Hamas, they will be brutal enough to be able to destroy the hospital with their own citizens.
Not necessarily.
That and based on the video and.
Real quick, I got the blast pattern. You're going to see the angle. You're going to see the crater. You're going to see it. You can't hide it. Okay. The last point that I'm going to wrap up on here is that you have to remember the incentive structure that is built into this. Israel knows where every single building is in northern Gaza. They have identified it and they've seen it. If this bomb was dropped by accident by an Israeli pilot, right, either that pilot didn't know what they were doing, right, or you have to think on the other side that they did know what they were doing. And if they and I'll just simply say this, just to conclude. If Hamas' goal is to shock the international community into this, you already have believe, and all this is going to do is simply say, look, the Israelis did it, and it's going to feed into what their cognitive it's already is.
Other folks, and I don't see that. I don't see that at all. Could be wrong. Other people have different opinions about Hamas. I think determine what type of ordnance was used. If this is a small rocket and there is massive physical damage to the hospital, it's going to be very clear what it was and what it wasn't. I have not been able to see anything that definitively gives a panorama of the hospital to see what kind of physical damage was actually caused by the strike. So until we see that, or there's full motion video from over the top from some sort of ISR collection device, everything else is kind of speculative. But
Brian?
And that's but if this point is right, that Biden I'm telling you, the idea that the IDF would deliberately do this and then someone send someone out to lie about it the day before Biden comes, I find that completely implausible because they will forfeit a lot of goodwill with the United States and all around the world. And I will be the first one to apologize and take it back tomorrow if I turn out to be wrong.
And again,
We'll
just
see
really quick on
tomorrow.
what Alex said, a minute ago is kind of how we started this conversation, and I think we've kind of talked this to death, and we can move on. But I again just want to underscore that, right? Yes, to be responsible about any kind of battle damage assessment, we have to see way more images, we have to see way more evidence, way more information than what we've seen. Obviously, in the interest of what I think has been a good discussion, we've been throwing out various theories and talking through the kind of limited evidence we have. I think again, where I come down on this, no one is doubting the culpability, the capacity for evil on PIJ's side or Hamas's side. Again, I just struggle with, from a military perspective, even in the best case, a 300-pound warhead that actually hits the exterior of a hospital, then killing 300 people, even if you're taking the lower end of the casualty estimates that have been reported out. I just struggle with that. And I think, again, until we see more, hopefully in the coming hours, totally happy to be convinced either way. But
Yeah.
just sticking to the objective analysis, I'm not super convinced that could happen. But I think, like other people have said, last point really quick, is just that, whether or not this has a huge impact on what we see next, I'm also in the camp that I don't think, even if something really scandalous were to come out here, that it would totally prevent the IDF from going forward with ground operations and everything. Again, I would assume those to be after Biden's visit. But I think in the total minor case that something really explosive comes out, and let's say it was intentional or it was done by the Israelis, whatever, maybe that would force some changes to the calculation. But again, there are other things too. Jeff was on here and had a very insightful kind of thought where he laid out, look, it is really rare, but there are failure to guides with JDAMs. I mean, it's what, 5%, 2%, but it happens. And then you got to remember too, fatigue, right? I mean, these are human operators in these planes, and although it's very, very unlikely, when you're in a war zone and when you're operating at a sortie rate that is incredibly exhaustive, it's conceivable to me that somebody would make a mistake. So that's all I'll say on that.
We have breaking news there, Mario. Mario,
Yeah, what's
we
the
have breaking news unless it came in already about as of right now, Barak Ravid, who's one of the top reporters in Israel, very well connected in the U.S. and there, is breaking. It's about 20 minutes ago here, but President Mahmoud Abbas had said he wasn't going to do the summit, but now Jordan has canceled the summit between Biden, King Abdullah, Sisi, and Abbas. So it's not just Abbas pulling out; the whole summit's canceled.
Yeah, I've mentioned the Jordanian president cancelling as well. Which is so, but for you to mention it, Alex, how significant is that?
I mean, it's significant because it answers the question I think that everyone was asking: what's the impact of this? This cancellation happened in direct response to the time frame after the hospital was bombed, because whoever bombed it, it was a bomb. It was an explosion. There's dead people all over the place. That's undeniable. The question now is who did it. But in either case, the statements came out right away condemning Israel for it. Abbas pulled out, and after he pulled out, the entire summit was canceled. So that was an opportunity for President Abbas to talk to the presidents of the countries that have the two largest expatriate populations of Palestinian refugees in the area, and President Biden to talk about aid and everything else, and that's now gone.
Let me mention a statement as well. The IDF spokesman just made a statement. Let me play that for everyone now.
I want to give you an announcement of the event that occurred in the hospital in Gaza. I can confirm that an analysis of the IDF operational systems indicates that a barrage of rockets was fired by terrorists in Gaza, passing in close proximity to the Al-Hali Al-Ma'adi hospital in Gaza at the time it was hit. Intelligence from few sources that we have in our hands indicates that the Islamic Jihad is responsible for the failed rocket launch which hit the hospital in Gaza. I repeat, this is the responsibility of Islamic Jihad that killed innocents in the hospital in Gaza. I want to give you an announcement.
So it just came in from the Israeli. That's something you'd expect similar to the IDF statement. I've just posted it. If anyone that wants to step, I've just posted as well.
Mario, it's going to be embarrassing because the footage comes out. They're going to find out it was an American bomb that was used on this hospital, dropped by an Israeli warplane.
Right. I just wanted to add one thing, right? So you've got that statement. I just think that, look, actually, I think it was Ferris made a very good point, right? I mean, somebody is going to be very embarrassed tomorrow. But you can rest assured, and I think that Brian, Patrick, Alex, everyone would agree, as of right now, every shred of intelligence that Israel has is being shared with their American counterparts, right? So maybe we'll see if Biden's trip doesn't change, if there's no statement, maybe that'll make an impact, right? But I just, again, I personally, and I know people will disagree, I find it very hard to believe that Israel would intentionally hit a hospital the day before the president of the United States is set to arrive, a few days before an aid package of whatever $1 billion is being sent to Israel. I mean, optically, it would be, it'd be political suicide in a sense. Alex, do you think that right now, I mean, clearly the American intelligence counterparts for the IDF, they're assessing everything as we speak right now, telemetry, trajectory, and everything, right?
Yeah, 100%. You'll have the military side of it plus the civilian side, the intelligence community will be looking at it. And I think you're right that the prospect of it purposefully targeting a hospital, again, if they were to have done that, there would have had to have been a good reason to target a hospital, right? So they would have said, hey, we took out, X leader, X this or that to rush and say, this is why we did that. And oh, by the way, we told you to get out of there and you didn't listen to us. So this is Hamas's fault, which would have been the lines that we heard. That's not what we heard coming out of them. What we heard was a denial altogether. So I think, and you're right, because a purposeful strike, on a hospital right before President Biden arrives doesn't make any sense at all.
Hey, let me
Again,
just
I'm not there making. I don't know for a fact, but that's just what history would tell us is that wouldn't make sense. I'm done. Sorry.
just real quick to add to what Michael said. It's not just that the U.S. is getting every bit of intelligence Israel has. It's that every collection system we have available to us as the United States and the UK and us.
Yeah,
I think
Brian,
you cut out.
you've just cut out, Brian. I do. There's heavy protests. I want to go back to that summit that Jordan. Jordan cancels their appearance in the summit with Biden and Abbas. So that summit was meant for what, Alex?
I mean, it was meant for regional coordination between, again, the two Arab leaders and in charge of countries that have the largest expatriate population of Palestinian refugees. So they have obviously their concerns in mind. We talk about the West Bank all the time. Nobody really talks about the East Bank, which is where the Palestinians in Jordan are. And there's 2 million refugees there alone right now. That's historic. Plus, you have the large population there. Along in Egypt, it's not nowhere near as big, but they also share the only border with Gaza with a potential gate to open, and that's where the humanitarian aid would come from. So it was a significant opportunity for President Biden to meet with two very influential Arab leaders. I mean, what is it, like a third of all Arabs live within 6 miles or 20 miles of the Nile River. Egypt is an incredibly influential place when it comes to Arab culture.
UAE just put out a condemnation, by the way, of Israel, saying that the Israeli bombing of the Baptist church basically is condemned and a heinous war crime. So did Jordan.
Who said that?
UAE.
Okay. Oh, UAE
yeah,
did that?
UAE just put out a statement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Okay.
You want me to share it with you?
Yeah, UAE surprised me because they've been a lot more neutral. Yeah, that'll be if you can, that'll be great for us. But UAE.
And again, all these countries are making statements based on intelligence that they don't have yet, right? I mean, these are just political statements. If the U.S. doesn't know right now, and I think
we don't know. We don't know. No, Ben, we don't know if the U.S. knows. Like if
no, that's
Biden...
what I said. That's what I said. We don't know if the U.S. knows, right? Like if they don't know, no other country is going to know. The U.S. will be the first to know.
Yeah, exactly. The US would know if Israel does share that. Again, it's a big if, but I think that there's enough information out there to determine whether this is a Hamas rocket or not. They've got satellite videos and stuff. They've got access to a lot more information than us. So I'm sure they know the answer by now. So obviously Biden is in a tough spot because if he cancels his visit, it means he's admitted. Like remember, if this is a US-made bomb, then the US is in trouble as well. So Biden canceling his visit to Israel could be an admission of guilt. But at the same time, him going could make him seem a bit more complicit, or that he's okay with this crime. So like the US is in a very tough spot right now, and we're assuming obviously Israel's behind this bomb, which the more I look into it, the more I lean in that direction. To be honest.
Yeah, I have the opposite. Maybe I don't actually think it comes from bias. I think that the answer is we don't know, and I don't think that if the esteemed military people in this room know, I don't think there's any possibility that anyone that doesn't have military knowledge could even hypothesize on it. Like I say, it's a tragic situation. What happens? We'll have to wait and see what Biden and the other countries actually say once they get their intelligence. I take the opposite view as you, Mario, but that's fine.
Well, and one thing though. I think Ben is. I think what Ben could be getting at is that, look, if Biden doesn't make any changes to his plan, I don't think it necessarily means that he's okay with whatever blowback could happen for Israel. It could also mean, on the other hand, that the Biden administration and the intel community, Department of Defense, whatever, feel comfortable enough that Israel was not culpable for this,
Yeah,
that they're not worried
absolutely.
about Biden's
The
exposure
optics back
to the
home in terms
optics.
of Congress, yeah.
Biden
Right.
can't cancel his trip because that would afford him to make look like he's weak and not supporting the Israelis enough. Don't forget it's election season by the Republicans who make it look like they're more pro-Israel than him. Then that could look really bad. So the details is what's going to matter here in the trip. So if he cuts the trip
Yeah,
short,
absolutely.
instead of actually doing the full trip, or he does like a separate statements instead of a joint statement, these types of things are the indicators that there
Right.
isn't kind of a little bit of distancing from that. Because don't forget, because I know for I'm confident that this is an Israeli bomb, because no Palestinian faction has bombs this size, not even close, not even tenth of this strength. But
That's what nobody. That's what exactly. Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry
but hold
for
on,
Isaac.
Mario.
This.
One thing, but you have to remember though. So if there is indeed no electricity, you're going to have massive amounts of diesel and so forth storage fuel outside. You're going to have pressurized oxygen tanks. So I'm just adding to be devil's advocate. So
diesel
Yeah,
has
no, but
black
the
smoke.
oxygen. Yeah, I did get a message about the oxygen tanks. I just don't. Again, it just seems too big for oxygen tanks to cause this. It's based on the people I've asked. That's why I didn't mention it. And again, we talk about Gaza's Gaza's running out of supplies. They've got barely anything left, let alone oxygen tanks. But again, we are
Yeah.
speculating here. This is just my guess. Like enough oxygen tanks for a rocket to blow up a hospital this size. And they have to be in storage, and I don't think Gaza has anything in storage left. They barely have anything. They have 3 days worth of supplies, based on the reports this morning. I do have a full analysis that the team's just spoken to a lot of experts. I do have a full analysis. I'm gonna read it, Ben. So give me like less than 5 minutes. I'm gonna read it, come back and share the information, probably post it out, because I've asked the team to talk to everybody that we know and get their thoughts on this. So with your permission, Alex, Patrick, I'll send it through to you as well. Michael, Brian, I'll send it through to you, and get your thoughts on it as well, and I'll send it through to Jeff. But yeah, Ben, I'll give you the mic. Give me 2 minutes. Let me review this.
yeah, absolutely. No, I appreciate that. Brian, you had your hand up. Did you want to comment on this?
Yeah, just real quick, because Syrian Girl's had her hand up for a long time. I just, I appreciate that this is a space for open debate.
Is she in the space?
Can you hear
Hold
me?
on. Is Syrian Girl in the space?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. Is Syrian Girl in the
Yeah,
space?
I'm seeing her with her
Yeah,
hand up.
it's here.
Okay, I can't even see
So
her. All right,
so
go ahead,
she
Brian.
does. Let me just finish, but she's had her hand up for a while. So I just want to caution us all again. There's 20,000 people listening, and there's a lot of opinion makers listening. If we believe our military experts that when we see the daylight come tomorrow, we will know the answer to this, I would really quit speculating on it, because it's very, very dangerous.
I would agree with that. I have a very high degree of confidence, since Israel's already dropped 6,000 bombs in the first 7 days, and then the Palestinians don't have any ordinance like these, that this speculation is just going to backfire tomorrow. So I'm okay with we'll see.
Guys, let me go to James quickly before Syrian go. Just so I want to get an update on the ground in Lebanon, because I know there's pretty big protests right now in Lebanon, heading towards already at the U.S. embassy and at the French embassy.
Mario, you just cut out.
Oh, sorry. Can you give us a quick update, Hadi, James, on the protests that are
Yeah,
happening in
James
Lebanon?
James can follow up after. I'm just gonna say that there's a motorcycle parades right now gathering all over Beirut and other areas, and they're all heading towards the American embassy, and tear gas already been fired by the Lebanese security forces at the protesters. And James can take it from
Yeah,
here if he has anything to add.
they have been collecting from all the cities where there is some Shia, mainly there has been other factions that came into, mostly Muslim factions, that are trying to go into close to the U.S. embassy to complain about the fact that to complain about the explosion. Technically, the U.S. security services and military in the region are blocking the road with the help of the Lebanese army, and all the everything related to the Red Cross is already fully deployed in the area. So it's kind of, let's say, safe. It's going to be a big manifestation, but I don't think it's going to be as major as we think. It's just going to be a couple thousand of people screaming there, calling for.
And just quickly, Biden has departed for
Yeah,
Israel. He's on the airplane now.
So yeah.
I think one argument that Biden could make, and Leila, I'm going to bring you up to tell us more about the protests. But one argument Biden could make is that he's departed not long after. Like, we don't have the full clarity, so maybe the clarity could come in tomorrow, and Biden's already in Israel, or maybe later tomorrow night. So Biden's visit could be before the rocket attack, assuming again we're making. So Leila, just want to go back to Lebanon. What's happening there? Can you tell us more about the protests? Leila?
Oh yeah, I was just kind of transferring to come to the stage. It cut off for me. Yeah, just as James said, it's factions. It's not a lot of people. It's the Shiites from the south with like pro Hezbollah, some Palestinians, people from the Communist Party, and people from the Hizb al-Qawmi, the National Syrian.
SSNP.
Yes, SSNP. And so far, it's really nothing. They just destroyed some property, did some property damage, and there's really nothing. It's not alarming as of now.
I appreciate it. Good to hear. How do you agree with this before we go to Syria and go? And by the way, I'm still waiting.
I mean,
so the
I
team,
agree,
the just the analysis I got, Ben, is I don't know what it says, but it's a military expert who's.
You're cutting out, Mario.
Mario, we can't.
I don't know why. Yeah, it's just muted by itself. Yeah, so it's by a military expert who's not biased, if anything biased. Towards the Israeli side in some way. So I can't wait for that analysis.
Could I add something,
the team is just
Mario?
polishing it up. Right after Hadi, and then I think Syrian Girl's been waiting for us, if that's okay.
Yeah, I just want to add to pro Hezbollah backgrounds, and they have the Hezbollah
Hadi.
You're cutting out Hadi.
So they have the Hezbollah flags, and they're mostly from pro Hezbollah backgrounds. And we have actually the first time, usually it's just them and their allies, but this time we also have a lot of people from other parties joining in, because what they saw is, to be honest, too much to be silent on. We've seen from other areas as well gathering, but not as much as the ones from pro Hezbollah backgrounds.
Yeah, appreciate that. Syrian Girl.
Thank you so much. I hope you guys can appreciate that what I'm about to say.
Yes, we appreciate your
emotion in it.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Yes.
Okay, sorry.
I hope you can hear me well, Mario. Yes.
Yeah, I just had. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Is this confirmed? 2 seconds. This is pretty important. Let me see. So I just have a message here, and I think it's confirmed. I'll ask my team just quickly, but urgent. The Northern Command. So I was guessing the Israeli Northern Command, correct? Is that correct, guys?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. The Northern Command of the Israeli Army. Okay, there it is. It says it. I should probably read before I ask. Of the Israeli Army informed the army forces along the Lebanese border of the need to prepare for a quote sudden and strong attack from southern Lebanon.
That's actually very expected. Like I told you, Hezbollah today lost 5 members from the Israeli attacks on Lebanon. So there's going to be retaliation. And what happened today is going to get it, like, I think 5 times even harder.
And Reuters reported earlier today, too, after what happened with the hospital, that they were calling for another day of rage directed at Israel as well.
I appreciate it. Syrian Girl, we'll keep you posted what's happening on the northern border now, but that just came in. But as Hadi said, it's expected. I didn't know Hezbollah lost 5 members today. But on top of what's happening in the hospital and the protests, Hezbollah is forced to react very, very decisively and aggressively today, in my opinion. But let's go to Syrian Girl, and then if anything happens, I might interrupt you, Syrian Girl, I'll get new updates on the northern border.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
I just want you guys to appreciate that Firaz, Hadi, and Leila and I, we're from the Levant, so we're going to be emotive and emotional when we speak. And since Craig opened the door to calling, one side terrorists, please allow me to do the same. So, first of all, we're discussing motive. What is the motive for dropping a bomb on a hospital? Please ask yourselves, what was the motive for giving 4 hospitals in Gaza 24 hours to evacuate? Why did Israel
Taking
demand?
people's lives so they don't
Sorry,
die.
Noga, I think she's waited for a long time. She didn't interrupt, so I'd appreciate the same. Go ahead, Syrian, go.
So, what was the motive to give them only 24 hours for 4 hospitals with patients that are on life supports and babies in incubators? What was motive behind giving them 24 hours to evacuate and cutting off their water and electricity and internet? The motive is the same for bombing them. They wanted the people out and they want to drive them into the Sinai. That is my analysis. But regardless, if you don't accept that analysis, you have to question why they wanted them evacuated. Second thing, we've seen, you have to add context. We've seen, as they said, 6,000 bombs dropped. And yesterday they actually bombed the hospital in a smaller way as well. They actually, I wanted to add another piece of context, which are eyewitness accounts. Now, we've read out statements from the IDF, and we've read out statements from a lot of people, but I think we should read out statements from Doctors Without Borders who are there on the scene.
I've read that. And you can read it again, no problem. But I did read that just for the record.
Oh, sorry,
go
I
ahead, Syrian,
wasn't
go.
there.
I posted it as well.
Sure.
All good.
In that case, rather than read that, I would like to add the context of what a doctor had said just a day before, which was posted also. The Doctors Without Borders have been posting multiple videos of doctors saying that the health ministry is not telling us not to evacuate because it would be a death sentence, and the Israelis are threatening to bomb us, etc., etc. So I'd like to read out that statement, if I may, because we read out a lot of statements, and these.
Saw it, but there is an article in the Wall Street that the bomb that was dropped was an MK-84, American bomb.
Hold on, sorry, 2 secs. So who said
The
that?
American Wall Street Journal.
The American Wall Street Journal is talking about the bomb that dropped on the hospital.
The bomb that was dropped on Baptist Hospital was an American MK-84.
Holy shit! Can you send me through the
Yeah,
article?
I'm gonna look for it. I saw the report from someone else. I'm gonna.
Yeah,
if you can send
James,
it.
I can reaffirm that. So I've been reading into lots
So,
a while.
Alex,
So I can reaffirm that as well.
Sorry, what is that? Could you repeat that, please?
MK, what James said. It's American made, so therefore likely to be affiliated with one specific side.
It's a bomb? Is that what you're saying?
The bomb that
Welcome
It's
to
an
the
aerial bomb, yeah.
conversation.
It's an aerial trajectory that was from the Americans in the American industrial system. So yeah, it's going to be more likely associated with the Israelis.
That's correct.
No, we're actually seeing a lot of American weapons that Hamas has that they inherited from.
Okay, no,
guys, I'm all.
Hold on.
Sorry.
One bomb they've ever been managed.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, they've managed to launch, landed. Okay,
but that's not what I said.
I have breaking news. I don't know.
Heidi, what's the news? Guys. 2 seconds. Sorry. Brian, I know you have to jump off. I know, Brian.
Escalators of the plane, or whatever you call them in English. So he just arrived, German Chancellor, and the sirens are being heard.
Down the flight of stairs connected to the plane?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh gosh.
This is crazy.
They're showing it live now on Al Jazeera.
Yeah, can you send it through? Can you send me through a link
there
to
it?
There
is a picture of him.
I'm watching it live, so I'll see if they posted it.
Yeah, if you can, Heidi. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that broke a little bit ago. There's pictures of basically Germans coming off the Chancellor's plane, kind of taking cover, diving on the tarmac there. That's been out for a little bit. Couple things to address. Like I
Wait,
said,
I haven't finished my point yet, Alex. Sorry.
We'll go back, Syria. We'll go back. Yeah, we'll go back to Syria. I'll go back to you just quickly, and Alex as well.
Yeah, please go ahead. Mario, I'd like to let her finish if you don't mind. It's up to you.
I will go to Syrian girl. But if you can have, so Piotr, if you can send me through that Wall Street Journal article, Heidi, that German the German delegation running for cover, and also So I'll post the analysis in a bit. Syrian girl, go ahead.
So the doctor's statement: the Israeli occupation have begun sending threats to evacuate 4 hospitals. The Ministry of Health has said do not evacuate for any reason. They have already attacked 27 ambulances. Dozens of doctors and nurses and medical personnel have died. That was a day or two before the bombing. Finally, to come to the point, we have to understand that we are dealing with a terrorist organization. The IDF is a collection of 3 terrorist organizations: Ergon, Lehi, and Haganah. That is how they became to be. They used to bomb hotels. So, as they said before, the Kana massacre in 1920.
Sorry, are you reading this or is this historical commentary?
This is now this part about the Israelis being terrorist organization, the IDF. So,
okay. So
sorry. Tell you the agenda behind this then in that case. A ground operation, and there may be something else. It is my belief that this has a purpose that coincides with Biden going in to discuss things with Egypt and Jordan and escalation and de-escalation. This is, I believe, is this something else that they were talking about? I don't know if the agenda is because they actually don't want to go inside Gaza, and so they did something like this. So in order for the Americans to pull them back, or perhaps even the other way around, they want to destroy.
I'd like to respond when appropriate, please.
Or they want to destroy any chance of de-escalation, because they have. And at the end of the day, the motive here by the Israeli terrorist organization, the IDF, is revenge.
Guys, I want to focus on the news happening now, especially. So, Piotr, can you tell us what the Wall Street Journal says? If that's okay, I want to analyze that. Zev, I'll give you the mic as well.
I'm afraid I'm trying to get around the paywall at the moment, buddy. So give me a second. I wouldn't mind just responding to Senegal in the here and now, if that's all right.
Yeah, please go ahead, and but we'll keep it short, just so we're focusing on the developments.
Be as objective as possible and non-inflammatory. It's funny, a week ago you were talking about me not being the escalatory person, so here I am being my conventional self. So I just want to address this point. So, look, what have we got here? We have a situation in that I told everyone earlier to remember the humanization element to it. I still emphasize that point first and foremost, but we now have the situation where this kind of event is going to be, I think, the turning point in the extent to which the Israelis are able to conduct their ground operation without a severe restriction, pushback, whatever you want to call it, both from certain Western states and others. I'm being deliberately vague because I don't know entirely what that can constitute, but what I mean is that the Israelis are out for blood, and I don't mean that in a sort of inflammatory sense. I just mean that they obviously are still incensed with what happened. Incensed, I think, is a good word to use in this context. So for me, I think that if it comes out that the Israelis are the ones that were behind this strike, whether or not it was intentional or it was some kind of miscommunication, guidance error, whatever, there's still a huge ramification from that. So for me, that will greatly influence the operations on the ground. Where I push back on the previous speaker's point.
Piotr, just on the point you've made, what type of impact will it have on the war moving forward? Is it going to lead to Israel having to de-escalate their ground operation, or is it going to lead to a high likelihood of Hezbollah joining? So is it going to make things better or worse?
Yeah, so that's what I'm coming to, which is that I don't think that there is some kind of ulterior conspiracy or sort of grand strategy behind the timing of Blinken getting Biden to come to Israel. I want to also emphasize this is risky. If we cast our minds back 6 months ago, 8 months ago, Biden undertook a massively secret travel to Kiev in February, right? No one knew where he was going. He had a fraction of the security personnel that he's supposed to have. Even some of his own Pentagon, like basically the guy turned up in Kiev without anybody knowing. And now he's making a very pretty public trip to Israel. this is very, very, sensitive issues. So I don't believe the notion that this is all planned and that they're deliberately striking it because Biden's not coming in. As to implications for the longer term regional, this doesn't play well into the Israeli rhetoric, right? I'm not getting into whether or not Israel did it. I'm just stating it that this is not going to help the Israeli side in the sense of it looks increasingly like it came from an Israeli projectile.
I'm sorry to interrupt
let's
you.
hold on. I just
1
want to
second.
jump in really quick.
Wait,
I don't see anything.
MK24.
I don't see anything in the Wall Street Journal article that says Mark
Yeah.
84
So
or
first of
JM. So
all,
I'm not
okay,
seeing that.
84
So
or
Can
24.
I just answer Mario's question, guys, and then I'll let you guys debate it all you want.
Just
Cheers.
quickly,
I'm not trying to
please.
cause
All good, Piotr. Go ahead.
No worries. I'm not trying to cause a shitstorm. So all I'm saying is that, I haven't read the IWSJ article yet, so maybe everything I say will be redundant. All I'm saying is that whether or not enough people now, the weight has carried so far, the momentum, the tsunami, the tide has carried so far that enough people on the internet will not read the article, they will not believe what they're being told subsequently, and they will believe that Israel were the perpetrators of this event. So what does this do? This makes the authenticity, the authorization, the legitimacy of the ground operation into Gaza that much more undermined. Again, whether or not you believe the disinformation, misinformation, whatever. So now what happens? What happens now is Hezbollah's even more on edge because there's just been a humanitarian catastrophe unfolding. Now we see the Iranians, we see fellow neighboring states looking at this and like, this is even worse than we thought it could be. There's a frigging hospital involved. So it deteriorates even worse. I'm not saying we're going to see World War III and multi-front war, but it certainly exacerbates the situation that we all thought even 3 days ago was better.
Hold on, I just need to correct something here very important. I have not seen anything in the Wall Street Journal that talks about any type of munitions. What I have seen in the link that was shared in our group is from an Arabic language news site that doesn't even, I'm reading it right here, but on MK84, there's no link that I can see to the Wall Street Journal or any verified reporting.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Underscore Ben's point. Just underscore Ben's point.
So go
I
ahead,
agree
guys.
with
Yeah, go ahead, Michael and Alex.
Same here. Same
just
here.
really
Can we
quick,
please not
really quick.
report propaganda on this site? There's nothing in the journal article that says that.
Right. And I no disrespect to James or whoever had that source, but that was not verified. Okay. There's nothing in the Wall Street Journal that says anything about a Mark 84 bomb or anything like that. So let's just make sure that we're all on the same page.
So guys, just to be clear, like anything, and I've made this before, and we've had this happen a lot on the space. Every time we do it, there will be a lot of reports on all these different Telegram groups, WhatsApp groups. If we don't mention it, just take it as speculation. So anything that's sent to us, you hear me in the space saying, please send it to us. Our team reviews it, and we may still get it wrong, but we generally wait for sources to verify it. We're pretty accurate so far.
No, absolutely,
there will be.
I agree with you. But
Sorry, I retract. I saw it on 3 different posts. The 3 posts were a bit maybe on one side, and the 3 were writing that Wall Street Journal said that, so I reported it, and I had the other article. Didn't check
absolutely,
so
I absolutely, just like when you're no, and I'm guilty of the same thing, right? When you're quoting major reputable news sources, I think it should come from the news sources.
So we are just quickly before we go to Alex and Brian, we are getting more news, more reports of the protests getting bigger now, Layla, on the U.S. Embassy, and there's people with the Hamas flag and people with the Palestinian flag,
much bigger,
as well as people with the Hezbollah flag. And I'm sure Lebanese flag. I'm just saying there's one video I saw of people holding the Palestinian flag, another one of the Hamas flag, trying to put it like a high on the embassy. So it's a very symbolic protest. But Zev, I've got the report from the team about the military analysis of the bomb and where it's from. So I haven't read it yet. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm just going to review the report, but I'd love to hear Alex and Brian's thoughts on everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Alex, go ahead.
Sure. So first of all, there's been a lot of stuff that's been tossed out there. Take a deep breath for a minute. Some of it's correct and some of it's not. So let's just try to parse through this as a group here, and let's get through this one part at a time. I think the last statement that was made was poignant and correct. It almost doesn't matter at this point if you see the sides of the crowds that are all over the place. And as I said in the first spaces we did together as a group about a week ago, right after this happened, the Achilles heel for this operation is going to be a large explosion or deaths of Palestinians broadcast on news all over the place that could potentially inflame tensions and cause this to spark a regional, conflict here at the highest level of escalation. But what's more likely at this point would be a response from someone like Hezbollah here to what happened. And if that happens now, it would likely be before Biden gets there. The next thing is that when we normally speak here and we talk about things, and I've gotten a few questions, what about who's taking over in Palestine, or in Gaza afterwards, or this that about Iranian statements. I immediately ask for an Iranian or a Palestinian to chime in on especially domestic issues where I'm not qualified to speak. There's been a number of comments made about, quote, American complicity, or America would be guilty. Biden wouldn't show up because it would look terrible. Let me give you a Western lens on this one. There is no one that is going to look in the West that is going to look at a munition that was accidentally dropped, on a hospital, or even, quite frankly, even if it was purposeful, it would still be condemned. But that unless there was an American aircraft that was involved in dropping that or targeting that thing, there's no one that's going to see that as some sort of complicity that's going to stop Biden's trip from coming in. What would stop Biden's trip from coming is if there's a barrage of rockets that are firing in from, Hezbollah coming across the border, where Jerusalem and Tel Aviv are under attack and the aircraft can't land and wouldn't be able to come into the country. That is probably the only conditions in which that happens. So let's talk about all of that for a second. If there was an American bomb that was dropped, again, when I first started talking about this, when you asked me originally, I saw the rockets being fired from the ground. Yes, and it looked like they were near the hospital. Whether or not one of them was large enough somehow to come back and strike the hospital and cause that many deaths, if that's correct, doesn't make sense at face value, but no one's been able to give us an accurate casualty count. We also haven't seen the damage of the hospital. So quite frankly, I don't know what happened. And that's not because I'm looking at this from one side or the other. It's pure military analysis. Until somebody's going to be able to actually provide that accurate information, we won't know until the next day. But as other speakers said, you also can't hide that, right? You're going to be able to see that in the daylight and see what that actually looks like. But that's long gone at that point. Again, in his chair, and 1,400 Israelis were. They literally showed up all at once. Actually, they're still coming. So whatever that is,
They're still coming. Yeah.
rising Hamas, which again you can't do, to be going ahead and doing that. Going in and doing house to house, building to building searches looking for weapons. So unless the Israelis are willing to back off the objective that they stated, which would also quite frankly be political suicide given what happened, I don't see how that doesn't happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I think
can I
that's
jump in?
Yeah, go
Great.
ahead.
So, first of all, I agree with almost everything Alex said. The daylight between us is, I believe, if our own intelligence, U.S. intelligence, concluded that Israel intentionally struck that hospital, and again, I don't think that's going to be what happens. I do think Biden would alter his trip. Would he not go? I don't know, but it would definitely be a different look, and I think we'd be able to tell. That's number one. Number two is, the person who mentioned this Wall Street Journal story said, well, it was posted. Point is, you put out this propaganda. I don't mean you, the person in this group. They put out this propaganda. It gets repeated around the world. And by the time it's proven false, nobody remembers. So please be careful
Yeah,
what
I
you
mean,
say and post in here.
That's literally
large
before he
accounts are
beheaded
tweeting out.
baby's story.
Yeah. So, like, large. No, Ferris, I do take your point. Absolutely. I mean, large accounts are now tweeting out that it was an Mark 24. That's an out-of-date nuclear weapon. So, I get it. Michael, did you want to chime in? Okay, I guess that's fine. Ferris, go ahead.
Sorry. I had couldn't find the button there. Yes, really quick. The one thing I want to say, I think the way that we kind of handled all that was very good. I think what was probably put out, I think it was almost certainly intended, obviously, as disinfo, wherever it traced back to. Obviously, not blaming anybody in the group. I think they were probably trying to allude to Mark 84 as a JDAM, one of the larger JDAM kits. But you're right. There's nothing to verify any of that. But I think to Brian's point, rather than just kind of tread water on that, the bigger point is people have largely made up their minds on who's responsible, right? That was happening hours ago. That was happening even before some of the open source stuff or some of the other pictures and videos were circulating, right? So at the end of the day, That's not going to change, right? Depending on what, no matter what disinfo is out there, no matter what even comes out tomorrow or the next day on what really happened. But I think, we've done a good job being pretty objective about it. And I'm, like Alex and other people have said, I'm really waiting on forensic analysis. I'm waiting on more pictures and video, and I'm waiting on hopefully some kind of, BDA or some kind of release from any government on what their kind of, chain of events is here that led to the threat.
Michael, I've sent you through. So we did have a Marine Corps veteran analyze this, and we've had a couple of people check it. I've sent it to you, Michael. I've sent it to Piotr. I've sent it to Brian, Alex as well.
Could you
Jeff,
send it to me?
I'll send it to you as well, Ben. Just to have a look at it and let me know your thoughts before posting something like this. But we had a few people look at it as well. It's probably the most in-depth analysis we did. I know I posted a brief one earlier, but that's probably the more in-depth one. So I'll send it to you guys to have a look at if you'd like. In the meantime, I'll go to Layla and want to get an update on the. So they're burning houses next to the embassy at the moment. So which is interesting to see. That's getting Heidi, like it's getting worse. Yeah, Heidi, Layla.
Yes, it usually gets worse because when you have that much people with that much anger in Lebanon, it never ends up in peaceful results. I mean, that always happens. There's always going to be retaliation against. It happened before near the embassy, and I think Layla can confirm when a lot of protesters went there, they start letting out their anger on whatever they see in front of them because they can't reach the inside of the embassy because of the security. You have the U.S. military, of course, and you have the Lebanese security forces and dropping tear gas. And that amount of people, that was the first time you ever see that going towards the embassy, because the embassy is not even in Beirut. It's in an area called Aukar, which is further than Beirut. So for that much people to go there at that time, that fast, that there's a lot of anger now happening, and you can expect a lot of retaliation happening now in Lebanon as well.
Okay. Layla, anything else to add on the protests in Lebanon?
I want to say that, it's moved from being pro Hezbollah to also being people who are very, very angry and sad about the killing of people in hospitals. I know where I come from, the priest in my town, my hometown, declared that tomorrow for all of the congregation to gather so they can pray for the souls of the people who died in the hospital. I'm going to say something that's just pertaining to my own experience. If it's okay, Mario, I'm not going to take long. Sure. In 2006, I was taking my boyfriend to introduce him to my family. I said that before here. And while I was there, 1,300 people died. And while I am anti-Hezbollah and my family and people around my community, by the end of that trip, there were a lot of people rallying behind Hezbollah because hospitals were bombed, infrastructure was bombed. It was very, very reckless. And so many people died that weren't necessarily Hezbollah. They were on the fence, and some of them were anti-Hezbollah. That at the end of my trip, things changed. And that didn't really work out for Lebanon that well because, I don't want to go into this so much. I personally think it's Israel. I don't think that they wouldn't bomb a hospital. But that's just my own observation from my own experience, and it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart that it won't matter, because I feel like it won't matter. It won't matter where America stands on this. And I hope with time things change. That if something like this happen, it will matter. Because anytime civilians die, on either side, on all sides, unnecessarily, my heart breaks, and I don't want to move to a cynical side. I really hope we care. All of us here, our governments, I hope we care. It's just too much. Just go look at the videos. It's heartbreaking. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing this, Layla, and taking a break from this as you analyze the repercussions of the hospital bombing, and obviously that we analyze, not analyze, but we keep reporting the protests that are happening in Lebanon and other countries, but mainly Lebanon. The Israeli consulate in Istanbul is about to be demolished. Protesters broke through a police barricade. Let me post that video out. That's interesting. I didn't know that there was that big of a protest. Wow, they're already in the embassy, and they're all the way in the embassy in Turkey. So there seems to be very heavy protest, and goes to the point that we were discussing earlier. I think this will have severe repercussions. And Noga, moving your opinion away, and I will go to James and Faraz, putting your opinion aside, what impact do you think this will have on the war? Just trying to be objective about it. Curious.
I'm actually still debating. I don't know. I think I think I agree that there's a shift. I'm not sure that it's necessarily. Um, I'm not sure that at the moment it would be wise to. I think you need. I think we need to see where the winds blow in the next few hours at the very least, because the shift here isn't a kind. I understand and I agree that there's rage that is based on very little fact. And I think more than that, it's based on the fact that it's been brewing for 10 days of wanting to be on the right side and not wanting to switch. And now it's all clinging um, to this news that isn't, but is, and it's horrific. And it's sort of like an expression of that feeling. I don't know to tell you that it would necessarily become anything that is more than a tactical shift for the next couple of days. And I definitely don't think it's going to change anything in the Israeli mindset at this point. So I think I think I think people are grossly underestimating Israelis. I think even fears at this point. This rage isn't going to subdue anything that Israel is doing. It's not going to change the course. I agree with Ben's earlier assessment that it's not going to change the course of events. And since this sort of spontaneous rage has never met its match in Israel, I don't know to tell you. I mean, I would be very hesitant to tell you how this collision of titans, if that is what we see and not just like an expression that will die out, how it would play out. I do know that it doesn't change anything on the Israeli side at this point. I don't think it will change anything on the Israeli side anytime soon. So we will. I think the most responsible thing to say is that we should cautiously follow this, because it's not likely to die down because of, like, the fear effect. If everybody's angry, okay, never mind, that's not what's going to happen this time. So I think the responsible thing to do would be, I'm sorry, it's complicated, because I have been trying to answer this question for the past couple of hours and I still haven't
No, but just
fully
one
wrapped
thing.
my head
So
around it.
somebody that is not pro-Israel, not pro-Palestine, whatever, but 32-year munitions expert, I'm going to try to bring them up here, sent me this message. Anyone trying to analyze the events and determine what type of munitions were used based on Twitter videos and sound has zero credibility. Keep that in mind. Wait till the more information
I
comes out and the daylight comes to
that
be.
that actually reminds me, I'm not. I have understanding of a lot of things.
So we've had
Mario,
speculate as to it tomorrow. We can say this about every. Obviously, it's a bit too extreme, but at the same time, there's some.
yeah,
Cause that damage. We've seen the damage. Two
Mario,
seconds,
that's
Noga.
actually
Two
one of
seconds.
the.
I'll give you the mic, Noga. Give you the mic, Noga. 2 seconds. So we have that, for example, as one.
I'm not a munitions expert, but that just like.
Clarity is 100. This is what everyone. I think most, as my personal opinion, but my opinion could shift in an instant tomorrow morning if there's any evidence that comes out and shows something on the opposite, and that's very possible.
Okay,
so that's my point. Go ahead, Noga.
So to that end, and again, this is not my area of expertise, and I'm conveying someone else's analysis here. But apparently, as we mentioned before, the barrage, the Hamas barrage at 7:59, was a minute and a half range missiles. Those are very, very heavy missiles. They actually sent me a picture of one of them. It's a Kabir 1 rocket, which again, and those aren't even the biggest one, because the biggest one, which was meant for Haifa, is actually longer than a minute and a half long. So this is a very large bomb. It's actually bigger than the small JDAM Blue 111. That is it's almost twice the size in terms of warheads. So arguing that this isn't something Hamas or Jihad have is actually not true, and this is from their own website. And I have like this whole analysis comparing between the rockets. If anybody wants to see it,
So, but the
the
only
point
thing
is,
on
no,
that point,
the
Noga,
point
is
is,
the only, like, if we look at, now hold on,
the
hold on.
point of the analysis, however, is to say that the missiles that Hamas used on that particular attack were larger than the ones we're arguing Israel may have thrown on the hospital. So according to this
I don't,
expert,
but no, but
it
I don't know
wouldn't.
what expert, but Noga, every rocket damage we've seen in Israel has been smaller than this. Like, I haven't seen anything to that level of damage in the
Yes, but
entire barrage
again,
level, all barrage that we've seen.
and
So
this is
go
so.
ahead.
But Mario, the point is, you've also never seen Hamas shoot at Haifa before. This is a feat that they have yet to achieve. So this is very, very far
There's
away. You
some
have to
truth to
understand.
that,
It's
Mario.
literally on on the other side.
I do want to just say one thing to Noga's point. That is actually very, Haifa is not near Tel Aviv, right? Haifa, it's I think about 80 miles from the Lebanese border. And if they did, I'd like to see. I saw some of it, right? But if they did say that they were attacking,
That's my point.
yeah,
What we
No,
know
hold on,
is that
Zeb,
Hamas
hold.
declared that they were shooting an R-160 at Haifa at
So Noga, 2 seconds. Don't say reply Hadi or Firas. Noga, did you say Hamas made a statement in the Hamas made a statement in the Telegram that they're shooting that rocket towards Haifa?
Yes.
But
Just
the
before
Israel,
they
2 seconds. Yeah, Ben, you confirm that?
Hamas has
because you
declared that
can't
they're
accept that your
firing.
Israeli warplane
No. You want to blame Israel, obviously, because we have a lot of animosity there. So this is pretty common. So it's hard to be completely objective. But look, I think it's a fair statement. I still lean on the Israeli side, and I'm just genuinely curious.
Again, in
Yeah,
terms
more
of
people
size of
So go
rockets,
ahead.
these are significantly larger than the JDAMs we were talking about before. We know that they were fired because we know that there were alerts throughout Gush Dan and Shfila, which is like just before Haifa. So we know that there was an attempt at long-range firing, and we know that the long-range fires that Hamas sometimes does are large. This is from Hamas website.
Understood.
This would have been larger than
But how
even
would
that,
the alert
and it's
happen if the missile didn't reach? How would the alert be on if the missile
the
didn't reach
alert
and fell
isn't
in
on.
Gaza?
The alerts are on, and I've actually have a tweet with the alerts so that you can see them, and I've posted them onto the stream here as well. The alerts were Hamas said they're firing at Haifa as well. The alerts weren't for Haifa, and Haifa wasn't hit. Hamas said at 7:59 or 7:50 something, Hamas alerted on their Telegram account that they're doing it. The Israeli system registered the fires for the closer range. It didn't register anything for Haifa, and it's not a failure because it also didn't hit Haifa. But this is this is from Hamas Telegram. And the next thing on the Hamas Telegram thread is an announcement about a hit in the hospital. That is the information that came out from Hamas. And this is a very large missile with a very large impact, much more so than the smaller JDAMs that are being used. And the smaller JDAMs are being used because we're trying not to hurt people. Some earlier said that this hospital was already hit twice. Do you understand how precise Israeli attacks have to be if for the hospital to be hit twice and still be functioning right now?
Still be
So this
functioning
isn't
because they
something.
cannot leave. That's why, and the
It's
attacks
still
were not that strong
functioning
on them.
because okay, I don't even know if it was hit twice, but you have to understand that when Israel does it
So
does attack something, it does it already hit twice, already knows that what Israel does when, and I'm not saying that's what happened, but they know for a fact that after 2 attacks, the hospital is still standing. Sense for this to be a Hamas attempt at doing something it has never done before to
Oh,
literally blow up in everyone's
Even
faces.
the big
can,
rockets you're talking about.
Okay,
They're
so
not
Noga, are
counting
you
a
on
Noga,
major,
Hamas.
the
Noga, Noga,
Jerusalem
Noga,
Post.
Noga, Noga, Noga? Are you
I don't. How
from? Did that discuss where the point of origin was for the rocket at all?
This is
Okay,
not
yeah, I think
saying
okay.
now.
okay, fine.
Just
Look,
one second. Hold on, just 1 second. I think Ferris made a very good point, right? If we are going to quote Hamas telegram, everything has to be verified, right, on both sides. So there's from the Jerusalem Post, which is, take it as you will, I believe it's a trustworthy source. Avi Meir said, confirming that they launched the
yeah, so
rocket.
this is yeah. Let me
Again, yeah.
Reuters. Yeah, Ben. No, no. Reuters confirmed this. So the Israeli defense. So first, just on that. So just to what Firaz was saying. No, guys, that the Telegram group you're referring to is not a Hamas Telegram group. So he wanted to
Exactly.
just so he wanted to say that that was false. But let me go back to the Reuters
I'm sorry.
piece.
How is it not?
I'll
The
let you guys.
reporting.
Because it's
How is
not
it
an
not? They
official
have been.
Hamas telegram, and even the
It's fine.
link
It's
that they
not an
use
official
doesn't
Hamas
link to their
telegram, but
website.
they have
Yeah,
been
sure.
reporting quite accurately for quite a while now. So fine. It's
Sure.
not an official Hamas report.
So let me
It's
go
just
back.
someone
Yeah.
else's
So
report that's been
go,
accurately
guys.
reporting
So
from Gaza.
Fefe, no, go. Please, let me mention something else. So the Israeli intercepted conversations that will prove the Islamic Jihad were behind the bombing of the Al Ahli Baptist Hospital that just came in from the Israeli Defense Force.
This is
So
more muck, Mario. This is just more muck. Tomorrow, when the
we
ordnance experts go and check and see the footage of the bombing, they're
will
going to
know.
make a determination on what type of bomb was used, and that's definitive evidence because now this new like story about Hamas
I'm
has
sorry.
or Islamic
I
Jihad
have to
has
ask
double the
something
size
about
of
that.
bombs is just bull crap. Honestly, there's nothing else
Let me
to
ask one
describe it.
question. Let me ask you one sincere question. So, and I don't doubt you, Ferris. You know that. That being said, if the experts do come out and say yes, that this was jihad or Hamas or something, would your narrative change?
100%, 100%.
Okay, perfect. No,
Hundred
and
percent.
absolutely.
I would immediately condemn it, and I'd put out a statement and a tweet saying this was Islamic Jihad playing with people's lives, and I would expect the same. I expect the same from Noga and from anyone else who would try to
Absolutely.
defend it, saying that tomorrow, when we look at the actual ordinance and the bomb and figuring out what type of bomb was dropped, okay, on this hospital, to put out a statement saying that they condemn the bombing of the hospital and not to
I
come up with
condemn the
some new.
bombing of the hospital right now.
Yeah,
I
even
don't like the
if
idea of the
Israelis,
hospital being bombed, but I don't think, no, honestly, the problem is in this, I
you
don't
don't
think,
believe it because
regardless,
we're not on the
no, I
receiving
think,
end
no,
Let
I
of
me
think
Gaza
listen.
Death,
regardless
so
of
it's the
who
No,
did
problem.
it,
no,
I
just
don't
one
think
moment.
they did it on purpose.
Okay, let
Oh,
me
it's
just
Um,
say
clearly
this.
on purpose.
yeah. So
One
guys, let
quick
me.
second. It's
Yeah.
important that I say this, Mario. One second.
Go ahead.
I condemn the hospital bombing, regardless of who bombed it.
Exactly.
It's unacceptable. So, Fears, I want you to know that it's unacceptable, point blank.
I think
But
we can. I
I
thought
have a
that was like a
question to the,
common point of
Okay,
but I
agreement
Mario, I
do
that
think
have
you
a
we
wanted to
don't
say
question
bomb
to
something.
the
Go ahead. I
experts.
innocent
interrupted you.
civilians.
Yeah. Oh, good. Oh, good.
But I do have a question to the experts in this regard. I mean, I understand a lot of people saying no, that you could see it from above and it's fine. But first of all, I didn't know bombs have DNA tests. And again, I'm not a munitions expert. If that's the case, please tell me. But second of all, we know that Hamas is homemaking these. They're manufacturing it. We know that they're recycling undetonated bombs that have been dropped in Gaza Strip in the four. We know that they're stealing. Do you know to tell me? I'm honestly asking. Do you know to tell me that if you see a makeshift bomb like this, a very very large one, apparently, you are able to decipher something that you haven't seen before because it's a Hamas made something. You are able to distinguish between that and something
I
that is.
think
Noga,
I
you're
think
prefacing this by throwing muck at the whole story, and this is the typical thing that the
So
Israelis
I'm
do
I'm
anytime they
honestly
commit a war
asking a
crime.
question at this
The
point.
same thing,
But
and it's
yeah,
not
I
just
think
Israelis
Hamas
who do
did this.
this.
This can't be
Anytime a
news to you right
government
now.
commits a war
so, guys.
crime,
My
So, guys.
government didn't commit any
So I
war
would
crimes, and I
just
every
rejected
so for
that
day,
us,
preface.
okay,
every day,
guys.
Noga.
So for us, it just like you can answer her. You could just answer directly the claim. So Noga, what he's saying is that this could be a handmade bomb that they've created out of nothing, and that no one knows what it
My,
really is. Yeah, this is pretty far fetched. I
my
think the
response.
claims of this is
Thank you,
another.
Mario. Thank
No,
you,
no,
Mario.
No, it's
I want to
not.
say it
I'm sorry,
respectfully.
Mario. It's not
I want to
far
say.
fetched. We
Yeah,
know that this is what happens.
Mario,
yeah, I know,
But
but
Mario.
you'd see,
we heard in
guys.
the
I want to.
video, we heard in the
Let's
video
go. Yeah, go
something
ahead, Heidi.
dropping.
Let's move on. Go ahead, Heidi.
I
Heidi, go
was just
ahead.
gonna say that we heard in the video that something was dropping. It's not something that exploded from the ground. We saw
No,
on the
she's
video.
claiming. No, she's saying that it could be something that they've just created, something that no one could, any munitions expert can't decipher. I just don't think you can make a rocket with that size. Hamas can make something like this. They don't have the capability to make it, let alone launch it, especially in a
Well,
wartime when they're
they
barely
don't have a
surviving.
capability to
Mario.
launch it,
If the
Mario. I think
Hamas
that's the point.
Hamas can do a
They don't.
makeshift bomb
You think
this
it blew
well,
up? So hold on. You think it blew up there?
No,
No,
I
go.
think
Oh.
I think I think that the payload. I don't know if the payload was too heavy or the whatever was.
just choose a story, man. Choose a story.
Okay, let
Yeah,
me just
yeah. So,
let me
go
jump
ahead,
in
Deploying
here
a
go.
on that.
Let's
rocket
Here's
move
from
the
the
it.
deal.
Michael,
Gaza
go. Yeah,
Strip
no,
to
go.
target is
I'll
not an
have.
easy thing
No,
to
go, no,
do,
go.
and it
No,
was
I'm
an
gonna
attempt.
address.
It
I'm gonna
failed.
no,
No, go.
I'm
No,
gonna
okay.
address.
Go ahead, Michael.
No, I'm gonna address some of your questions, which I think are fair. I think, look, if it so. So it's got to be one or the other, right? Like either you think it's an R160 or you think it's something homemade. Something like an R160 is more produced according to schematics, right? In a very uniform way. Again, it can be used. You can do that with bootleg parts and things like that. But they're all going to basically be conformal to the same set of schematics, right? That's how you mass produce any kind of munition, even if you're making it,
But do you not
with
improvise if you're missing
underground and
something?
things like that. Well,
Noga,
you
please.
can, but
I need
but
to.
so
Yeah, please.
so
Go.
part of the point was going to be, look, I think if you're saying it's an R160, even though I think the payload is awfully small to have the kind of casualty effects that we're talking about here, I'd be more open to that than the idea that it was like a totally handmade, inertial kind of thing with no warhead or a very very small
I
warhead.
agree, but my
So
question is, could you take the schematics and improvise in a way that it would backfire and
yeah,
fail,
I
but
thought
it
you said
wouldn't
you weren't
look
an
like the
ordnance
original
expert,
thing
so
anymore?
Guys, this is
So we have.
so
getting
no,
a
I
little
think we
Yeah,
need
yeah.
to
I
ridiculous.
move
think,
away.
guys.
We
Yeah,
need
this
to move
is.
away from the
Guys,
speculation.
yeah. I think it's gone. There's speculation, and there's going down massive rabbit holes and getting stuck there for 3 hours. There is demonstrations in Iran as well. They're trying to reach the embassy in Iraq as harder than other countries to support the attacks that we saw in the hospital and the general war in Gaza. So that's happening. There is a lot of protest. Whether whoever launched that rocket, the response around the world is definitely not to Israel's advantage. It kind of, if you want to say, let's say it is Israel, even if it is Israel, the argument that was intentional. Just look at the global response. It's just not doing them any favors. It's jeopardizing their entire plans. So just again, that's why I find it very hard to believe it is intentional, assuming it is Israel. Alex.
Yeah, so there actually was an element of truth to what she was saying, and let me explain before everybody starts exploding in the room because it'll make sense for a minute. So I was on the receiving end of modified 107 millimeter rockets that Iran provided to Shia militias in Baghdad. We refer to them because the army gives an acronym to everything, as an IRAM, an improvised rocket assisted munition. They tried to strap 55-gallon fuel drums packed with explosives on the front. They flipped end over end and they were a disaster. Trying to modify a rocket of that type, particularly if it was a long-range rocket that was fired at Haifa, if that's in fact what it was, would make that so unstable. Trying to go ahead and do all the extra explosives there, it doesn't make sense at face value. Now, having old crappy munitions explode in the Middle East and not work right, where have I seen that for the last 20 years? I don't know, everywhere. Yeah, so yes, it's possible, but the information we've been given about the explosions and the the number of people dying and everything else that's all over the place. None of it really makes sense for any of the scenarios that have been put up. And until that information comes out tomorrow, like the adult in the room, whoever that person was with 32 years of experience said is 100% correct. The rest of us, everybody else is speculating. Now, that doesn't mean we shouldn't be talking about it, because you're right, it's extremely important given what's going on. And I think watching the situation, it's looking explosive from Baghdad to Tehran, to Beirut, to southern Lebanon, to Turkey. I mean, people are infuriated by what they're seeing here. The biggest risk to everything we see now is that an operation gets launched either by Hezbollah or someone else before Biden arrives, and they have to turn the aircraft away. This is a serious issue. Now, I think the problem is, too, the cat's out of the black bag in terms of this thing happening. People have confirmation bias, as was mentioned. And even if the IDF is correct in terms of putting that information out, trying to walk everybody back from the brink, given everything that's going on, is going to be extremely difficult. So the humanitarian situation that is in Gaza right now is basically what is fueling anger at the situation with Israel. And when I say humanitarian, I'm also including the deaths that are coming as a result of the military operations. That being said, to everybody else, when it came to the hospitals and the comments that were made before, the last piece that needed to be addressed: if they were given lawful orders to move from a part of the country and they were gone, whether anybody likes it or not, under law, if they're given warning to move out of there for a military operation that is supposedly prosecuting terrorists who killed 1,400 people last week. And again, when Syrian Girl was reading that stuff out, I know there's people probably wondering, the definition that we have used for terrorism, right, is politically motivated violence against civilians. For the narrative that she put out to be true there, that she was reading from someone,
No, I wasn't reading that.
it would have to be purposeful use of violence against civilians for the purpose of intimidating them with fear, to try to get some sort of policy change from the Palestinian leadership, either in Gaza or the West Bank, to give them something that they wanted to terrorize, or to get them to stop doing something, right? That would have to be. It's the same thing when people are complaining about Hamas being called terrorists, the folks that went across the border. 2,500 people crossed the border and purposely killed 1,400 civilians for the purposes of achieving a policy outcome, which is whatever it was that they wanted, whatever claims that they have made. That makes the individuals who did that terrorists by definition. That doesn't mean every single person in the West Bank or Gaza is terrorist, because that is, that's racist and that's not true. And we just need to be careful about labels and definitions, and understand that there's definitions for a reason.
May I answer to that, because there's some disconnect. I wasn't reading out the statement when I said that. May I clear that up?
What statement you're talking about?
No, she's saying that was her personal opinion, not a statement.
So it wasn't my personal opinion. I'm saying
Wow.
that historically the IDF was built of 3 terrorist organizations that were internationally recognized as terrorist organizations, and they did bomb like British hotels in order to get
I
political.
thought we were done with
Oh,
the
Brian,
historical
We're
bombing
back.
a
Yeah, I
while
think this
ago.
is a bit I think it's irrelevant to the discussion, completely irrelevant. So this doesn't help the discussion at all. I do want to go sticking to what's happening right now, especially the protests. I did bring, before going to Brian and Faraz, I did bring Amir up, but it glitched out for him. Just get an update on the ground. I'll bring him up again to get an update on the ground in Iran, where there's heavy protests as well. Brian, would love to get your thoughts, and then Faraz.
Well, just a couple quick things. One, I agree with Alex's definition of terrorism, which is the definition under U.S. law. I would just note that there probably are people on this space that don't really care what U.S. law says, and they have a different definition. I agree Hamas's actions were terrorist actions under U.S. law. Not sure that ends the debate in the room. More importantly, though, I just, again, the sun's going to be up in 5 or 6 hours. I really think it's irresponsible to speculate on the bombing. But if we're going to speculate, I have a question for the military experts, and that is, and I was thinking of this too as Naga was speaking, if you had a weapon, improvised or not, and by the way, the Russians have found out a lot about improvised weapons that they never knew could be produced in Ukraine, and nobody expected. But if you had a rocket, a missile, whatever you want to call it, that was powerful enough and had enough fuel to strike Haifa from Gaza, and it misfired, would that not be able to ignite the fuel in the rocket and do a much more amount of damage than what the payload just would have done on its own? Thanks.
Michael, do you want to try taking that one? Michael, or Alex, or Patrick's there as well.
I mean,
Again,
theoretically he's right, but I'm tapped out of my level of expertise on that one. I mean, yes.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Yeah, I think just that, but Brian, like the ability for them to modify it and to launch, like, so just for me, it's like they managed to modify one rocket and they launched it. That one rocket fell on a hospital in Gaza and caused this damage. and they modified it in the midst of a war where they're desperately trying to survive and barely able to launch basic rockets. Even the result after the hospital bombing, they were like meant to they launched rockets in response to that, and they were like, again, tiny rockets that all got intercepted.
I'll just say really quick too. Sorry, Mario. Just that when we're talking about, I think Brian's question is a fair question, but we're so many degrees removed now from like what we know occurred that it's so hard to
I
speculate on
agree.
did
I
something
agree.
catch on fire and did this happen. But I actually think what Brian raises is a good question. Given that there are all of these really interesting variables here, I think actually whatever comes out in the investigation, whatever comes out in the next couple of days, could be more interesting than we're thinking, right? Like maybe it's true that a single rocket or a single standard type of rocket wouldn't cause this kind of damage, even a standard R-160. So maybe we learn from forensic analysis or other things that come out in the next 12 to 24 hours that, oh, it was modified, or it was a new type of rocket, or it was some other variable there that I think could explain how it could be, Hamas or PIJ. And like I mentioned at the very top of this, there's no question that Hezbollah rockets have these kinds of capabilities. I think another interesting angle to consider is, was something like that maybe given to Hamas or given to PIJ?
I also have another quick question. Something in the audience messaged me. Would it be a safe assumption? I'm not sure of naval capabilities, but considering there are so many U.S. Naval crafts in the vicinity, would it not be feasible to assume that they would have been able to track at that specific time if there were any jets over the Gaza Strip, Israeli jets?
That's what I'm saying. I think U.S. intelligence knows the answer to this, and that's why I say watch what Biden does in the next 12 hours.
I
Yeah,
have a
fair
question
enough.
Could I
for
make a
Brian.
statement, please? Just
Can I ask Brian a question? Brian, do you? That's also a sincere question because I really, my background, I don't really trust the U.S. But I want to ask you, if, for example, the U.S. has proof that Israel was behind this, do you believe in these circumstances they will actually go out and say Israel is behind this?
Good question. I think they
I
would
have
be
breaking news
careful
when we're
about it.
done.
Okay, I think it would be. They probably wouldn't do it right away. What you would see is that the U.S.'s actions would change, and then they would put it out eventually, but not in the midst of all this chaos.
All right, thank you.
We can't keep a secret to save our lives these days. Half the class had it over the
That's
front.
true.
If this
Very,
actually
very
happened,
true.
Did we talk about the
Guys, there's
shift?
a Haaretz.
Guys, would you have
Sorry, Noga.
two
Just one
There's a
seconds?
second.
Haaretz tweet from the IDF spokesperson saying we have a recording of a conversation
Yeah, we
between
mentioned that.
Yeah, we
Islamic.
brought that up.
Okay, I
And
missed
also,
it. Sorry.
Yeah, it came in from
IDF
Reuters.
the
Also,
So
would you
IDF
it's
have
Islamic
guys?
Jihad operatives speaking about
I said we reported it,
the
Noga.
launch.
Noga.
Noga,
I
we
said
already
reported
put
it.
So
the
is it
IDF. The
from
Noga.
IDF
Israel?
is all. No, Noga. Just one
All right,
second.
guys.
The
Sam,
IDF. The
Ben, let me move on. So there's a president of Iran also commented, the flames of American and Israeli bombs will devour them. He vows a harsh response of what happened to Al-Aqsa Baptist Hospital. That's Iran vowing a harsh response. Again, you'd expect them to say something like this.
Yeah, Mario, I have something to explain because now it's circulating about fake news. Iran just raised the black flag at Imam al-Rida shrine, and that's in the Shia doctrine means mourning. And some people are circulating why this means revenge and declaration of war. The black flag means mourning, not declaration of war yet.
Yes, and then an IDF colonel was just interviewed and said we have shared evidence with you, the Americans, that will be presented shortly. So there we go. I'm not saying that what that means anything. I just apparently there is intelligence sharing, which I think would be expected, right?
Can I jump in and make
Yeah, of course.
make a few statements? One, this is the fourth hospital to be bombed in Gaza in the last 8 days, not the first. Two, there has been an unprecedented amount of genocidal rhetoric coming out of the Israeli government officials saying they want to flatten Gaza. They want to, cut off they've already cut off the water, the electricity. Since the bombing of the hospital, Israeli airstrikes are still ongoing. They haven't even stopped bombing Gaza right now. So this is just another factor. Number three, we've already seen over 1,000 children have been killed by Israeli airstrikes, and nearly what is the number now? 10,000 wounded. Number four, this isn't the first time war crimes have been committed in Gaza by airstrikes. It's just the most violent that we've ever seen because of the circumstances and because of the rhetoric and because of the situation. So let's I know there every time it comes to, see, this is the problem, is that now anytime there's something that happens that's becomes an international situation, and everyone's jumping on it, no one tried to, the most of the West jumped on, and even the UAE and a bunch of other countries, immediately started condemning the Israeli, the Hamas, attack on the Israelis and the hostages that they took. No one tried to push back on any of that statement because, quote unquote, Hamas is a terrorist organization, and, all of that. But immediately when the Israelis do it, and even when they say they're doing it, and they've been doing it for 9 days, suddenly now everyone is in a much more,
Yeah,
defensive kind of
So
position,
I,
where it's
quickly,
like,
I,
just
I
are
think
we
before I
maybe,
sure it's
just
them? Are we
Ben
not
2 secs.
sure?
All right, two
It's
secs,
it's
guys. So I just gonna I brought up Wajih and Amir as I've just get an update on what's happening in Iran. But before that, so I've just got in the next couple of minutes I'll be posting the analysis that the team's been doing for the last few hours. And using various sources, it's including one main source. So you'll see that come up in the next less than 5 minutes. I'll be just jumping off, giving it a final look, Ben, before getting them to post it. So I'll give you the mic, just get you an update on Iran, and I'll be back.
yeah, no, just to Ferris's point, and I do take it. I absolutely do take and understand your point. I suppose the one caveat I would add as to why, there's a potentially an unequal slant is that, I don't think that one could say that, overall Israel is intentionally targeting the civilians, whereas Hamas has. Hamas didn't attack military targets, right? They went into southern Israel and killed everything.
they did actually target military targets,
Right,
Benjamin.
but the overall body count is not, it's not 1,400 soldiers, right? It's 250 party goers, and
If
then
we
people
take that
being.
as a percentage, Benjamin, then technically the Israeli militaries target even more civilians, because there's more civilians that are dead as a percentage.
Targeted, not who got hit.
Yeah, that would be my point. However, that being said, Amir, you had some insight into what's going on in Iran, I believe. Please go ahead, sir.
Thanks for your question, Ben. Actually, this is like breaking out. Actually, the Iranian leader, before all of this, he actually called this in the morning, which was kind of weird to me just looking back. He said that like the rage from the Islamic nations, nobody can, like, I don't know, nobody can stop this. Like if Israel's crimes continue, no one can stop the resistant forces. The leader said this like 10 hours ago. This is a little bit crazy. And something, guys, which can help us all, and I'm going to be very quick. Back in 2020, after the US killed Iranian general and Iran hit back by hitting US bases in Iraq, this was like 2, 3 years ago. Maybe some of you won't remember this. Some incident happened. Iran accidentally hit a Ukrainian plane, and like everybody is in shock. And actually, I can understand how Ben, the guys who are American, Israeli are feeling. You guys are in a state of shock. Who can't believe this? But believe me, this is for me. It's like deja vu. Like back in then, we couldn't have think that Iran, the RGC actually hit that plane by mistake. And for me, what happened with this hospital? Yeah. As an Iranian, I don't think Israel did this like purposefully, but I think they made a huge mistake, and I think
And Amir, if
this
I
is
can
for
just,
me the
I want to
deja
correct
vu
one
like
thing. I
that.
want to correct one thing, Amir. Listen, I am absolutely not discounting the point that Israel may be responsible for this, right? I am not going to say that no, it's impossible. Absolutely not. I've never made that claim, nor would I ever make that claim, because I do know the history of a little bit of the conflict, so forth. So I am absolutely open to the possibility that this is a tragic mistake on the part of the Israelis. But I personally, as an individual, am not prepared to go as far, because I don't believe it, that this was intentional. That's all I was saying. I wanted to clarify that.
Well, yes, and so basically, your question, I don't want to talk too much. I think the place that we should be focused on, and I think Hadi can agree with me, is what will Hezbollah do next regarding this. Like, we are reaching a point that the Iranian-backed forces, this is just hard for them to do nothing, actually. I would keep my focus on the northern front, and we had a report from Wall Street Journal that some IRGC forces 2, 3 days ago, before all this, were moving close to the Israeli borders, or some Iranian directives to Hezbollah regarding some tit for tat attacks. I think that can intensify, and we should really see that front. Thanks.
Absolutely. And just before we go to Piotr, I would love to hear your thoughts on this. Please go ahead, Piotr.
Thanks, Benjamin. Yeah, I mean, look, I've been more quiet than I initially will be on these sorts of things because I don't comment on things unless I have a clear personal and professional view on these things. I don't have a clear personal view on the entire situation, let alone a professional view on this immediate event, incident, whatever you want to call it, accident, intentional strike. I personally think that it's too sophisticated. I've listened to Alex, I've listened to people that I have time for, and I'm not blaming the Israelis for doing this intentionally. We will get into those debates. There'll be plenty of reaction spaces to this one that will go into that. But for me, the trajectory, the size of the explosion or impact, the general everything that we've heard tonight is it's too indicative of something that is too I don't know, sophisticated, right, in terms of the military
I think
capacity.
that's a fair point. I do think that's a fair point, Piotr. I'm going to give you that. Please, yeah.
Yeah, no, as I say, I'm not trying to say. I'm trying to be very careful in this because Israel is angry. They are not happy with what happened. This whole thing began because Hamas launched the attacks on Saturday. Others will argue that Hamas represents a group of people that have always felt overwhelmed and encroached upon. So this entire thing can go back, decades, years, and so on. So just treating it in the here and now, personally for me, the situation is incredibly complex and not one that we're going to be able to solve over a space, no matter Mario and yours and Hadi's and everyone else's best intentions. I think this is the value of Israeli X spaces in that we talk about it in real time. This will be analysed for months, weeks on end into the future, not only from this context, but going into the future of how does one conduct a safe civilian strikes in accordance with IHL, i.e. International Humanitarian Law. And I know listeners will be thinking, what the hell is he talking about? But trust me, this will be taken by lawyers and academics and
absolutely
looked upon for many years to come. So bottom line, when it comes to Iran, I don't think that this one singular instance, changes the overall calculus of the Iranians or the Islamic Republic. I personally don't think that the Islamic Republic were going to be swayed in terms of the grand strategy, i.e. the overarching approach that the country has towards the world in one singular incident. I don't think that they're going to be enraged. They may well be angry. They may well actually be. Let's play devil's advocacy to our own argument and say that this was actually a failed Hamas rocket launch. I don't think the Israelis are going to. The Iranians are going to launch on that and suddenly be like, right, yes, that is legitimization by which to endorse Hezbollah, Syrian factions, and we cause a multi-front war. I still don't see this whole situation worsening to multi or interstate conflict. I just don't. I think countries, immediate state actors like Iran, Syria, will look at this, watch how other countries react, namely the West. And if the West is condemning in their response, then they will be we don't need to do anything because the West in itself is criticizing Israel. So I will hold off on saying Iran's going to wake up
That's
tomorrow and
actually a very
start
good
doing
point, Peter. That's a very, very good point. I don't know if Mario's back yet, but I did want to give Syrian Girl an opportunity to respond. You've had your hand up. Please, Syrian Girl, go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Syrian Girl?
Yes, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hi there.
Yep.
So I think that I completely disagree with the notion that this was an accident. As Piotr pointed out, this is too sophisticated to simply be an accident. So I think that the intentions were clearly stated, and there's been, even before the bombing, there was some attempts at justification for the bombing by media outlets. There was a report by the BBC that claimed, does Hamas build tunnels under hospitals? So the motivations are, again, you have to understand that they were demanding these guys to evacuate for days. They bombed the hospitals in a small way beforehand, which was called knocking on the roof. I think that the motivations are again clear, but I wanted to say that I didn't actually get to finish that statement by the doctor. I was interrupted during that, but at the end he says that we're all going to die. Like, there's no internet, there's no food, there's no water. They're telling us we have to evacuate. Uh, this thing is, we have to look at the whole thing in context. They have been making genocidal language for a very long since for the last 9 days, and they've killed 2,000 kids already. Sorry, 2,000 civilians, 1,000 children. And one of the things is, they IDF, they're throwing out so many different narratives right now. It's kind of similar to the babies beheaded burning thing. They threw out the babies were beheaded and burned. It was 40, then it was 1 and 2. They're throwing out, it was Hamas rockets that were inside the hospital that were exploding after a missile got hit, and then there was an errant missile that somehow caused significant damage, and actually it wasn't Hamas, it was Islamic Jihad. And all of these like intrigues, and it's all just trying to muddy the waters. But we were witness to the last few days. We will not forget what they've been threatening to do is what they did. And I think that the response, there has to be some kind of a response for this, because the people themselves will not allow just nothing. Amir would agree.
Can I just clarify one point to what Seringel said? 20 seconds, which is that this is where I think we need to be cautious, conscious, specific when we talk about responses, as I've made very clear from the get-go when it became clear that the Israelis would get a hold of the situation. It depends, I think, largely on what happens on the ground. If this is, again, speculating that a Israeli strike went skew-if, this is going to undermine, this is going to weaken the confidence that a lot of, I think, Israelis have, or the IDF has, when it comes to the competency or efficacy they have on the ground. Not because they're not a competent force, but just because they're like, ooh, shit, this didn't go well. We've struck a hospital. Now we're suddenly feeling insecure or very self-conscious about the ability to have said level of, performance on the ground, right? What happens if we accidentally shoot at a X, Y, and Z location and it's full of actually civilians, not combatants? So this kind of thing plays into the minds of the overall strategy. So for me personally, I this does have a lot of impact for their immediate response, which could well then impact everybody else's response. I still think that Hezbollah most specifically are going to be absolutely pissed, as a lot of Palestinians and other Islamic people who are obviously watching the situation unfold will feel. So
absolutely, that's a very good
but
point.
I want to draw the distinction. Sorry, my main point is that I still want to draw the distinction between a lot of surrounding neighboring countries and Iran, because Iran is the specific country that needs to be taken in this case.
I appreciate.
Sorry, man.
That's right. So I've just posted the and I want to get some news as well, including some news from France. It's really interesting. So I've just posted the analysis done. I put a massive disclaimer there that this is preliminary analysis. So let me add that. It's preliminary and is done by a Marine Corps. So we have an MSNBC reporter. Someone sent me this, also saying that this is an Israeli rocket. I know we've moved on for that, but that's just a reporter. Maybe they misspoke. So I wanna go to the news. I've just posted it right now. It's a long tweet. If anyone really wants to take time and go through it, but it took us a lot of time to write, and literally a few hours. 4 or 5 people working on it for a few hours. So it took us a lot of work to do, and they've analyzed the information we have so far in the middle of the night to conclude that it doesn't say that it's an Israeli rocket, but does say that Hamas does not have the capabilities, or the other guys, the Islamic Jihad, don't have the capabilities to launch such a rocket. I've just pinned it at the top. It is pretty detailed, probably the most detailed you'll see so far. And feel free to break it down and give us feedback. So that's that. I want to go to some news as well. So one interesting piece of news is the French position on this. So
I wanted to ask Piotr Mario if he has read about the French position. the French have been, just for everyone, for a bit of context, they have been supporting Israel so much since the beginning that they even put people inside their parliament on trial for calling Hamas a resistant organization, even though they claimed that the attacks were terrorist, but they said Hamas is a resistant organization. They took them to court, and it seems that it's going in the way of getting the person punished somehow. And today, for the first time, Macron started talking after he has been talking, and his prime minister have been talking always about being on full support with whatever Israel wants to do. They talked for the first time about a corridor, and actually like explicitly someone from the government saying it, and not back channeling or talking with other countries. I wanted to know what if this is the start from one of the big countries shifting their views. What do you think about that, Piotr?
So I'll be very quick on that. The French and the Israelis have a solid, complicated, I guess, relationship. France was Israel's main weapon supplier, I think, until their withdrawal from Algeria in the 1960s, if I remember correctly. And they improved strongly in the 80s. France, that being said, has a difficult relationship with Islamic Muslim groups, not because of anything specific, but because they have one of the highest proportions of any country in Europe. And this is something that has become a major source of social contention within the country, both for domestic but also foreign reasons. We've seen what happened in Niger earlier this year. You guys can see that on my profile. We've seen what happened in Gabon. France, in its francophone efforts in North/Western Africa, have had a trickle effect, into other parts of Islamic countries, and when it comes to the situation,
quickly, if you don't mind, Piotr, because I know we're moving way off topic.
So basically, that France was the first and I think only major power to ban not just Hamas but any Palestinian protests. They have come out with all sorts of I think someone was saying that Macron basically said he wants to deport anyone who supported Palestine. That's an exaggeration. He basically wants to sort of just crack down on certain things. But yeah, France is one of the countries that is taking a very overt, strong response to this. Does that immediately play into the dynamics in the region? No. I would look at the Americans and the British with their aircraft carriers in the Eastern Med as the predominant Western entities that could tip the balance in a certain direction, personally.
Guys, yeah, so okay, so Biden just put out a statement. I directed the U.S. National Security Team to continue collecting information regarding what happened at Baptist Hospital. So that came in from Biden just now.
Can I ask a question, Mario, after you're done?
So Biden also said, I feel angry. And if it's a relevant question, like we just went on a bit of a tangent just now.
It's about this topic.
Yeah, I feel angry and deeply sad. That's another statement by Biden as well. I want to get initial thoughts on those statements. That Brian, is the basic statements. Alex, Brian, what you'd expect?
Yeah. So a couple things. One is, I think that statement by Biden coming out when it did just reinforces what we talked about earlier, that if U.S. intelligence tells him this was an intentional strike by Israel, he will modify his trip in some way. If he doesn't, that's pretty good evidence that we don't think that's what happened. One. Two, to the point about France, it's already been reported in U.S. media hours ago that President Biden only agreed to visit Israel now, at this point, once the U.S. secured commitments from Israel, and I can't remember, maybe other countries, to establish a humanitarian corridor. So I would say the French statement makes more sense as a follow-on to the U.S. position rather than a backpedal. And then third, Mario, as you know, I suggested we not publish that analysis. But since it's up, I want to go back to our experts and say, maybe I misheard this, but I thought someone, maybe Patrick, someone with knowledge and experience stated earlier that the lack of secondary explosions suggested it was not a JDAM.
No, that was not an expert. No, that was definitely not an expert. That was someone in the military which we've had before. I saw your comment as well, and I looked into his background and other things he said. If Alex or who was it? I think it was James Dominic, whoever speaks to us all the time, or Jeff said that, I would take it seriously. But no, the person that spoke, great speaker, but that was, I've asked others, and no one could confirm this. They said that the fact that there was no secondary bombing makes it more likely to be a JD than anything
Well,
else.
I'd love to hear from Patrick on that, but those are the main points I wanted to make. Thanks.
Yeah, exactly. And I put a big disclaimer in that post as well. Like, this is speculation based on the information we have now. We need a forensic analysis to know exactly what happened, and we know there could be data that comes out tomorrow. The IDF could release recordings tomorrow that prove the complete opposite. So we just don't know. So I wanted to make that statement here as well. Just going back to the developments. So there's who sent me the statement? Who on stage? Amir, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iran, just said the following. After the terrible crime of the Zionist regime and the bombing and massacre of more than 1,000 innocent women and children in the hospital, I think it's not that many, but it's heartbreaking nonetheless. The time has come for the global unity of humanity against this fake regime, more hated than ISIS and its killing machine. Time is over. I think that statement doesn't mean much, even when it says time is over. It's common rhetoric from Iran. Wajih is there. Not sure if you saw that statement by the Iran Foreign Minister Wajih, but from what I know, it's a pretty common statement.
Mario, can I just comment on Brian's point very quickly?
On the rocket again?
Well, just about France versus America. Basically, that I don't agree. Brian, I think it's the first time we disagree. I don't actually agree with
you.
Quickly,
please.
Amazing. Amazing.
56 seconds, which I won't use, which is basically that I don't agree with Brian. I personally think that this isn't necessarily an endorsement or I don't agree with Brian's analogy. I personally the French have made it pretty clear in the past few months, as they have since, the post-Cold War era, that they don't intend to just go along with US approaches to stuff.
Guys, I want to move away. Move away from France. So someone's saying that time is over by the foreign minister just now. And Amir is confirming it. Amir, you're confirming that time is over means war will start? I saw a message in the back channels.
Mario, I don't want to go that fast, but the rhetoric in Iran is just fueled on fire. This is new. It's changing each hour, and I think like the black flag on one of Iran's holy sites. The people are not all people, but the ones that like support the Islamic Republic, they are pushing for this hard, and this is just turning fast. I would be looking.
So you're saying, but hold on, Amir, you're saying this is not common. This is not a common response from Iran. You expect this is an escalating response when they say time is over.
Raising the black flag in any Islamic nation is declaring war. Any Islamic nation that raises a black.
All right, 2 seconds. I'm confused now.
Iran is not declaring war, guys.
Hold on, guys. 2 seconds. So hold on. Hadi, you said raising the black flag is a flag of mourning, which you said is declaring war.
It's a red the black flag is mourning. The red one is declaration of war or revenge. That's in the Shia doctrine.
Iran is not going to declare war over this, guys.
I understand. So, Wajih, can you tell us? Can you confirm or disagree with what Hadi and someone else said, that a black flag is mourning, a red flag is declaring war?
I mean, that's in our Shia thing. We've been raised.
And I guess in the Sunni perspective, black is war. So yeah, there could be that small difference. So that makes sense. But here's the thing. I said this yesterday, and I'll say it again. The fog of war is on. And that's why the Israeli, it's very easy to make mistakes like this with a huge casualty of life. That was my fear from the beginning. And sadly, the fears have come to light. I said yesterday and a few days ago that demonstrations and public opinion will be the main factor in driving foreign policy for Arab and Islamic countries. And we see the anger rising and people demonstrating in the streets to the point where governments are having to get out the military and crowd response to control their own people. They're demonstrating in front of embassies, demonstrating in front of their own government offices.
Have you guys? I want to understand something. Sorry, but Wajih and Amir, the statement by the foreign minister when he said time is over, does he mean Israel's time is over or something else?
It's just art of rhetoric right here. There's.
I understand.
You have,
did you read?
Like what
Wajih, did you read the statement?
Yes, I heard you read the statement at
No, no, okay,
but
well,
I
I read
didn't.
it. I read it in English, so it was Google translated. That's why, Amir, you sent me the statement. Did he say Israel's time
Amir,
is over, or
send me the
yeah, yeah,
statement.
Oh, yes,
Amir?
but I was saying, Mario, this is above normal. Like, I don't want to
But
go
the
that far that
question,
like
but
Iran is declaring war. But Mario, what? Yeah, sorry.
I'll get your thoughts afterwards. I just want to understand. Did he say Israel's time is over? I know what Google Translate says time is over, but if you in the context reading it in Farsi, does he mean Israel's time is over?
By the way,
Mario,
Mario,
I want
it's
to
not.
explain this to you.
Just a second. The time is
It
over
means
starts
that
in
like
English. It's not in Iranian. It's not in Persian. Sorry. The time is over one is
Not
in
Farsi,
English.
Persian. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, He writes. Okay, so he doesn't write it in Persian. It doesn't write it in Farsi in Persian. He writes it in English. Time is over.
yes, Mario.
Yes, it's in
For
English.
sorry, Hadi. What he means is that like time for supporting Israel is over, and yeah, it basically means that like time for Israel is over. Yeah, that's what he means basically. Yes.
Does he mean Israel's support is over, or Israel? Does he mean time is over for Israel?
No, it's like time for Arab nations to support Israel is over, and the
Okay.
time for the so-called Zionist regime is over too. Yeah, it means it both.
Can I add
Sorry,
something here?
who's saying this?
Now, who made that
Ayatollah.
statement?
I mean,
Okay,
Abdullah,
Ayatollah.
it's the
Iranian
Ayatollah.
foreign
He
minister.
says that, but he says that every week.
I'm sorry, the
That's what I
Iranian
thought.
Ayatollah said that. That's what we're
No, no,
debating.
that's
I missed
Hussein.
something.
Hussein. All right, no, Hussein Amir. That's the foreign minister. What I was trying to understand is how often does he say Iran's time is over or some rhetoric like this? I thought it was pretty common, but Amir seems a bit more concerned in this one. So I was just trying to understand.
I think it's more concerning when here's why it's concerning. It's concerning because it's followed with uncontrollable rage by the street. This is why it's concerning. If it's just the rhetoric from the government, I'd be like, sure, it's a government rhetoric that we hear every other month, which is absolutely fine. But this came after a huge loss of casualty of innocent life. This just came with a huge anger on the street by civilians that have been fueled by the Israeli-Palestinian conflict for all of their life that they have known. And right now, the rhetoric have caught up to the streets, and that's why it's very scary when you say its time is over. That means you're literally asking for your people to also fuel them up more to find other things to pick up with them. So yeah, no, this is very it's a fueling rhetoric for a, people that have been mad and upset about this conflict for a very long time, and it's essentially a permission for them to go and protest where usually protesting and uprising is not acceptable in these countries to begin with. But this is the one issue that we generally see all governments stay quiet on when it's the Palestinian Israeli conflict uprising. Generally, most governments don't do anything about it. But any other uprising, they will shut it down. So this is my take. This is what I want to.
Yeah, I
Mario,
appreciate it. Yeah, so Zev, you said that this is pretty common narrative
Well, look, from
from.
where I stand, right? I mean, for the last I don't know, 15 years. I mean, it's every other week. The Zionist entity will no longer exist. The fake regime. It's everything, right? Like there's an earthquake in Afghanistan. Well, the Zionists did that, right? There's a mining disaster in China. Well, that's the Zionists. Its time is near. I don't place any stock in this, but I'm not a political analyst. I hear this coming every week from the Ayatollah, but that's just me. And if
No,
it's the foreign minister.
that's the foreign minister said it, not the Ayatollah.
Okay,
But
is
yeah,
that Jafar? What's his name? He's I think it's Jafari. He's a very eloquent speaker, right? I've watched a lot of his interviews and so forth, and I think that he just parrots the same talking point over again. But I do take the points that were made that look, when you're riling up a population for a specific goal, sure. I just don't think that Iran has any interest involving this. Involving this. That's my own gut feeling, but yeah.
one thing that
So
you're
this is very
Iran
unusual and
isn't.
breaking news. The Iranian foreign minister, Amir I can't pronounce his last name, has arrived in Jeddah. This is unusual for the last 10 years, at least for the last 10 years. So the foreign minister have made it to Jeddah, the Saudi Arabia, to continue talks about what's going on in the region.
So
By the way,
once
it,
again, I
it's
want to
actually
just
his
answer
second
that.
visit.
One
No, no,
second,
no.
Amir. I'll let you
Yeah,
go.
he was
Okay,
there.
guys, two so go
Yeah,
ahead,
just one
Brett,
second,
quickly,
which is
please.
that it makes me draw back to the point that I've always made since studying at SAIS, which is that there's a difference between the political and the military. The two don't operate in tandem. There's a disconnect. And simply here we have a huge illustration. The Iranians, they militarily, the IRGC may well be like joyous in what has happened in the hospital situation. I don't think they are, but there's obviously going to be people who are like, yes, this is good for us, and our rhetoric of the West did it, Israel did it, therefore it's
Didn't we
an
debunk
American
this
missile,
hours
and so
ago?
on. But I think that there's also something to keep in mind, which is that the Islamic Republic is still undertaking shuttle diplomacy. They are running around half of the Middle East trying to get in touch with everybody about their position. It illustrates that they are doing the diplomacy, making it very, very, very public. They're doing all this. They're not just doing this. There's not just one level to this. They're not just doing this all covertly. They're not all just running around between different countries subliminally, not telling anyone that they're doing it. They're doing it and making a statement about it. But second, they keep telling us through direct public statements that they're not happy with the situation. So I really want to draw a line before we get into Iran and their association with this, that I generally don't think there is one. And they're not going to be okay with this situation as much as any of the neighboring states are. Very, very simple.
Piotr, what makes me afraid is that there are some John Boltons within the RGC which see this at the like this is the great time to go and attack Israel. There are some guys in the IRGC.
So we do
Maybe
have
Iran wants.
talking about
Yeah.
Iran's response. I'm not sure who I interrupted, but talking about Iran's response, explosions reported in southern Lebanon. Hadi, anything there?
Yes, so far 6 explosions has been heard, but I haven't been able to confirm from someone on the ground. But I know people there have been saying that, so I'm just gonna confirm and let you know.
Yes, that's
So the issue is not about one of the parties not making a smart decision. We like all these parties are rational parties that are not going to try to make a irrational decision, but they're also going to try to manage the public opinion on the street, and the way they do that could also continue fueling the issue that could result in an escalation. Piotr, you made a lot of good points, and I agree with you. But the scary part is that the rhetoric that's being given by governments is not slowing down, and the people on the
guys, we
demonstrating in the
do have
streets, no one is going to stop
guys. We
them.
do have so Biden did cancel his trip to Jordan.
Yeah.
It
So
But not to Israel.
not to Israel. Yeah, but just
He's
I'm
on the plane
curious.
right now.
Well,
Yeah,
but
but
didn't that get canceled for him? I thought the Jordanians canceled the whole meeting.
Yeah, I was
but
going to
I don't
say
know if
that's
it's
not for me.
I don't know
That
if
was
it's
just a unilateral
no.
decision.
I don't know whether it's the same one or not. So was that the same summit?
The King of Jordan it wasn't unilaterally decided by the Biden
It was the
administration. To
Palestinian.
Biden's point, it's more multifaceted.
So it was a
Yeah, and
four-way.
I think it's
I don't,
important.
I don't think he would have gone to Jordan twice. I think it's got to be the same meeting.
It was a four-way meeting between President Abbas, President Biden, King of
Was
Jordan.
it meant to be in Jordan for us?
Yeah, it was meant to be.
It was.
Yeah, it was.
President Abbas canceled it, and then he urged the king to also cancel the whole summit. And then the king and the President Biden already spoke on the phone, and he announced the cancellation of the summit. And then Biden put out a statement saying he's canceling the meeting, and that's basically the chain of events that are happened. The first statement came out from the Palestinian president saying he's not going to go to the meeting. So that's when.
Which is odd, actually, because
It
he
is,
has
yeah.
most to gain from this.
They already spoke on the phone with Anthony Blinken and with Biden, and the meetings were.
I think they canceled, but I think
No,
they canceled
I
it
understand, but that particular photo op. Sorry.
Well, it's more than that, though, right? I think that it's very symbolic too, right? You can interpret it and extrapolate it a couple different ways. It's basically going to, just optically, I believe, the USA and Israel versus everyone else. I mean, he's not canceling this trip to Israel. Clearly, the optics are going to be very powerful. I don't know. I think it is. It's interesting.
Well,
But
there
I think
was protests
I just want
in
to make one
Palestine
more point. Like,
asking him to
I think
go.
we need to. Yeah, just because there's so many people listening, right? I personally think that the chances. Somebody mentioned it in here that Iran might say, "Let's go attack Israel." I think those chances are at zero. Maybe through Hezbollah. Okay, of course, but if you were referencing actual Iranian missiles or targeting of Israel, I just don't think there's any chance of that happening because that is one of those existential threats that Israel would never live with.
So I just wanted to comment on the why the summit was canceled. There were already a phone call between Biden and President Abbas, President Biden, President Abbas. There was already also a phone call between President Abbas and Secretary Blinken. The meetings were very tense, and one of the statements that came out from the meeting, I remember I shared it on the space, was basically when Secretary Blinken basically at some point interrupted President Abbas, saying this is a fight against Hamas. And then President Abbas replied by saying this is a American-Israeli war against the whole Palestinian people. This is an attempt to wipe out the Palestinian cause and ethnically cleanse
Sorry,
the
this is
Palestinians.
Abbas speaking?
Yeah, this is them ethnically cleanse the Palestinians into Sina, and that we will hold your administration, and the Americans responsible for any of the basically results of the Israeli campaign being waged upon us. That was that. So that type of rhetoric is very, very inflammatory. The tension is really high between the American administration and the Palestinians, which it's been building up for a while because there were a lot of promises that Biden made to the President Abbas that he has not fulfilled. And he's been trying to get him to fulfill a lot of those claims that he made or those promises that he made to him. And now, with the situation that we're at today, seeing the Biden administration, completely sided with the Israelis, saying we're backing Israel 100% in this campaign against Hamas, and then seeing what's been unfolding after that, it would explain why the Palestinian president wouldn't want to, entertain a meeting with Biden anymore, because he feels like, first, he wants to distance himself from him. Secondly, he's already had a phone conversation with him, and he doesn't want to he feels like he's going to hear more of the same, which already, Secretary Blinken basically came to the Middle East and did his tour, and he got lectured by like every Arab leader. The Egyptian, I saw the Egyptian one where President Sisi was speaking in Arabic. I saw a statement, and I asked my friend who actually works in the King's Diwan about what happened in the Blinken meeting, and he said it was super tense, and he was telling him that this is not going to fly. You have to call for a ceasefire. The Saudis, he kept Blinken waiting. He came at night and he kept him till the morning to meet with him.
Yeah.
It was super tense, especially also with the Qataris. They put out 2 different joint statements. There's a lot of resistance from the Arab world to the position of the Americans.
Guys, just on top of it, guys, just quickly in Iran, just check out. By the way, Amir, thanks for sending that video through. Just massive shout out to Amir, who's always on stage. He sent us that video. I've just posted it at the top. That's Tehran in Iran at 3 a.m. The protest there seems massive. The response to the bombing of the hospital in Iran is significantly bigger than I expected. So if you want to see that video, I've just pinned it at the top.
Well, it goes back, but Mary, it goes back to the culture of what Iranians are. They're used to this because of what the bloody Islamic Republic is. They're going to do this because it's in their nature, partially because of what's happened in the immediacy, but because of what the long-standing, meaning is to stand up to oppressive force. So
I'd like to ask. Oh, sorry,
wonderful thing to see, because it hopes it brings unity with Iranians in the context of the broader Middle East.
Yeah, let me
to
bring up
ask a
Amir
question
back.
to the panel. I'd like to ask
Yeah.
a question to the panel,
Go ahead.
maybe to Brian, to Peter, to everyone.
It continues. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you respectfully, Ben. It continues, and I'll give you the mic back. Continuous explosion sounds are being heard till now in southern Lebanon, which I assume is Israeli artillery fire from the western sector. So that's from Leb News. This is a lot is going on right now.
Can we
We've got
go
the
to
protest.
Hassam? He's a journalist in Lebanon, so.
Is he on stage right now? Oh, of course, there he is.
He's a speaker.
Yeah, I brought him up now. Thank you, James. I appreciate you letting us know. He's not a speaker. He's Hassam. Hassam Media.
Yes.
Hey,
So
man! I didn't know you're a journalist in Lebanon. Go ahead, man.
No, I mean, like pretty much, I'm with an Iranian regime. I live in the U.S., but again, I've lived in Iran for quite some time, and also following the Iran very closely. With respect to like things that are happening, pretty much like we gotta again take this into the consideration. Like look at all the narratives that are happening and coming from the leadership, the supreme leader, all the way to the Amir Abdullahian, who is the foreign minister. Again, the time is over. We discussed about it. Again, it's not just specifically Iran. We're talking even the protests that you are saying. Like I guess Wajih was talking about the fact that protest is banned in Iran or like countries like that. Is not the case when it comes to cases like that. Like when it comes to situations like this, you see there's a level of support from all different groups, specifically to this scale, to the extent that you're seeing right now in different cities of Iran, as well as other countries, neighboring countries.
Hassam and Hadi, I have a question for you guys. Why are we seeing Israeli artillery fire, likely Israeli artillery fire in southern Lebanon, when we expected Hezbollah to be replying to Israel today, to responding to Israel, because they had 5 of their members die today. There's been strikes.
It could be preemptive, though. It could be a
They
preemptive
probably
strike.
suspected.
Yeah.
They probably suspected some movement happening on the borders, and they did that the past few days actually.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Also, keep in mind that as Hadi mentioned earlier, like earlier today, we've seen Israelis actually murdered a couple of Hezbollah's fighters. So Hezbollah will respond as well. So that's why they're on a high alert. On the other side, again, I'm translating the time is over, similar along the lines of the supreme leader of Iran that mentioned earlier today, regarding the fact that the time of the patience of the resistance is over. So they will no longer again tolerate this level of atrocities, and probably we will be seeing some level of responses, not only from the excessive movements, but also from the Muslim countries. Because again, this is going to be a big deal. As Amir also mentioned, or I guess the other individual shared about the fact that Emir Abdullahian is right now in Jeddah. Yeah, so right now, this is so significant that the Muslim countries are gathering around so that they can discuss this very issue, so that they can figure out the solution.
All right, guys. I want to okay. I appreciate that, Hassam. Thank you for giving us that update. Yeah. So my thoughts are. This is funny. Look at the feedback that I'm getting. Look, my thoughts are on what we're seeing now is that the tide is shifting. And Zev, you've been trying pretty well, doing pretty well, and trying to be objective on this. Zev and I'm actually just going to ask you for now. What do you think is going to happen next in terms of the international community? And we'll go to Brian afterwards.
Nothing.
I just find it hard to believe you're saying
No,
that.
I know you. So let me explain with the caveat. Look, in terms of international,
I'm hoping, and I'll tell you, I'm hoping what I'm hoping is that this will de-escalate things, but it doesn't seem you'd agree.
No, I don't whatsoever. I think that in this, if this was a different type of, if this was a suicide bombing like we saw in the 2000s, or if this was 10, 20, 15 people killed, that's a different story. I'm trying to be objective. But I think the reality is, and I think Noga, and I think even Ferris and some other people would agree with me, because of the level of victims on the Israeli side, there is absolutely nothing on this earth which will prevent a ground incursion. I think that it's not only Netanyahu thinking about his legacy, which he'll probably not even have one. I think it was Alex who made a very good point. So he's the head of the Jewish state, right? There's Holocaust survivors that have been killed and who are captives. He has to ensure that this never happens again, as a deterrent. So I think that even if Joe Biden picked up the phone, which he's not going to do, I want to touch on that briefly, said you need to stop right now, it's not going to stop this government. That's number one. Number two is I don't actually think you're going to see any pressure whatsoever from the Americans on Israel. Look, if the bombing turned out to be intentional of the hospital, that's a completely different story. I still don't think that's the case, but we'll see. That being said, I really don't think that the utter hypocrisy from the United States would be tolerated, right? So 1,400 people killed, double that. You have the rough number of Americans killed on 9/11. Look what happened. That's not something that the Congress, the Senate, and specifically Joe Biden, right? I mean, he's more of a non-interventionist, in my opinion. He's not going to tell Netanyahu, "I'm going to tie your hands," because Congress and the Senate would never live with that. That's just a fact right now. They can't even get legislation through. Thirdly, I don't think even in terms of Iran. Look, let's be very frank. Israel has a lot of capabilities that they have not used, and I'm not going to get into specifics. That being said, if there was an existential threat, you're going to see Russia, Ukraine look like nothing, right? And I don't. People can take that meaning as it would be, but again,
Careful.
I'll say this. Close.
I wouldn't compare conflicts directly. I would just avoid that
So
first.
no. Well, what I'm talking about is Russia viewing its this war as an existential threat, as Putin has sometimes elaborated. Israel is one of the few countries in the world who I do believe, and even Kissinger echoed this, that whose existence could actually potentially be threatened, right? And there are certain red lines that Israel would not allow to be crossed. So if there were missiles coming over from Iran, Hezbollah is a different story. If you saw missiles coming over from Iran, that would be something that Israel would not tolerate. I'll leave it at that. I don't think there's going to see any
Guys,
drastic shift.
I
I
would
do
like to
think
say
that because
not true.
I think
guys, I do have. Is that in Arabic? Let me see. Hold on. Okay, so we have here the director of the Al Madani Hospital. Al Madani is different,
that's
but
the
he
one
gave a press.
that's the one that's an Arabic name.
Oh, that's the one that got bombed.
Yeah, that's the one. It's the same one.
Okay, he says the Israeli Defense Force. That was moments ago, so it was not long before. We warned you yesterday with 2 bombs. So why have you not evacuated the hospital until this moment? So apparently he's made that statement. I'm going to try to find out when. Let me make it. I don't know if it's now, Faraz. If you can confirm, I'll send it to you now, Faraz. If you can confirm when that was made, This is the audio. Hold on. Oh, this seems like it's after the explosion. Let me send it to you now, Faraz. You could review it, please. But this would be
Okay.
pretty important. This director saying that he got warning. He had warning shots, and the Israeli Defense Force told him to evacuate. It could be a mistake that the Israeli Defense Force assumed that. Again, we're going back to the rocket because a lot of this is coming from this, and I just got that now. But talking about the rocket, since I brought it up for us, check the video I DM'd you on Twitter since you don't have WhatsApp. Propaganda and Co. Great name. But can you tell us? You were saying something since I brought up the rocket again. That's what you wanted to comment on. Before going to Brian, would love for you to mention what you told me privately.
Yes, thank you very much. I've been waiting hours to speak, so I hope you guys will just bear with me. I'm going to make this brief. It's going to take me about 2 minutes. Naga, I just want to give you a heads up. I'm going to say something you don't like. I understand you're invested in this topic, but please try your best not to cut me off. You can completely dismantle my...
she's been very respectful, so it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Thanks,
Good.
bro.
Okay. I just wanted to make that clear. So I want to make something abundantly clear. Despite Hamas having an improved ability to produce rockets, okay, they simply do not have the ability to produce the rockets or bombs that can devastate infrastructure in the way the hospital was devastated. It's impossible. Their rockets are designed to pelt the Iron Dome system. They are made for this purpose. The cost of production to produce a rocket fast enough and heavy enough to level a building like we saw with this Gaza hospital is simply outside of their abilities. And believe me, if Hamas did have this ability, if they had these kinds of rockets, Israel would have invaded Gaza years ago. And the fact of the matter is, based on the footage we've seen from the strike on the hospital, that this weapon was a fast-flying and heavy bomb. Now, people are referencing this JDAM munition. We won't know exactly what kind of munition because there's all types of bombs, okay? But this JDAM munition that people are referring to, it comes in many different sizes. There's a 1,000-pound bomb. There's a 2,000-pound bomb. There's even a 600-pound bomb. They're dumb bombs, meaning they're older and they can't be guided. But the JDAM system upgrade, which the United States has provided Israel with, and that there's video of Israeli Air Force, preparing these weapons to be rigged onto their fighter jets. This bomb, the JDAM system, gives it the ability to be converted from a dumb bomb to a smart bomb, meaning it can be precisely guided. And this info is sourced directly from the U.S. Air Force website. You can check it for yourself. Now, we've seen Russia use the same dumb bombs rigged to be more accurate in Ukraine, and it's devastating. So what does this mean? If, and I'll say if out of respect to the Israelis in here debating this point. But if it was Israel, which in my opinion it was, but if, we'll use the word if, then this bomb was precisely guided, meaning before they launched it, they uploaded the coordinates into the bomb and fired it deliberately at the hospital. Now, to address the claims that Hamas had rockets at the hospital and those were the explosions that brought down the building, there's simply no evidence for this. We have seen footage in Ukraine showing us just how massive a warehouse of munitions exploding looks like. There would be a mushroom cloud. That didn't happen. Now, I'm amazed by the level of scrutiny for this situation because when questions were raised last week about what took place in Israel, we were shouted down and told this can't be disputed, even though there was zero evidence. Yet today, the Israelis are happy to dispute everything. Let me continue. War is ugly, okay, guys? I find it laughable, truly, that everyone wants to hold Israel to international law. There's no such thing as waging war politely. War is violence, and Israel's at war. They're going to commit crimes. So will Hamas. And I'm grateful that the IDF soldiers getting on CNN, talking to CNN anchors, are speaking straightforwardly, which is documented. You can see it online. They're saying, we're not at war with Hamas. We are at war with all the civilians in Gaza.
No, I think that civilians, they said that, just to correct on that point. Yeah, no, they said something similar. I've quoted it and made it clear. All the civilians that hate us and want to kill us or something along those lines.
Yeah,
Mario, I'm going to ask for the right of reply.
All right, guys, just quickly, Prop, the point that you've made about Hamas wanting to use rockets that will pelt the Iron Dome system, that's a point that's been made a few times with me as well, to me as well. And they wouldn't, it wouldn't work to their advantage to have a large missile, just one large missile created for the purpose of striking Israel. Regarding the munitions, I think there's a few reasons why there's no munitions within or weapons within the hospital. I think that's been debunked as well. Also, I'm getting videos that MSNBC, a journalist there, said that this is a missile from Israel. I'm going to post it shortly. And a BBC journalist seems to be speculating heavily. My team's telling me I haven't watched it, saying that this is an Israeli missile. So it is leaning towards that path, Prop. Again, we don't know for sure.
Yeah,
and I know,
sorry, but the notion that this is smart versus dumb bombs is way too far ahead.
Yeah, I didn't hear. I didn't.
Ukrainian sort of lighting up of fireworks on the situations in the Ukrainian war, like shut off, man. Like, what are you talking about? Like, just back off. Don't even attempt to make these comparisons yet.
Okay, well, I didn't mean to offend. I don't know what the issue is, but if I could just finish my points respectfully. I don't understand.
Quickly, Prop, please.
Okay, look, the reality is, okay, Israel, what is their stated objective? They're saying we want to destroy Hamas. The problem is Hamas is an extension of an idea, and the idea is resistance, whether you like it or not. If you want to make sure this never happens to the Israeli people again, you have to remove the need and desire from the Palestinian people for resistance. If you remove Hamas, they'll be replaced. Do you know how many other groups there are other than Hamas? And
but what's this got to do with the?
Yeah, I think we moved away. And I think he's moved off. He's moved off he's kind of moved. He's moved off from that. We got it, Piotr. Yes, I know, Piotr. I got it. I got it. Noga, I'd let you respond. Go ahead.
Couple things.
Sorry, Noga. I think I muted you by accident. Go ahead. Start again.
I'm sorry, I don't know why there was so much damage, and I don't understand the extent of the damage. But other than the suggestion of the stockpiles, which I would concede that we're not seeing additional bombs, hospitals have gas supplies that would cause significant fires if they were hit. And one of the suggestions that I've heard is that if you hit those, especially if it's the pure oxygen that does run through most hospitals, then you would create a very large fire just because you hit something that was supposed to be there. So again, I want
to move away from the. I think this is, again, there's too much speculation. I think, Prop, you've came and made a few points, and then obviously start giving your opinion on a few things. I do want to go. So there's a few things that are just being verified before being posted. There's a lot. There's the first is protests around the world. I've seen a video here of Egypt protests. If someone's been keeping up with this before I go to Brian, I'd love for you to give us an update after Brian. And we obviously have some videos of journalists giving their thoughts on the rocket that hit, or the bomb that hit the hospital. And we've got the video of the director of the hospital making a statement. I'm trying to understand. Faraz, have you seen if that statement was made before or after? Have you been able to verify much of it, Faraz?
This is a statement right after. So the press conference is happening in the aftermath of the bombing of the hospital, the director of the hospital is stating that basically the Israeli occupation forces told us that we warned you with two bombs yesterday. So they already made smaller bombs yesterday. Why have you not? So why didn't you evacuate? And that was basically a direct threat that they were gonna bomb the hospital a third time. And yeah, and they basically said that this was a heinous crime that is basically committed on the hospital and on the medical crews, killing hundreds of people. Yeah, basically that's the gist of it, kind of. So the rest is doesn't change the material statement.
All right. So if Hadi, can you help us with the you speak Arabic fluently, yeah, Hadi?
Yeah, of
Which is
course.
same
Born
as
and raised.
same as Palestine, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm adding it to a group now. If you can help the team just to kind of decipher that video,
Okay, no problem.
so if that would be great, please, man. All right, cool. So that's on that video. I do want to go to Brian. Brian, thanks for waiting.
A couple quick points, and I'd appreciate not being interrupted. First of all, a couple caveats to my earlier statement about any change in the Biden trip to Israel, indicating U.S. intelligence had concluded Israel intentionally bombed the hospital. On the one hand, I don't think his not going to Jordan is relevant at all because I think the Jordanians canceled that. However, it also could be if the security situation, if the protests, if the threats get too dangerous in Israel, they might switch the trip around because of that, especially because they surprisingly to me announced the day of the visit ahead of time. So I wouldn't rule that out. That's point one. Point two, though, because I know you're going to ask this question next, Maria, is whatever is concluded about the hospital attack, the U.S. military will still act to prevent Hezbollah or any other Iran proxy or Iran from intervening in Israel. I don't think that's going to change. I also agree with, I think it was Michael who said, nothing's going to stop the Israeli ground incursion eventually from happening. It won't happen while Biden's there. I do have a question for our Iran experts, though. And that, let me finish, and then I hope somebody can answer. Would the IRGC or Iran have military expertise that would calculate the timing of the Eisenhower group arriving? Because if they did, we might be able to think things would get a little safer once they're there, because they might see an opportunity to do it before we get that extra double air cover. Let me just say two more things real quick. One, I think the value of this space, as I've said before, is that so much expertise, but also so many people on the ground with ground truth. And that's really important. However, there's too many armchair experts opining about this strike on the hospital. Nobody thought two airplanes could take down the Twin Towers. So I wish everybody would quit being so certain, because somebody's going to be really embarrassed when this audio comes out or daylight happens tomorrow. And I'm not sure I understand why we discounted the opinion of James, who at least has had military experience, but we're letting other people with none go on about it. Thanks.
Cool. Now, we've had James on for a fair bit, but we've moved away. I think we've gotten a lot of different opinions on the rockets, and we've dug into it pretty deeply. We posted a pretty comprehensive analysis as well that we've got different opinions on.
Mary, I'd like to offer myself as an armchair expert to the Iranian question from Brian.
Go ahead, please.
Thank
please,
you.
Briefly, and then we'll go to you.
So fully, self-appointed armchair expert Brian, facetious there as well, which is that I think Iran's IRGC may well have anticipated one maritime response in the sense of the Gerald R. Ford response, mainly because they're not stupid. They're aware of where they are. They're in the Gulf of Aden. They're in the Strait of Hormuz. Think of you yourself, will be aware of the Strait of Hormuz crisis from 2-3 years ago, and the impact I think the acquisition of the British oil tanker. So the Iranians are well aware of the maritime response from predominantly the Anglo-Saxon Five Eyes group. But when it comes to the situation at the moment, I don't think that they would have anticipated two major carrier strike force groups. Eisenhower, I don't believe, was in the Med at the time. I had a friend of mine send me the geolocations of some of the larger strike force groups, and the Gerald Ford was the only one.
Eisenhower was diverted.
Yeah, no, I know he was diverted, but I can't remember exactly where from.
Piotr, so it's real quick, Piotr, though. So my question is, if Iran determines that they or their proxy should take military action, do you think they will try to do it before the Eisenhower gets there because they know how much harder it'll be after? That's the
No, I
question I
don't
was
think
trying
the
to raise.
no, Brian. I go fully Mario, who wants energy and excitement. I'm just going to be boring and flat and say that I just don't think the IRGC are going to do that. I don't see why the IRGC are going to be so intent on responding to a hospital strike as bad as it is to compromise their entire grand strategy of regional destabilization. The
Okay, good
Iranians
news.
may well like this
Kyoto,
sort
would
of
you
stuff, but it
consider
doesn't make
this
sense to me.
being?
Sorry, well, no,
I
but if I can
agree
finish my
that it doesn't.
point, just
No,
please.
so
I want to.
yeah,
I actually want to. I
I
want to
want to move on.
support
No,
Okay,
no,
Iran. I
can
want
I
to
can
ask
I
do.
you a
just
No,
finish
question.
my
Noga,
question to
Piotr,
Brian though?
Okay.
Because
briefly, Piotr, because I
It's
do
fine.
want to move on.
yeah, it's very simple. Look, for me, the Iranians and the Russians are very similar. What is their grand strategy? At least in the Middle East, their grand strategy is one of destabilization. It's perpetuate the status quo. They want to see the entire
Guys,
region in a state of flux so that they can constantly come back and influence it. And
right, guys.
therefore, I
So,
don't think the IRGC are going to endorse what happened in the
guys,
hospital.
I do have Hadi. I'm getting a lot of updates. Bombardment continues intensely in southern Lebanon, and more than 200 shells have been recorded so far.
I wouldn't say 200, but they were targeting positions
But
in Al-Rahib and
but
Hayt al-Shahab areas.
what's Bint Jbeil? Is that a good source?
What's it called again? Binjbel.org?
Bint Jbeil. It's Bint Jbeil the team put.
Oh no, there's binjbel.org. That one is based in that area, so usually they report correctly. But I'm gonna check them. I don't think they said that though.
Yeah, well, the team just copy paste, man. It's from their Telegram group, from Bint Jbeil Telegram group.
Okay, I'll check now. But the attacks now are in the areas called the Hayt
That's pretty extensive. More expensive than previous bombings, no?
No, when they
Yeah,
say
they're using
200, I
artillery
think it's
now.
from the start. Mario, sorry, just to clarify this point, it's from the start of the conflict. So from last Saturday, not right now. It's the entire collected information. Just saying.
Okay,
Yeah,
Hadi,
right now
you can
there's
see it in the
around
group.
like
Yeah,
only 12
Hadi.
sounds of explosions, 12, 11, something like that.
Okay. Oh, that's good because it's 200 tonight. That's really concerning. But if you could check that, that would be
Mario,
good.
just a bit of
Do we trust Reuters?
Yes.
Reuters. So a reporter for Reuters just put IDF is now showing us drone footage of Gaza hospital post-explosion. Footage shows hospital was not directly hit. Hit was in the parking lot according to IDF image. That's from Emily Rose at Reuters.
Perfect.
There's
If you
video
can
of
send
the
that,
building.
yeah, if you can send that through, please, Ben. I would want to post that out as
Actually,
well.
I don't know
Again,
how.
if they hit the oxygen, no, so if they hit the oxygen auxiliary, and you have to remember that runs through the entire hospital because it has to reach all of the
There's
beds.
there's a possibility
And
as well. Again, there's a possibility, but the video doesn't show it. There's a possibility. Like if there's a parking lot, the first thing I'd guess is like, all right, there's munitions in the parking lot. It hit that, and that hit the hospital. But then it's hard to first they
no,
would
it's the
know.
gas.
I don't know about
Mario,
the
it's
gas.
not munitions.
Gas.
It's the gas because it's O2. It's pure O2 that
The
runs through
O2
the
the O2
walls of
doesn't
the
explode like
hospital.
that.
No,
There's a
No,
lot of
it
videos
runs
from
through the.
Syria.
Okay.
There's a lot of
no,
videos from Syria when the oxygen was exploded. There's like multiple after explosions. It doesn't explode like that at all.
Okay.
Yeah, Zev, can you please send it to me on WhatsApp? The link to the Reuters thing. Zev. I'm guessing you can hear me. I brought up.
Yeah, it's just
good. Thank you.
it's the
I want to
Reuters
go to.
correspondent on Twitter.
Yeah, perfect. If you can send that through, send me the link, Zev. That would be great. I do want to go to Veer and then Syrian Girl. Veer.
Hey, Mario, I think that there's one thing that people haven't been touching on, which they have to. And there was a huge intelligence failure. Everybody can agree, everybody's saying that. So what did we miss? And we have to also agree that the operational security of the Hamas operatives planning this operation for a year under the noses of IDF and Mossad and everybody else was missed. So you also have to think as an intelligence person and a military person, which the IDF and others are thinking, we have to assume that there was also operational planning on what the defense and the response was going to be towards them. So that put them in the position to preload everything. They've had a year. They've known this thing was coming for a year. At least that's what some estimates is coming out of the intelligence community. So if they've had a year to do it, what have they planned in a year, assuming they were going to be successful in their attack? And what were they going to prepare for the defensive response to it. That's all I have.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Okay, want to talk about this audio recording that's supposedly going to come out tomorrow, even though we don't know why it should take so long for an audio recording to come out. There was a similar incident during the Syrian war, when there was a chemical attack. The Israelis chimed in and said that they had an audio recording that proved that the Syrian government was the ones responsible for the gas attack. And this was splattered all over the media, which is probably what we're going to see tomorrow, which was that gentleman mentioned, right? So be careful when you see it. So this audio recording, in fact, when you listen to it and what was actually on it was simply the Syrian military asking what the hell happened, and like trying to figure out what had set off the bomb. So the framing of the audio recording was completely different to what was actually on it. But I would be very dubious if I see such headlines to immediately jump to such conclusions that it proves anything about Islamic Jihad. Further, I would be very dubious about the fact that they have to wait 24 hours to release this audio recording, supposedly. Are they going to torture someone and record their voice? Secondly, this text message from the Twitter account, Hana Naftali, he admitted that he did tweet that tweet, so that is now confirmed. Also, thirdly, Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, when he was asked 3 days ago what about civilian casualties in the war, he said to the MSNBC journalist, "Are you seriously asking me about Palestinian civilians?" Fourthly, there's a second hospital that's currently under threat. It's Kuwait Hospital in Gaza. They're also making demands that that hospital evacuate. Potentially, what the Israelis have done here is to try to show that they're serious, so that all of Gaza hospitals are forced to evacuate, and they're still demanding that that hospital evacuate. So I think maybe we need to consider that when they say that we want to wipe Gaza off the map and the gloves are off, and the Americans, Biden, as my analysis showed, when Biden came out, I told you that this speech means that they have they're letting Israel loose and there's no holds barred. It's a bad sign. I'm telling you that this is the result of that. This is the result of rejecting a one-state solution.
I appreciate that. I do want to go to Hassan and then Amir, and then read out a few more updates, because there's a lot of developments. Things were a bit eased up a bit earlier, but now since the hospital bombing, there's obviously the explosions in southern Lebanon. There's the protests around the world. Obviously, we're trying to analyze who bombed that hospital. We've been debating that for a while, and we're seeing the international response and what that means for the war. Hassan, would love to get your thoughts on what's been discussed so far.
Thank you very much, Mario. I was reading a tweet that was later deleted by Hanania Naftali, and he was saying, I will quote it as it is, breaking Israeli Air Force struck a Hamas terrorist base inside a hospital in Gaza. A multiple number of terrorists are dead. It's heartbreaking that Hamas is launching rockets from hospitals, mosques, schools, and using civilians as human shields. And later he deleted that tweet and gave an explanation that earlier today I shared a report that was published on Reuters about the bombing at the hospital in Gaza, which falsely stated Israel struck the hospital. I mistakenly shared this information. Yeah, you can read that tweet. I
I've got
also
it. I'll
tried
post
to
it. Yeah, I'll post it for the audience at the top. This is an
yeah,
Israeli journalist who's I think conscripted now, and he
Arab.
put out a post saying that Israel bombed the hospital because there were Hamas terrorists there, and they're saying
Yeah,
why Hamas terrorists. So his name is Hanania. I just pinned it above, Hanania Naftali.
Naftali.
So he's an IDF
Naftali.
reservist now. And he posted about this. He stated that, and then now he's posted an apology. And again, that one alone, I've put it out there. It could be, he knew Israel, and Israel Defense Force didn't know that the damage they caused, and they kind of changed the narrative very quickly. Say, guys, we didn't do it, and then change the story. Or he might have just made an honest mistake. He thought it was an Israeli airstrike. So that would be everyone's first guess. Who's striking Gaza as Israel? It's not.
Context,
Gaza's not striking
Mario.
itself. So
But just for context, Hananias actually receives funding from
Yes, yeah.
really
He
Prime Minister
received. True,
Netanyahu
true.
for.
Yeah, yeah. He received. Yeah, he receives funding, but I think it does not make him a spokesperson, official spokesperson to the
No, no.
IDF. It's a very. I'm just saying it's smoke. But alone, I don't think it's enough. But
Something
I'll
else,
let you. Go
Mario.
ahead
One
first.
thing is that the IDF in Arabic, the IDF Arabic posts on in what's it called in Facebook, right after the bombing of the hospital, posted in Arabic, and the translation is due to the lack of medical equipment and lack of medical staff. It was decided to bomb the Baptist hospital in Gaza and give them euthanasia, and give them a basically a merciful
Wait. Sorry. Can you show?
sound.
I
Yeah,
beg your
just guys. I
pardon.
don't know. I didn't hear what you said now. Just I don't want to move.
He
I
said
know
that
it's
the
gonna open.
IDF. Well, no, hold on. No. He said that the IDF in Arabic said that it was better to euthanize the people. I wasn't sure. I don't
Yeah,
think
can you?
that can
Yeah, I
be what he said.
think that sounds pretty crazy. But first, if you could send that message that to Zev, can you verify it, please? In the meantime, Hadi, can you give us an
Yeah.
update on the ground in Lebanon? And a question I have for you, Hadi, based on the narrative we saw from the foreign minister, says it is over. It's over, and I think he's referring either to Iran or the support for Iran. We don't know. The protests around the world, the protests in Lebanon, the deaths that we saw because of that hospital. Um, what do you think? What do you think Hezbollah's response will be, and are you worried?
Uh, I wouldn't say I'm worried as much as I am. I mean, you know, Mario, I never talk about feelings or emotions here. I just speak what I know, facts. But I'm gonna let you know that I am angry as everyone else, and I don't think I would ever want to see it. I would never criticize Hezbollah if they do a move. But I'm gonna tell you one thing: if Hezbollah, there was no chance of them involving, now the chance is higher. If there's a chance, now there's 100% there's a chance. If
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
chance was there, if the chance was there, now it's, I don't know, 500% higher from what's happened, and they
So
have the five
if the
soldiers.
chance was there for Hezbollah to enter the war, if they've been thinking about entering the war, now is the time. Is that what you're saying?
Not the time, but now there's consideration of it. Now there's talks about it. I'm pretty sure there's talks about it, that they are gonna do some retaliating acts that are not just like what we see in skirmishes and attacking, because they have their 5 soldiers to avenge today, and there was a
And they
lot of
haven't
anger about
avenged.
that
They
South
haven't
Lebanon.
avenged those soldiers yet, have they?
No, not yet. And what Israel is doing now in South Lebanon, I think they suspected something or a warning threat, that also Israel is saying that we're ready as well. We're watching. We know what's happening. But the situation is very tense. And what I've been seeing, there's no Hezbollah official statement as well, but like one of their journalists, their supporters, their politicians, and all that, their tone is now even more aggressive to
Yeah,
what
I
it
would
was.
agree
Hadi,
with that. I mean, one of the IDF spokesmen, he's repeated this in the past, but he said if Hezbollah gets involved at all, we'll bomb it back into the Stone Age.
So we do, yeah. So yeah, Israel's response is very aggressive. But again, we don't know how much of it is deterrence versus they mean it, because bombing it to the Stone Age is gonna, and they said we're gonna destroy Lebanon, and they hold Hezbollah responsible. If Hezbollah and Israel get into the war, seeing how aggressive Israel's being right now after the October 7th attack, I it's gonna be probably the ugliest war for many, many decades, uglier than 2006 in terms of destruction for Lebanon.
Absolutely.
And
I
the
really
reason it's gonna be
hope this
ugly,
line
by
is
the
not
way,
crossed.
because now Hezbollah has much higher capabilities than the past war. So I don't think as well is gonna be the same as 2006. But Hezbollah also has destructive capabilities this time, and we can expect anything from Israel. I mean, before that, Hezbollah only had few missiles, and they committed unspeakable massacres in Lebanon as well, the Israelis. And there's the Kana massacre as an example. 64 massacres were committed against Lebanon only since 1948. So I would imagine Israel would retaliate aggressively as well, and they would commit crimes as we've seen today, because Hezbollah also capabilities are going to be very hurtful to Israel.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other difference too is during 2006 there weren't a couple aircraft carriers parked off the coast of northern Israel and southern Lebanon. So again, they're not. I mean, they are just there for a deterrence. But I mean, I also think that the statements of the president of the United States, if you're thinking about getting involved, don't. I think that carries some weight too. They're not just there for show. I mean, that's just my opinion. Um, Amir, what do you think about that?
Well, yes, exactly, Ben. What we're seeing here, I agree with Piotr. Iran is not gonna just enter a war, but they will use their proxies. And I think Iran's chance of using Hezbollah and doing some serious damage to Israel has risen 500%.
Yeah, but exactly. So Hadi,
Absolutely.
yeah, Hadi, you've been concerned for a while now that sorry, just the pinned tweets, guys. If you've been concerned for a while about Hezbollah getting involved, and we've had that discussion as well. Has that concern significantly risen today?
It risen to the point that we reached the last chance, I guess. Let's call it a chance for Israel to not. But I think we reached like a very, very, very sensitive moment now. So I don't think there's going back from what happened today at all. So I don't think on Hezbollah's side there's going to be any decision to de-escalate when it comes to Israel.
Guys, this is Netanyahu's attempt to escalate this and turn this into a regional war so he can take out
I don't think. Yeah, my thoughts. I know it's it for us. Like, I don't think Netanyahu wants a multi-front war.
Mario Netanyahu has been pushing this for over a decade and a half. He's been trying to push the U.S. to fight with Iran and to basically go into a joint war with Iran. This is his only window to actually get this done. And now he wants to basically.
But on the brink of a Saudi peace deal?
Yeah, it's fine. The Saudi peace deal's already been paused, and now he has a window to do something he's been trying to do for longer than a Saudi peace deal. His window right now is to demolish Hezbollah and demolish Iran and Syria as well, with Gaza in terms of Hamas and PIJ. If he manages to drag it into a regional war where the U.S. has no choice but to stand with Israel and support it in this regional war. Guys, I've studied this guy for so long, really. Trust me, this is his only play, and
Well, no, Furious, I appreciate your insights, right? But and just as you don't trust my analysis, I can't go. I can't. I don't think anyone can base their opinion of what will happen based on anyone's studying of a person. I disagree with you. For example, I think that the Saudi peace deal, just like the Abraham Accords, were a big policy goal of Netanyahu. They were of Biden, and I think that the policy goals of the Abraham Accords would have they would have taken precedence over his desire to get rid of Iran. Like, I've been hearing rhetoric against Iran for 20 years, so that's just my gut feeling. But I'm not an expert, right? I'm not.
I can't hear you,
Mario. You just cut out, Mario.
Is it good now? Is it good
Yes.
now? Yeah, I'm hearing that the airstrikes, the bombing in southern Lebanon is the worst it's been throughout this war. Is that correct?
Until now, everything is as expected to be. It's just artillery shells around the same areas they usually hit, Rahib and Aita Shab. That's the only thing I'm seeing right now. I don't.
Is that the worst you've seen in this war, or no?
No, of course not the worst. We've seen like them hitting civilian buildings, and we've seen like helicopter strikes.
In this war?
Worse. Yeah, when the 2 civilians killed in their house last week. And we have the firing from the helicopters as well. That was worse than with the artillery shells.
Okay, I appreciate it. Go ahead, Hassan.
Yeah, thanks, Mario. I just wanted to add one line. I see an opportunity in this big tragedy of hitting the hospital. I think Netanyahu now has a point. He can go back to his people and convince them that he had leveled the scores. He has taken the revenge from Hamas, and now this war could close. So there is a possibility because. Yeah.
What do you base that on, though, if I may ask? Because that is, to me, that's one of the most. That just does not seem logical. I mean, could you tell me what you base that analysis on?
Well, I have made my point, what I think and what I believe in. So you can draw your own conclusions.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think an off-ramp to escalation is quite a logical hope for all sides. And I think if it's presented, and if we do happen to have a little lemonade made of lemons, or a little silver lining in the rain cloud to take things egregiously, overly lightly, I think that's a good thing that should be pursued on all sides. So I see not only a hopeful basis, but a factual basis for the assessment that was just shared. I think we should all pull for something like an off-ramp to the escalation that we're going through.
Yeah, I just want to play very briefly devil's advocate, and I appreciate your words, but I'm not necessarily sure that Israel is interested in escalation. There's still hostages, rockets are still coming in from Hamas, and it's at point blank. I think that Israel still is under the impression that Hamas is
So
a
so
threat.
what if both
Allow
of
me to
those
finish.
things?
Just one minute. So I just don't think that Israel is interested in the de-escalation at this point, unless the hostages are returned and every Hamas member in Gaza walks out and says, "Here it is." I think we have to be realistic in the expectations. Ferris, would you agree with me? Okay, maybe he can't hear me. Top.
Two of those items could be met, though. That's the point. There's already been discussion of a hostage release, and if the bombing were to stop, there's two more scales toward the end of peace, or toward the ends of peace, not the end of peace. The fact that this is even possible and that this may provide an opportunity for such de-escalation is a great thing.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
just
listen, I take what you're saying, and I want to go to Top Hat in a moment. He spoke here before. I understand what you're saying, but I just don't think the conditions are ripe right now. They're still burying the dead in Israel, and there's still Hamas rockets flying in. There's still
There is
hostages.
there is a proportionality, though, right? So somewhere between now and utter like oblivion, there's a line where, in whether it's the consensus of the media or consensus of the hearts of the population of the earth or consensus of the nation's military or the consensus of the Arab states, there is some proportionality line where retribution collectively, or at least by the key stakeholders, is reached, right? So at
Yeah.
some
So I
point we
mean,
have to start looking for this off ramp. And I think to have
right.
that discussion after the bombing of a hospital is a noble pursuit.
Well, I think that hospital has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt that it was an intention Israeli strike. But it's fine. Top Hat, you wanted to go. Please go ahead, sir.
yeah. So speaking on the hospital topic, so before being a security group, I was an aviation ordnance technician. And I got to tell you, with all the footage looking at the hospital, I couldn't tell you what type of bomb that was, or if it was a rocket or a missile. I mean, shit, looking at it, it almost looked like a controlled det. And that's what's scary about this entire war and what's going on. We don't know what the hell is happening unless you're there yourself. There's so many doctored videos. Journalism is crazy right now. No one in their right mind will go in there. It's a suicide mission, even through humanitarian aid. Like, I just really hope that this shit comes to a ceasefire soon, or if someone rolls back. Or, I mean, if Netanyahu wants to freaking go with it, do a freaking boots on ground incursion and go in. Like, it's kind of like, we don't know. Like, I'm looking at that video of that explosion, and I couldn't tell you exactly what it was. But we won't know until we see like the impact zone, the surrounding environment, the shockwave devastation that it caused. Like, there's so much unanswered stuff, and it's mind boggling. I'm just trying to tell you, like, I was
Yeah.
an ordnance tech, and I couldn't tell you if that shit was a JDAM or not.
Yeah, I think
Have
that's
you
a
guys
fair
seen
point,
this?
right?
Have you guys seen the statement from Saudi?
Yeah, we talked about it. I mean, it's clear where their position lies. I just personally, I think that Saudi Arabia will do what's in the interest of Saudi Arabia in the long run. I wanted to give Syrian girl a chance to respond.
Hold on, what was their statement? Can you remind me?
It's in the nest, Mario, but it's basically a pretty critical, direct indictment of the actions directed at IDF from Saudi. There's not much mincing of words or equivocation. It's pretty direct.
Can you can you send it to me on WhatsApp, please?
Yeah, I'll pass it over right now.
I appreciate it. Yeah, go ahead. Does everyone want to go to Syrian go?
Yeah, absolutely. I think she should be able to respond, and I think I cut her off earlier, so my apologies. Syrian girl, go ahead.
That's okay. I don't think you cut me off, but I just wanted to say I completely disagree with Top Hat's claim that it was a improvised explosive device. We all saw the video, and what you could
I say
hear before
it
the
could have been. I say it was.
Okay, well, I think that if you watch, I don't know if you've seen it, Top Hat, but if you watch the video, you can distinctly hear the sound of a rocket going through the air. It's a distinctive sound that occurred before the explosion. So, whatever it is, we know it was a rocket. And I just wanted to counter that claim. And also, Hassan, apparently, he wants to come back. Hassan, the other speaker, he wants to come back and say something.
I mean,
Shahir.
you're saying it's a rocket. Like, people are saying it was a JDAM. JDAMs aren't rockets. There's a
I'm
difference between
sorry, I mean
rockets,
something
missiles,
that
and
was
bombs.
something that from the air came down, because the way that you can hear the air shift before the explosion, you
Either
can
Israel
tell that
or
it
Hamas
was from the
control.
air.
Sorry, what was that?
That too can be something either Israel or Hamas can throw. No matter, this is an argument we've been around several times.
Yeah,
Every
so
time
see,
someone says,
I
"Well,
got it.
Israel
Just hold on,
deliver a
hold on, hold
rocket,"
on.
either
Just 1 quick second. See, there's just so much misinformation and speculation on this one. I just had another DM with somebody with a huge following, who's a munitions expert, that says you can't base anything on. I have to read it. You can't base anything on a video, because if we're going to base something on the video and the sound, you cannot hear the tail fin sound in the video, which would be consistent with the JDAM. Everyone needs to calm down and wait till more official news is broken.
Yeah.
I
So
think
then,
that's
then,
it.
yeah,
That's the
exactly. So,
thing.
yeah, and I don't know which video you see, because there's a few of them, and there's one which has that sound, and that's one of the reasons I said it's a JDAM. But I agree with this second statement that we have to wait till tomorrow. I just really hope there's a proper analysis done, and we actually get the facts in a few hours as sun rises. But I think there could be more to it, especially Reuters reporting that they're getting data and footage showing that it was hitting a parking lot. That's very
someone
telling. We
reminded
do
me
have all
something.
source. Oh no, guys,
Mario,
I do.
this is
Yeah.
apparently the hospital where the Israeli hostage whose movie was released was held. I doubt very much if of all the places Israel could choose to bomb, this would be the one. Um,
Um.
I'm,
Yeah.
I'm,
Not
I'm not
sure.
saying this.
Yeah. Not sure. No, again, that's I don't know where you get that information from. Also, man, it's been a long time. How are you?
Hey, Mario. Hey, can you give me like a couple minutes? I'll be right in.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I can't wait to get your thoughts on this. It's good. It's a perfect time for you to be here. Amir, do you want to give us a quick update on the ground in Iran?
Well, yes, actually, Mario, I sent this in the group. This is just uh, didn't happen for a while, for I think 10 years, like protests in, it's now 4 a.m. in Tehran, but some streets are packed and people just rallying at the UK embassy in Tehran, the French embassy. This is just crazy. I still don't think Iran will enter a big war directly. I don't, I'm agreeing with Piotr. Iran never risks it all. But I think there is a big chance for it. Hezbollah involvement and the IRGC like taking the chance for damaging
I
Israel
understand.
big
So
time. But
you're
I
saying
still don't.
that the protests are still ongoing.
Yes, yes. I shared the footage. Like thousands of people just. It's wild.
I appreciate that. Also, let us know when you're back. Just speak whenever you're back. I've got a lot of
Hey,
questions for you. It's
Mario,
been
I
a
just wanted to say, yeah. So I know there's a lot of speculation, and I would agree with Benjamin. I think the comment said like it's very hard to kind of speculate based on the explosion. And so what I would say is this. So there's two things. One, we do know that Gaza-based militants do have rockets that have explosive yields of up to 400 pounds that they publicly announced. But to determine that based on video and Syrian girl, you can put your thumbs down, but they've announced it. Like they've purposely announced it, and they continuously. And there's a reason why they announce it is because they also want to show a message to Israel that hey, we have very powerful rockets with a very high explosive yield that could cause a lot of damage to Israel as well. Like so, we can now go say, oh, the Hamas militants are a very powerful organization. No, they don't have explosive rockets of over 400 pounds. They do, and they've announced it, and even and one of the things they've done is announce even more powerful rockets and missiles, although it's kind of unknown what the explosive yield is at. But regardless of the fact, I think one thing, Mario, I don't know if you've seen this, and I don't know if this talking about this probably has, but there has been multiple accounts that the Al Jazeera video, the live stream, right? When already multiple accounts have geolocated that explosion. If you look at the Al Jazeera live feed, when there's an interception and then that rocket collapses and causes an explosion, that explosion has been geolocated to be the hospital in question that's been bombed. Now we can speculate if that's the explosion that caused the casualties or not, but multiple accounts have geolocated based on the videos, and they have posted it on X, showing that exact explosion occurred in the hospital from the interception. And I think that's important to highlight here as well.
This is the next thing the team is working on, posting that and looking at the time of
And
that Al Jazeera video, because some people have questioned that, and there's the IDF video as well. But we should be posting that because there is a different perspective that also you've explained.
The rockets don't add up in those videos, Mario. Some videos they put where there's a barrage where one rocket comes alone and then the other ones follow. The other one, it's like a constant stream. Man, they're all over the place with trying to
It's
justify.
the Al Jazeera one. We can go back and forth. The specific Al Jazeera one, where it looks either an interception or an rocket failure, and then that missile collapses and exploded. That explosion occurs in the hospital. That has been
Yeah,
geoconfirmed.
but the Al Jazeera one, if you look
Yeah,
at the screen, the time is different than when the explosion happened in the hospital. Different timing.
exactly. Thank you very much.
So okay, now that all the reporting that's coming out, when we're talking about the explosion, there was an explosion that occurred at that hospital at when all this was starting to break. We can go back and forth, but there was an explosion by either a Gaza militant-based rocket that occurred today when Al Jazeera was live. That
So,
happened. Right.
so
So now, if we're going to have a conversation of when the strike occurred, when did the casualties occur, which was the strike, if it was an Israeli strike, fine. We still don't have any confirmation directly from any source indicating that definitive proof that it was a JDAM from the site. We do have a video that shows an interception or an in-rocket failure that then impacted in the hospital, and that has been geoconfirmed. So we can go back and forth. Oh, was it the one? There was a Palestinian rocket that fell down and exploded in the hospital, and that has been geoconfirmed. That
no,
video from Al Jazeera,
as
that explosion occurred in
that's
the
not what
hospital. That's a
that
fact.
course. A fact is you saw a Palestinian rocket that exploded in the air. You can't confirm that there was that's the same rocket that flew and bombed the hospital. All source. You're
There
all
was, yes, you can. You can literally see it.
no
You
you
can see there was an intercept. There
also
was an
but rocket.
interception or an in-flight failure, and it collapsed and exploded in the exact vicinity of where that rocket was launched.
So
That
also
happened.
you're telling me that when a rocket's intercepted or explodes failure, then the bigger explosion is going to happen when it hits the ground.
Yeah, actually, no. I will explain to you because I guess everybody here is rocket experts, and I will explain to you. So a rocket is consisted of multiple parts. You have the propulsion system, and then you have the warhead. And if you think for a second that an interception always detonates the warhead, you are fundamentally wrong. That is not the case. The warhead, there could have been two explanations. Either one, an in-flight failure where the rocket internally has a malfunction, the propulsion system explodes and then the warhead goes down, or the interception intercepts part of the rocket, but the warhead stays intact. You literally ask anybody who's been rocketed where there's been interceptions. Rockets still, the warhead purposely can be missed. You can deflect the rocket.
I mean,
The interception can intercept it, but it's not to
I would.
destroys the warhead. That's a fact. Like, yes. So we can go
It's
back. So
fact. I
all
mean,
I'm saying is there's an explosion that Al Jazeera shows occurred at the hospital. That has been geoconfirmed by multiple accounts that specialize in geoconfirmation. That has occurred. Now, is that the one that killed the civilians in the hospital? I cannot say. All I can say is there's one specific fact of the geoconfirmation of the explosion and that Al Jazeera video right when a rocket was overhead.
I feel
Okay.
like our discussion just got Molotov cocktailed by some new intel, which I don't have the ability to take a look at right now. I just got to kind of take your fervor on its credit value, but you seem
Well,
passionate about it, and I still don't see it as very likely given all the other logic.
right. So I guess Brian, you had your hand up. Did you want to chime in, please?
Well, I took it down because if there was new intel, I wanted to hear that before I spoke. But I just want to say this. I mean, I've been saying for 5 hours we should not be opining on this as much as we are. But I will promise this group, if we reconvene tomorrow and there is definitive evidence that Israel intentionally targeted that hospital, I will be the first person to condemn that. I hope everyone on all sides will say the same. If it turns out it was Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, I hope all of our friends on the other side will do the same. And I'd love to see that play.
I agree. I think this is a perfect statement. Hadi, I'm getting a message here from Amir, apparently from Hezbollah's Islamic Resistance channel. Not long ago, a guided missile was fired from the border of Lebanon towards the occupied territories to Israel. Have you seen that, Hadi? It's in our back channel.
I checked their channels. They still didn't say that, but there were reports that something was fired from Lebanon towards Israel as well. But I'll confirm. Like, give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, appreciate it. So this seems that whenever there's escalation, it shows first on the Lebanese border before even before any action from anywhere in the world. which is unfortunate. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. I think tomorrow is a pivotal day as we get more information on that rocket, and we get more and we see what Hezbollah's response and the world's response will be. I do want to ask a quick question to Alsos. Alsos, we haven't had you for a few days. What are your thoughts on how the war is developing? Why the ground operation's been delayed? The sentiment around the world, which was initially mourning for what Israel went through, to now criticism of what's happening in Gaza. Would love your thoughts and what we could see next.
No, I think the key aspect is Hezbollah's statement and tomorrow Biden's visit. I think tomorrow is the key determination of this war. Does it stay localized between Israel and Gaza, or does it expand to include Lebanon, Hezbollah, and maybe in part, partially a greater regional conflict? We saw the Axios reporting. I think it was actually today or yesterday that indicated that the White House has had conversations that if Hezbollah gets involved, that might entail U.S. involvement as well. But I think that all determines tomorrow. Now, this specific hospital attack, right? The explosion. And I think you guys said it earlier in the space. It doesn't. In the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like one side is going to believe as the other, and vice versa. And so the question then becomes: does that further an escalation in this war, or is that this is enough? We got to end this. Right now, I think everything is pointing to more escalation. Now, I think the key question is if Hezbollah gets involved, do we continue to see maybe a more severe but an understanding of a tit for tat? In other words, Hezbollah conducts a response, a more significant response, but just under the threshold of a further invasion into a further escalation to this war that requires Israel to respond, or it is an actual full-scale war, and that's a lot of unknowns. I do believe this Gaza hospital attack can be a before and after, but time will tell, and we just need to see where the situation develops for tomorrow.
And looking at everything that's happened now, in your opinion, also, what's the likelihood of Hezbollah getting involved? Also?
I think so. I guess the question is, I think they are involved. I think we have to understand they are involved. The question though is, are they going to get involved to a point that Israel is going to start initiating attacks? That is the unknown, Mario, and I couldn't really say. I think tomorrow we'll have a better understanding of that.
I appreciate that. I do want to go to Brian, and then we'll go to Top Eth.
Yeah, thanks. I just have a question for our Iranian friends. Obviously the street is upset about this. Will they see a response by Hezbollah as opposed to Iran as satisfying their grievances, or do they want IRGC or Iran directly involved? Thanks.
Amir, maybe you want to take that one? I'm not sure if your mic is working. I just brought you out, Amir. So if people on the street, Amir, and look at the sentiment in Iran, do you think they'd be happy, they'd be satisfied with a Hezbollah response to the hospital attack? Or are they looking for Iran to directly respond?
Mario, Brian, thanks for the question. This is a very good question. The whole Iranian people are divided, but these people on the street, they demand something big. And yes, I think they will be satisfied if something from Hezbollah happens, and I can bet it will happen, but it will be proportionate. I don't think, maybe Hadi can agree with me. I think even Hezbollah's big answer won't mean Hezbollah joining the war fully, but I think they will do something major, because we know the IRGC tells them to do something and they would do it afterwards. And keep this in mind, guys, not related, but Iran equips Hezbollah with ballistic missiles, but Iran never equipped Hamas and the PIJ with ballistic missiles. So just Hamas having this.
Hezbollah has ballistic missiles?
Yes, through Iran.
Yes.
But the Hamas and PIJ, they don't have these kind of things. And just thinking that the thing that hit the hospital would be something big from these groups, Iran would be happy, but Iran did not equip them with this. Keep this in mind. Thanks.
Yeah, but
just a quick,
if I may, follow-up?
I just want to put like a commentary.
But I think there's a misunderstanding ago. Okay, so just clearly about ballistic missiles. When we're talking about ballistic missiles, there's a specific, what ballistic missile mean is not necessarily explosive yield. It's the trajectory that it takes and the range that it has. You can pack a rocket with a significant amount of explosive devices as has been demonstrated by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and Hamas has publicly claimed it, right? So ballistic missiles and rockets, you can have a rocket with hundreds of pounds of explosive yields with a very short range. That is 100% capable. And we've seen it in conflicts across the Middle East around the world. But when we're talking about ballistic missiles, and again, I think people are trying to analyze this explosion based on video, quote, and audio, and that is not a very accurate way of assessing an explosive yield, right? And then the capability it has. But to suggest that you cannot put hundreds of pounds of explosives in a rocket is, I'm sorry, factually not correct, because we've seen it again and again and again. IRAM capabilities, and I just say, go back to Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, what they've publicly announced, the capabilities they have. You will see that they have claimed, in small numbers, they have hundreds of pounds of explosive yields and rockets.
All source, Hamas can't even fire rockets to Israel from southern Gaza, and Gaza is a very small place. They can only fire from northern Gaza. What are you talking about, man? Don't take Hamas and PIJ's missiles so seriously. And they can't even fire from the southern side. What are you talking about?
I mean, yeah, I
Though
agree
there
here.
is a likelihood, though there is a likelihood on the game board of potentials that somehow, out of some reverse strategy that makes no sense to anyone, that you would have Hamas attack its own facilities that were likely helping to help its own people, more broadly the Palestinians, and possibly even their soldiers, right? The fact that it exists that they may have done it is so unlikely that it's strange that it's given the airtime, that it's kind of this coin flipping in the air. I mean, you're literally in an area being bombed for over a week now. And the fact that we're kind of sharing this as, oh, we're kind of unaware, that's a bit like, and if we take the opposite side of the coin, there was an incident, the tragedy that happened at the beginning of all of this. While there is a likelihood that for some bizarre, strange reason to escalate things in a strategy that would be unpopular, that people could have done this to themselves or any different number of strategies, but to give that equal weight in the discussion then would have been the same tragedy that giving that equal weight in the discussion now, I think it's far more likely that this was the people that are bombing Palestine than the people that are being bombed in Palestine, right? Couldn't we say that as a general likelihood, even though all sources seem to have come through with the smoking gun?
I think one of the most important factors we need to remember is that they literally threatened the director of the hospital that they were going to bomb the hospital. Like, how are we? Okay, maybe you don't want to you don't want to take his word for it. But what about the other hospital that was bombed a week ago? What about the nonstop shelling that's been happening for the last 8 days on residential areas that have been completely flattened in an unprecedented way? 6,000 bombs in the first 7 days were dropped
Yeah,
on.
do you remember why we're
How
doing all of that?
controversial, Noga? How is this controversial?
Also, Nolga, in the narrative that's been coming forth, which I know is near and dear, we've had a few different discussions, right? There's, oh, it wasn't us. Actually, there was, oh, it was us, and we're proud of it. Then there's, oh, it wasn't us. And then
No.
there's, oh, it was us because there's terrorists inside of the hospital. There's 3 or 4 different response vectors
Okay, hang
that
on.
aren't
I don't
particularly
understand.
organized
I
right
really
now.
don't understand this
Shitty.
this
They're all-
narrative.
it's
No one knew what happened.
about
There
the
were a lot of
lie.
discussions about what happened. We still don't know completely what happened. I mean,
That's
I think
the
everyone at this point has
Shireen Abu Aql. That's
everyone at
the
this point has decided what they think happened, but we don't know. So yes, at the beginning, when nobody knows what happens, there are a lot of theories. That is how this works. It doesn't mean that anyone is lying. It doesn't mean that anyone is wrong.
it
It
does
means that
exactly
that
mean
is what happens
lying,
when
Noga.
you try to figure out what the truth is. And I
Naga,
don't think
that
anyone at
means
any
someone
point
is
was proud
lying,
of this.
and tomorrow we will find out who exactly that person or people
And,
who are
and
lying.
you know
Who are
and
lying.
you know what? We keep saying that as if in 5 hours everybody's gonna know exactly what happens. But honestly,
I know you're gonna deny.
I'm not sure that's true. Nobody knows what happens. It's not a question of coming up with something. It's a question of trying to ascertain what has happened. You
Nolga,
don't know what happened.
putting
You don't
yourself a
know.
week
So guys,
ago.
But I
just quickly,
resent
I
implications.
will be posting the video in a couple of minutes. I'll be posting the video and the transcript of what the director said. I'll be posting so you can all have a look at it. Just a small snippet. The IDF told us, we warned you yesterday with 2 bombs, so why haven't you not evacuated the hospital until this moment? So that's the director of the hospital speaking. Obviously, he could speak, maybe he's biased, maybe he's influenced by Hamas. These are all fair arguments, but this is a statement coming in. And then we're going to be posting about the geolocation that All Source mentioned that has been going around. So we're looking into that regarding the argument of, but like All Source, the question I have to you is if, Israel's bombed hospitals before. They've warned for hospitals to be evacuated. The director says he's been warned as well, and we know they've warned hospitals already. And then
Israel's
I know
also
that
taking
there's
responsibility
Noga,
when it has,
I don't know.
Mario.
Okay, Noga. In some cases, yes. In some cases, no. I think we've
He's
had
lost.
that debate.
Thank you.
There's cases where they have,
Yeah,
and there's many cases they haven't. But Noga, if you keep
because they
unmuting, please.
haven't bombed
Roma,
when they haven't.
I've been very kind, please. Also, so just going back to the point. Just looking at and I'm actually, you know me also, so I always try to be objective. So I'm leaning on this is an Israel rocket, just based on what I've seen so far. But I'm always open to change my mind, as always. They've warned for hospitals to be bombed. They've bombed hospitals before. The director of this hospital says he's been warned. Israel uses rockets that have that sort of damage all the time. I haven't seen one rocket from Hamas that has caused, at least I've looked in the last few months, including the last few weeks, I haven't seen one rocket from Hamas cause that level of damage in Israel. So if they had rockets like this, couldn't we see some of them hit Israel? And obviously, they one of the analysts told us that they'd always hit. They'd send. I'm actually going to send you. Check the pinned tweet also. Let me just remove any others. Yeah, there's a pinned tweet there. I trust your opinion. I always have. Are you able to review it and let me know your thoughts on what's being said there, plus on what I've said?
No,
And then
and
come.
so if I may, I think so. Again, there's now this argument that has been said that Hamas doesn't have the ability to target all of Israel with rockets, which is factually not true. They do have capabilities in smaller
Yeah,
quantities. They
they
have
also
the ability to
they
launch.
save their rockets for Gazan hospitals. That's what they do. They leave their biggest
So
rockets instead of using them to
No,
I'm
target.
not.
that's yes.
Again,
No need for
hold on.
sarcasm. So
Okay.
the point
So
the
hold
point is
on,
being
if
made.
I
Yeah.
may.
Also, like I said,
So
go ahead. Go
so
ahead.
so there are rockets that reach all of Israel, and the Fajr 5 that Hamas has an explosive yield of over 100 kilograms. The Fajr 5, that is the capability that Hamas has. I am not saying one way or the other. What I am trying to indicate clearly is that, and when I came into this space before, and I think I am heavily doubtful anybody who can analyze videos and based on sound and explosion, et cetera, to say one way or another, oh, this was a JDAM, as if that is the determination when all you see is an explosion. Because you don't see the rocket trajectory or the JDAM trajectory, you don't see anything like that, and then trying to hear things, etc. The only specific thing we have currently, right now, at this moment, and again, I will indicate that Hamas has rockets that reaches all of Israel with a significant amount of explosive use. If not, look at the Fajr 5. That is Iranian-made, unguided rocket. The Al Jazeera video.
But then also a question: why haven't we? But why haven't we seen any of these rockets hit Israel?
We have.
Not one.
We have.
When was the last one? When was the last one we saw that level of damage?
Because there has been so there has been damages, but there's a difference between the ability of Israel to have a capability to intercept rockets.
Iron Dome.
And so you're going to have a less amount than compared to, but second,
true. No,
second, again, you are getting clearly a video that has been.
Also, it's your rubber banding really
explosion
badly.
that matches not. Hold on, Benjamin. Say what?
So the video, but also, so you've been keep cutting out. Yeah, keep cutting out. But what you're saying is that the Al Jazeera video, the only issue. So what I've been, you've talked about the Al Jazeera video, but what I'm trying to verify is the date and time of that video, because we've seen, have had like dozens of similar videos sent.
If you compare that explosion of the Al Jazeera, somebody correlated with the original of the video that was shown, the first video that we had of the explosion of the hospital. If you put them side to side, they match. But what we cannot ignore is that Al Jazeera video shows either an intercept, and if it happened over Gaza, which is more than likely, or an in-rocket failure, right? And then an explosion that has been geoconfirmed to have occurred in the hospital. So we can go back and forth. But the only concrete evidence, Mario, that we have that has been by accounts that specializes in analyzing videos and geoconfirming it, multiple credible accounts that have done this for years now, specifically on X, have shown that that explosion occurred exactly at the hospital. Now, is that the explosion that killed all the civilians, or was it after or before? I don't know. I cannot tell you. But what I can confirm, the one thing, Mario, what I would say, because right, everything you're doing is speculation and ignoring a key piece of evidence of a geoconfirmed video that shows an
No,
explosion at the hospital.
we haven't ignored it. And I've actually mentioned that was early. That came in really, really early. There's a channel called Geo something, and they've did a thread on it. So we're reviewing it, and I'm going to be
Geoconfirmed
posting
and
about.
Culture is the other one, and
Can you send me?
they
Yeah.
do this for a living.
Can you send me? Yeah. Can you send me the second one you mentioned? Because
Yeah.
we're doing a post on those as well to give the other narrative because we don't know. And I'm glad you've articulated it so well. I do want to go to Intel Schizo because I know you've looked into this as well.
Yeah, I was looking at your analysis, and I have to disagree with everything that was listed in there. Hamas has, for a long time, as All Source was stating, has had capabilities to hit all of Israel. Particularly in terms of the analysis that you put forward with the 300 to 600 pound explosive yields. Does Hamas have a weapon that has a similar yield of 300 to 600 pounds? Yes, they have a whole bunch of munitions. The R-160, the A-120, the SH-85, all of those three missiles alone have the same category of munition, weight of warhead. What type of warhead do these three missiles carry? High explosives is one. Another warhead that they have is a cluster munition. They also have an anti-personnel munition. And they also have an armor-piercing one, and they also have a dual-use armor-piercing anti-personnel round on all three of those missiles. Then you also have the newer one, the AS-250, which is really just a rebranded Iranian Zahel-1, Zahel-2, or Zahel-3 generational rocket, which has an even larger warhead of up to 1,300 pounds, and that's a high-explosive warhead as well that has an even greater range than the R-160, the A-120, and the SH-85. And then you have the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. They have a litany of their own rockets and missiles, and they have on the larger end for their arsenal the Babur-3, which has a similar warhead to the AS-250. So just between Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad in the Gaza Strip, there's a litany of munitions with similar warhead weights and warhead types, more importantly. And to say like, oh, I listened to the sound, each bomb has a different noise. So, like just because you have a JDAM, right? Let's say you have a small JDAM, right? There's a lot of things that can impact the noise of the bomb as it's falling. You have humidity, the temperature, atmospheric conditions, the physics of, and then also just to how the kit was assembled, right? Because the JDAM is just a assembly kit that you put onto a dummy bomb. So just based off how you assemble the kit can also change how the bomb sounds as it's falling. So literally each bomb has its own noise. So to say like, I listened to this audio file, that's not very good analysis, because just like a regular structure fire, every fire is different. Every bomb is also different. Every explosion is different in due part due to atmospheric environmental temperature conditions, which changes how you perceive audio. And then you also have what can impact audio noises, right? Like a city, right? A bunch of concrete buildings is going to distort the sound of a munition. And again, just like All Source was saying, the GeoConfirmed went through a litany of videos, GeoConfirmed the angles of the videos, landmarks in the videos, and what was being shown in the videos. And we can see in that thread, somebody, whether it's Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad or Tawad al-Jihad or any of the other Palestinian terror groups, one of them launched a crap ton of rockets in the Gaza Strip. And one of them blows up, and falls and hits the hospital. And we see that from multiple angles. It was not the Israelis. And then you also have to add in as well, what did Hamas say? Right? Because Hamas's official Telegram channel, 1 minute before the hospital was hit, they posted on their Telegram channel that they were launching R-160 rockets at Haifa in retaliation for previous Israeli airstrikes. And the Al-Qassam Brigade posted 10 minutes before saying that they were going to be launching R-160 rockets at Haifa in retaliation. So you have two main
Yeah,
portions of
just one
Hamas
thing. That's not their
stating
Telegram
that they...
channel. Just
That's not their
Yes,
channel.
it is.
that's
You
not their
can go
Telegram
on
channel.
Al-Qassam Brigade's website and click on their Telegram channel, and you go through Al-Qassam Brigade's Telegram, and they also have it on their website saying, we launched R-60 rockets at Haifa, and that's 10 minutes before the explosion happened. And you can also look at the geo-confirmed videos, which correlate around the time of those messages being broadcast, that a barrage of rockets was launched, and one of them either was intercepted or had a likely motor failure and crashed into the hospital.
So Intel
May I interject
Schizo, yeah, Syrian Girl, go ahead, then we'll go back to Schizo because I got a few questions for him. Go ahead, Syrian.
Sure, just to give some balance here. I mean, a lot of these guys that are so-called
And the meeting
experts
between Abbas and Al-Sisi and Biden is back on.
well,
Tim
okay.
Naftali.
That's actually pretty big. That's
Yeah, I'll
great.
send it to you in the
That's
WhatsApp.
huge.
Thank
That's
you.
huge.
That's
Okay,
really,
so
really good. All right, go ahead, Syrian.
I think that the fact that he called them Hamas terrorists, obviously, when you took at his technical,
I'd rather, but if this is your best argument, Syrian, it's pretty weak. I'd rather you focus on the actual technical
not the best
points he's made.
Okay, sure. He
Please.
said that it blew up in the sky. This is something that he said in the first. So to show you that if that missile or whatever it was blew up in the sky, didn't blow up the explosion, nor whether they had incentive to. And
they've been
what we
using
do
the
know is that
R-60 since 2014.
nobody has answered me why the Israelis have demanded the hospitals evacuate within 24 hours. Nobody has actually addressed that question. I think that I wanted to actually mention something that Ben said, okay? That I think we're all kind of ignoring here with this tit for tat trying to muddy the water about what actually happened. We've got, ample evidence it was Israel, but that's either
we don't have,
I don't
but
think
Syrian.
no, hold on. I don't think Syrian. So just 1 minute, Mario, please. Syrian girl. So I actually don't think that's the case. We have some evidence that it was Israel and some evidence that it wasn't. The only,
exactly.
So we don't know yet, and we'll find out.
This is
Can I connect the dots here, guys?
What you said. Sorry, can I just talk to what he said first? Ben, earlier you said that if Iran gets involved, if Hezbollah gets involved, if you saw this attack on the hospital, if you see how bad it was, things are going to get so much worse.
I didn't say that.
Something along the lines of it'll be like a horrible catastrophic thing.
No, I never said that though.
Just for the audience.
Can I give 30
just
seconds on that?
Samson option.
Yeah, guys. Just to quickly tell the audience, the video of the director speaking, we translated it, added the subtitles, and put the transcript there. So the director of the hospital did make a speech following the bombing. So I've posted at the top if you want to have a look at that. So I've just pinned it at the top. I want to go to Brian, and then we'll continue. And we are doing a post, and probably Schizo, I'll probably need your advice in the background, and I've already pinged all sorts as we prepare that piece on the counter argument, on the argument that it could be a malfunctioning rocket, because I think both arguments are fair to consider, because we don't know, as Ben mentioned, we don't know, and we've been there. We can all have our opinion. I said I'm leaning to it being Israel, despite the great arguments that all sorts and Intel Schizo made, but I'm still not convinced, and I could change my mind in an instant. Brian, go ahead.
Guys, if that meeting is back on, that means none of the intelligence services of those countries believe Israel intentionally did this. Period.
I agree. I think that meeting being back on.
But actually, Mario, that's not necessarily. There's a lot of times where there's a lot of crimes being committed and massacres, and they were still meeting. For example, in Lebanon, 2006, when the Kana massacre was committed, one of the most horrific massacres in Lebanon, the second Kana massacre, because there was another one, 1996. Condoleezza Rice was in Lebanon. They canceled the meeting Fuad al-Sanura with her, and then literally 2 days later, not even 2 days later, they met with her again. She came to Lebanon. That doesn't mean that they don't know it's Israel. In Lebanon, they knew it was Israel, and Israel didn't deny the responsibility, and they still met with a lot of American, the Lebanese even met with a lot of American politicians who were directly involved in funding Israel in this war.
Well, I guarantee you that the Biden administration is not taking their cues from what Condi Rice did 20 years ago.
Guys, I'm trying to confirm this news, and I have nothing from my side saying anything in the
Yeah,
sort.
Zev, can you? Yeah, Zev, where'd you get that? What's
Yeah,
your source? Can you
absolutely.
send
Yeah,
it to me?
it's from Tim Naftali, who's an advisor. I'll send it to you.
Please,
How do
yeah.
I in the WhatsApp group? Sure.
Yeah, and you send DM it via WhatsApp or just send it in the group. Either one is fine. Yeah, so I would. Yeah, I want to go to yeah, Brian. I've got you. I just got your thoughts there. I appreciate it, and then I'm going to confirm that meeting with Ben. I will go to Confluence briefly. Confluence, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak from a place of empathy and proportionality. And hopefully, after this horrible tragedy, there's an opportunity for a peaceful discussion, right? At some point, the discussion of proportionality has to arise, right? There is some line inside of all of us and collectively or within the ruling powers or whatever stakeholder group that, okay, we've had enough. And so I just wanted to hear from any of our panelists what the thoughts were on this potential vector for an off ramp or a peaceful discussion. At least now there's been a tit for tat. It's a bit more commiserate, even though the numbers were already more on the Palestinian side before the bombing. I think now there's certainly some degree of retribution. I think there's hopefully a discussion point. What do you guys think about that? Is there a silver lining here?
What silver lining are you talking about, man? There's a
I
hospital that just
don't
got bombed. There's protests around the world. There's Iran threatening. There's Hezbollah preparing for an attack. So what silver lining are you talking about, bro?
Obviously, all of these things. That's the cloud that we're all in the midst of. I'm saying that is the fact that the proportional response, or is the discussion of proportionality now at least something that can make
know.
its
No, it is relevant. It is irrelevant. It was irrelevant before, and it's even less relevant now. This isn't a tit for tat situation. The tit for tat
I
doctrine
understand your
has
position,
failed
but there's the
miserably.
world's
It's
thoughts
not a
and
question of a
the
I agree
position.
people.
You
with
asked me, no,
Confluence.
you asked me an analysis question. I'm not presenting a position. I'm trying to explain a change in the security environment that you're talking about. Tit for tat has failed. It has failed the West. It has failed as a way to contain terror. It has failed to such an abhorrent extent
So what's the
that
answer?
Regardless
I
of
don't think
your
we even know what I don't think we even have the paradigm in place through which
you
this can be
personally may
addressed
not have
beyond.
that paradigm, but the people of the world are going to see responsiveness that has to make sense.
Yeah, you're
Past a
still
certain
speaking.
point, it
Yeah,
won't make
still
sense.
speaking. No, you're still speaking in the old
There
paradigm.
is
Now
an
try to
invisible
think back.
line, though you may not acknowledge it in
Try
your
to
heart
think
or
back
through your
to
state.
September 11th. Okay. Yeah, I
There was a
understand that you don't
line
have.
there, and we went too far. And I say that as an American, we went too
Well, that's
far. And the
fine, but
world
do you
can all look
understand that
back
you
on
realize
that.
that you went too far after about 15 years and taking Osama bin Laden out?
Okay,
Okay, whatever. It was
I
too
have to
far.
correct something. Okay, on the Bloomberg Newswire, so there was a statement that was put out by Tim Naftali, who used to be an advisor to the government. He said that the meeting would be back on. Across the Bloomberg Newswire, Biden plans to speak to Abbas and Sisi on the flight home. That's from John Kirby. So Naftali might have just reacted to that, so I wanted to offer that clarification. If I spoke too soon, I apologize.
He seems to
Okay, so
be
hold on. Sorry,
speaking too
Ben.
soon a
Two
lot
seconds.
today.
2 seconds. Ben. So it's confirmed that he's speaking to the summit is back on. Biden is meeting
So
is
what it
back.
says, this just came across the Bloomberg Newswire. Biden plans to speak to Abbas and Sisi on flight home. That's coming from John Kirby. So
Okay,
maybe
but
it's just a phone call.
that's separate. Yeah, that's separate to the meeting he had with the Jordanian
No, yeah,
president.
no,
And
I know that. So it was Tim Naftali, who used to be an advisor to the U.S. government. He's the one that put out the meeting is back on. But this just came across the newswire, so maybe there is some twilight. I wanted to offer that clarification.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it's important clarification. I do want to go to Schizo. Go ahead, Schizo, and I've sent you a message on WhatsApp as well, Schizo. Go ahead.
Yeah, so something I wanted to add too, in terms of the today's narrative with the hospital, right? Is has Hamas done stuff like this before, right? Like, have they bombed themselves and blamed Israel? The answer is
No,
yes. Yes, they have. Most recently,
no, they haven't.
with the bridge a couple days ago, right? Where after Israel said go south of the river, and there's a video of a bunch of cars going across
That
the
is
bridge, and there's an
projection and not
explosion.
Yeah, hold on,
confirmed.
hold on.
Right, that
Syrian girl
video
connection.
has been analyzed frame by frame. Right, that video was shot 30 frames per second. That video was analyzed frame by frame, and there's no munition from the
Yeah,
skies.
yeah,
The
but
By
Schizo,
explosion
whom,
that
one
you
might
saw,
Schizo.
ask?
Hold on, guys. Hold on, Schizo. Who analyzed it frame by frame? Can you tell me which analysis you're talking
literally
about?
a whole bunch of people. Yeah, so this was done literally across the entirety of the ocean
You can't.
community last week.
Yeah, I don't know. So
And,
yeah, I
and
don't.
again,
Hold on,
that
Schizo.
explosion detonated.
Schizo, two seconds. So just want to say, like, I brought you on stage, and I respect everything you share, and I know your expertise. But I just want to point out, like, I've looked at various analysis videos on this, and it came out inconclusive, including BBC and Al Jazeera, and I think it's
No, it
BBC
didn't.
or Reuters. What do you mean? Did it? They came out inconclusive. I've actually posted about it as well.
Here's how it's quite easy, right? If the claim was Israel bombed a car on a bridge, right? You would be looking for a bomb or a projectile coming from the sky slamming into the road. Frame by
Yeah,
frame, there is
we don't.
nothing that
Yeah, I know.
originates
I'm
from
just
the
telling you.
air
I know.
that
I'm
hits
just
the
telling you.
car. The
Are you talking?
explosion.
Are you Schizo? Are you talking about the truck and the cars that were heading south and they blew up and that became a
On
big
the
thing in
bridge,
Life
yeah.
40? Yeah.
On the bridge.
Yeah, and then he saw that video, that horrific video of all the dead bodies. Correct?
I'm talking about the because there was two different. I believe there was two incidents. The one I was talking about was on the bridge
What's the second
on
one?
the river, right? And it was a
What's?
white SUV.
Oh, okay, okay.
And
The
it was
second one
shot
is
from
the
a dash
truck.
cam.
The second one is the truck. Correct?
I believe so. Yep. And
Oh,
this
okay.
was
So
one on the
yeah,
bridge.
I
Yep.
apologize. I'm talking about the truck one. So go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. So the one where they're going across the bridge and the explosion, right? They said it was Israeli airstrike. That video was shot 30 frames per second, thoroughly analyzed. There's nothing that came from the sky. The explosion originated from the vehicle. And there's two possibilities on it, right? Could have been an IED, or secondly, it could have been a LNG conversion, like homemade. The guy converted his car to go from gas to LNG as the fuel source, and the LNG tank blew up in his truck.
Assuming it
But
was a car
the
bomb
end
that blew
result of
himself
that,
up, how can you conflate
the
that
end
guy
result
with the
though
whole
was right
hospital?
that
How is the
Hamas went
hospital of
immediately.
900
Okay,
people the
okay,
same
okay.
as one guy blowing himself up?
The point I'm making is that Hamas has a history, right? That's just most recently.
One guy
But
blows
if you go
himself
back,
up
they have a
equals
history
900 people.
of
Hold on, yeah, go. So, but
Hamas
Hamas's
has a
history,
history.
yeah, but Hamas's
Yes,
history
they
doing that, Schizo. But doesn't Israel also like? I'm trying. It seems I'm making one
one.
argument now,
Yeah,
but
the
just because
point
to
is
balance
that
out your
Hamas
point, that's
has
all.
a operating history of pretty much saying Israel did a
But
thing when
Schizo, yeah,
facts
it's
come
fair.
out that
But
Israel
would
did
you
not do
say
a thing.
Schizo? But
Also, you
Schizo, but
cannot trust a word, right? So when something comes
Schizo,
out of the
Skitzer, you got.
government,
Let's go one point at a time. So on the point of that, isn't there also reports? It goes both sides. Isn't there reports where Israel does something, and then later, I think someone gave the example of the journalist, the famous journalist. Israel does something, and later they get condemned for it, and then later on they retract, and then the story changes. So it kind of goes both
they
ways.
don't blow them they don't blow their shit up and then blame it, right? Like,
That's a separate one. Yeah,
also
that's
also in terms of, you got to understand how Hamas operates. Like, you also have to understand
no.
Hamas's
I'm
government.
not. All right, Skitcher, you gotta talk one at a time. When someone else, like, just it's a
Yes,
discussion, man.
I'm trying to finish
So
my point. So the other point is you have to understand Hamas's governing structure, right? So obviously at the top you have the political bureau, and then underneath that the Shura Council. Cool. What's underneath the Shura Council? Like, who reports to them? You have four departments. You have Gazan affairs, West Bank affairs, imprisoned person affairs, and Palestinian diaspora affairs. Let's focus on Gazan affairs. What does that entail, right? That is the propaganda arm of Hamas that deals with internal affairs, that coordinates with Palestinian diaspora affairs, that gets their orders from the Shura Council, right? And so when you see stuff that comes out that says, breaking news, government media office of Gaza reports a thing, that's literally just Hamas, right? Like
Both sides
that's literally
have
what
comms
when you see a
departments.
report that
That's
says
non-revelatory.
when
Both
when
sides
you
have comms
see
departments. Old
yes,
news.
but Hamas is a terrorist organization. They can't admit that they are a terrorist organization. So they hide
Schizo, but
behind the
you're
veil of
making
government
you're
media
you're
office.
making an
They also
argument.
hide behind the veil of
All right,
government
Schizo.
Ministry
Okay,
of Health.
so Schizo, I know you've made like 58 points. Please, go ahead, Joel.
Yeah, you're making an argument from both sides of your mouth, right? You're saying history shows that Hamas would do this, but history shows that Israel has hit hospitals, right? That doesn't mean they hit this one, right? You're saying, oh, we can't find a trail of a rocket that came from the sky frame by frame when this is like a 24-second frame by frame, which we have seen with 9/11. We don't see a plane going into the dirt. We don't see a plane going into the Pentagon, and you can't see it. So, and
Yes, we
you don't see a
do.
rocket either, right? No, you don't see one going in the dirt. That I'll guarantee you.
I'm not going to entertain 9/11 conspiracy bullshit.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'd say a plane.
No, he
I'd say a
believes
plane hit
a
it.
plane.
I say a plane hit it, but you don't see a
You
plane.
missed his you missed his
Yeah.
point.
So
You're
You missed
missing
his
just
the
point.
because you
point,
don't see it
Schizo.
when it's 24 frames per second, doesn't mean that it didn't happen. And past history
There-
also
Yeah, but
doesn't mean
Joe,
it didn't happen.
Do
but
we have
technology has
planes
changed
that
over 22
fly like
years.
this?
No, but 10 minutes ago,
Frame
I
Schizo
rates
saw
haven't changed.
I saw
confirmed.
the same video that he saw. It's
So,
24 at maximum. It was 24, if not 16.
Jo- Joe, 10 minutes ago,
Also, can I
Schizo
add
was saying,
something to that
Schizo
Two
was
secs,
argument?
one
Syrian girl
second.
and Noga. 2 secs, please.
Okay.
I want this Noga, Syrian girl. I'll give you the mic, but because I know this discussion, you've given your thoughts on it already. Go ahead, Faraz, and I want to back and forth between
Yeah.
Joe and Schizo.
10 minutes ago, Schizo was saying you can't confirm based on a video what type of ammunition, what type of explosion it is. But when it comes to the Hamas one, he says frame by frame it's been analyzed and we can tell that it's not a type of rocket. But when it's Hamas, you can confirm it from a video. But when it's an Israeli airstrike, you can't confirm it from a video.
I'm saying
Exactly.
you
It's
can't use
ridiculous.
audio. No, I'm saying you can't use like. Granted, who is your marine source? I don't know. Frankly, I don't care. But to claim like, oh, I heard noises and therefore I can identify this definitively as a JDAM. No, you can't, because each JDAM is different. If you had something that showed a JDAM, right, or if you had something that showed an Israeli F-16 flying over, that's a different story. But to go off the noises, no, that's very poor work.
Skitzer, you're not being 100% honest here. Like you can somewhat tell the same way you can tell, like a lot of people who are experts can tell whether something is a Ferrari or something's a Lamborghini when they hear it, no matter if it's raining, if it's dry, if it's humid. Although the sound will change mostly, there's only 4 different types of JDAMs, I believe, or 5, right? There's experts saying that the sound is a JDAM. It could have the weapons guidance. It might not. I don't know. I'm listening to people who are munitions are saying this most likely is. There is a probability it is, and you're saying that it's
So then
not.
who's your
And I'm saying
expert?
I don't
Because
know.
you mean hiding behind an unnamed source, right? Saying we
Schizo,
spoke to
that's
experts.
not Joe's.
You're
That's
no better than
ours.
CNN. You might as well just say unnamed intelligence source.
Schizo. Now you're criticizing. You moved from one thing. Now you're criticizing an unnamed source. You don't have to believe the source. Like all the facts are there. You can you can argue the fact. It's not like a source. So you can argue a source when a source told us this, but you don't offer any other proof. But if source gave you a full breakdown of all the information, disprove the information, which you're doing well. Don't say, okay, who's your source? Well, the source just gave you everything. The source could be anybody. Just disprove the stuff that we're given. It's a long, detailed tweet. And again, I'm not saying this is a JDAM. I've just said that. I'm leaning towards a JDAM based on things I've seen.
Also, yeah, in terms of the source claiming the expertise with the audio, right? There's a huge difference
Now
between a
the
2,000
audio's
pound JDAM
just quickly,
and
Schizo.
a small diameter bomb. Like,
The
you might as well
audio.
just say, like, the source that claims the audio
The
analysis
source.
is
You
concrete.
gotta just take a breath, man. The
There's a
source.
huge.
Okay, when I
The
mute
guy
you,
that
bro, there's a reason. Bro, when I mute you, there's a reason I muted you. So the source did not mention the audio. I got the audio separately. A few people have posted about it. I did not post the audio alone because I thought it was pretty weak to just talk about that audio, put one missile from Hamas, etc. Even though a lot of people are posting about it. But then, along with everything else, I added it. And then I added a big disclaimer saying, hey, this could all be false. We'll find out tomorrow. This is an analysis by a munition expert that we've had, and then we've had other experts look at it as well. Now, we are doing another post, and I've told you, I've pinged you on WhatsApp, and I've talking to all sorts and others, doing another post with the counter argument, including that footage from Al Jazeera, and then let people make up their mind until we have more information tomorrow. But now we do know that the big news. We do know that the big news.
It was in your opinion that
No,
it was
man. Okay, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. I'm muted for a second. Immediately, you'll jump in, man. I'll give you the mic again. But what I want to say is that the news, and just kind of refresh for the audience, the news that Ben mentioned earlier, that the meeting is back on, and I'm not criticizing the Ben, just making that clarification. The meeting is back on, the one that was cancelled between the Jordanian president Abbas and Sisi with Biden. That summit is still cancelled. So it has not. What Ben was referring to was just a call between Sisi and Abbas, which is still a good step.
Correct.
But it's a call. It's most likely a call from an airplane. So just wanted to make that point of clarity. But Schizo, from what you've seen so far, just a quick question. I think you made a really good argument on saying we cannot immediately blame Israel, which I agree 100%. I've been saying this since the beginning. And I've even said that in the post, put a big ass disclaimer at the end. The disclaimer alone is the size of a full post. But I do want to ask you a question. From what you've seen so far, what is the likelihood, in your opinion, out of 100? What is the likelihood it is a Hamas misfire? Considering the capabilities at the moment, the size of their rockets, no such rockets have landed in Israel. I'm just giving you quickly the counter arguments. The fact that Israel has warned about bombing hospitals. The director said he's been warned before. They've warned multiple hospitals. They've bombed multiple hospitals. Schizo, I'll let you. I'm asking. Schizo. When you speak and someone else speaking, your mic, I don't know if it's been like this for the past year. I've always had you on stage, so it's hard to hear you. So we see like echoey. So I'm asking you a question. So based on those two, because you've made the counter argument well, so I'm looking at it objectively. What do you think is the likelihood of each one? That it was Israeli airstrike that hit the Israeli bomb that hit the hospital, which I think if that is the case, it's most likely an accident. I could be wrong there as well, but I definitely don't. I highly think it's an accident, not intentional. Doesn't make logical sense. Or what is the likelihood it is a misfire, not by Hamas, but by the Islamic Jihad, as the IDF claimed? What is the likelihood of each, in your opinion, Schizo? And we'll go to Joa.
Yeah. So in terms of the,
you got cut out, Schizo. Schizo, you there? Joe, I'll let you respond. Seems Schizo's mic is playing up, and then we'll go to Schizo afterwards.
Yeah. Look, as to could it be? I don't know, right? To me, it does seem like a bomb. Hamas typically uses rockets. We already know that Israel is using bombs. That's probably why Schizo, if it was Israel that bombed that road, just as various ambulances have been hit by bombs and not rockets, they are using dummy bombs. Dummy bombs do not have targeting on them. If they put a JDAM on it, they become targeting machines. But Hamas is not using bombs; they're using rockets, and there's a difference. They will not leave a trail.
Didn't Fyodor sort of debunk this whole line of argument as irrelevant for both sides like hours ago? Why are we going around in circles?
Well, Noga, you said that Hamas was dropping bombs near your house when the hospital happened,
but the point
and they
is
don't
that
even have bombs. So I would remain out of it, please.
rockets and bombs are just two different ways of delivering
I'm sorry, it's things that fall out of the sky and go boom. And at some point, you have to stop with that. It's a ridiculous distinction that is relevant for maybe two ammunition experts in the world that are not in the space right now. It's things falling out of the sky, going boom for everybody here.
One is powered, and
Thank you for acknowledging it came from the sky.
We've been talking about it coming from the sky for hours.
I think
Hamas rockets also come from the sky.
Okay, we need to just one at a time. Joa, go ahead, please. You have to unmute yourself, Joa.
Yeah, Joa? I was muted. I couldn't get it off.
All right, I'll go back to my
he asked
question.
My opinion.
So,
no, I think now, Joe, I asked him earlier a question about the percentage. I'll go back to you, Joe, if that's okay, because I did ask him before. To be fair,
yeah,
and then his mic played up.
And now it's
all right. I'll be so Schizo. Yeah, quickly Schizo, and then we'll go to Joe.
To answer the question, I think the likelihood that this was a Hamas rocket, likelihood is highly likely. And in terms of which rocket, I would say highly likely that's an R-60, and it's highly likely that the rocket suffered a motor failure and crashed. Right, like the R-60 is a derivative of the Syrian M302, which is a derivative of the Chinese WS-1 Bravo rocket. So you got a clone of a clone rocket. It's being built homemade underground with a bunch of off-the-shelf parts, homemade chemical mixtures. That's a lot of that can go wrong and be not necessarily constructed to a high standard. So the likelihood of a rocket malfunctioning, Hamas themselves posted, we're launching an attack on Haifa. They also posted that twice on the Al Qassam Brigade and on their main Hamas channel. So two separate Hamas media branches said we're attacking Haifa with R-160s at the time that the hospital blew up, and then immediately they came out and said, oh, the Zionists are evil, blew up our hospital, when they literally just said we're attacking Haifa with long-range rockets, right? Like, and they're specifically homemade rockets, which with a bunch of off-the-shelf components. So the likelihood that it was a Hamas rocket, very likely. Also, very likely
if I
that
could add to that,
the likelihood of the JDM, I think is very unlikely. And in terms of addressing the second,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry, and you were just speaking on the other likelihood. So likelihood is said it's an Israeli strike. What do you think is that likelihood? Accidental
yes, I
strike
think
by Israel.
yes, I think that it is unlikely in this strike, in this situation. I think it's unlikely. But to address like, oh, Israel's bombed hospitals before, right? I'm sure you guys have already talked about it a lot over the last week. What the dual use infrastructure, right? If you're using a facility, let's say a school, right, to launch rockets, that's no longer a civilian target. And under all rules of war, that becomes a
Yeah, I
valid
think
military target.
this
And
is a
Israel's
separate.
also
Yeah,
given
this is
tons and tons of
yes, Schizo,
warning
we'll go.
before
Yeah,
they
I think
do
this is
strike.
yeah, this is a separate one because now I think what someone's about to say is like what you're doing now is like, hey, I don't think this is Israel. I think this is Hamas. But if it is Israel, they always give warnings, etc. It's still Hamas's fault because they have had warnings. So I think you're covering. It's like if you're saying you're convincing us it's not Israel, and then but if it is Israel, you're giving us a reason why Israel shouldn't be blamed, which I think is fair. But you're really pushing that point, Schizo. I think you've made a really good point on where it could be Hamas. I just don't think it's enough to say it's definitely not Israel. I just think it's a possibility. It's both. I think
Correct.
either one is a mistake. But let's get Joa because I know I interrupted him, Ben. If that's okay, and then we'll go to you right after.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
All right, Joe, go ahead.
I mean, I think that there was a hospital on the first day that was hit. I'm surprised why this one has so much more outrage than the first one. I assume because there's a lot more people
More death.
injured.
Also,
But regardless, it
hospital.
happens before. Um, could we have never seen an explosion of this side on the other side for a single explosion? In Israel, I understand that there's the Iron Dome, and most of them get shot down. But some of them have gotten through, and we have never seen an explosion this size, a single explosion this size. Right? That to me makes it suspicious and makes me question how could it possibly be if they have arsenal this big, but we've never seen it hit the other side, and we know rockets have hit the other side. Right?
Except we'll go in the archive footage, my guy.
Can I
2014,
finish speaking?
2006.
I didn't interrupt you when you were talking to me.
Intel. Please let Joa finish. Joa, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm surprised at the outrage now. I hope, right? I hope that this brings sense to people and the bloodlust stops. I saw the same thing at 9/11 where every Muslim in the world was hated for a while until people focused on bin Laden and focused at who the culprit was. I do believe, Mario, from the conversation that IDF had yesterday on the space, he was questioned by a reporter. We've heard that bombs have killed some of the hostages. And he goes, none of the bombs have killed any of the hostages. And if it has, it's Hamas's fault. Right? That to me is very troubling, the statement, because it's no matter what happens, it shows what's happening with this whole situation. If a hostage dies because he doesn't have water, is that Hamas's fault or is that Israel's fault? If they die because they don't have access to a doctor or a hospital and they got injured, is that Hamas's fault or is that Israel's fault? and that is the
It's
history.
Hamas's fault, Joe. It's all of
It's
Hamas's
Hamas's
fault.
Is
fault.
it? They
Yes, Hamas
Of
started
hold
this
course.
hold
war.
on,
Don't forget how
Lev,
this
Lev, Lev.
where
Let
this
me
became, Joe.
just end.
Good.
Lev,
Good.
go
Yeah.
back go to
Very
WikiLeaks,
logical
which I know
question.
you know really well and have quoted. Go to WikiLeaks and go see at the fact that Israel kept kept Gaza under economic collapse or near economic collapse for decades, and this is the powder keg that was created. Don't forget. So
So,
it didn't just
Yeah,
Joe, I
this
start
is
just
there. It
want
Hamas.
didn't
Listen,
start
hold
on
on,
Joe,
hold on.
Joe, Joe.
Let
I'm
me
sorry,
make
but
one statement, Lev, just 1 second.
go
So,
ahead.
Joe, I
Go
hear
ahead.
what you're saying, and I actually agree with most of what you're saying. So, but in terms of the doctors and this and that, keep in mind that there apparently are doctors in the underground tunnels that are treating Israeli hostages who have been shot and stuff because they released the video, right? And there seems to be full illumination down there. They're not operating by candle. So I heard the exchange with Conricus there. I agree with what you're saying, right? But at the end of the day, we have to be a little bit candid here. So when he says it's Hamas's fault, well, Hamas kidnapped the people, right? So I don't want to draw a false equivalency. Well, so I wanted to push back on what you're saying. So and good for Hamas. Look, I'm going to say one thing: the fact that they treated a woman that is a hostage, right? They could have left her suffer. Good, right? They put out the video, but there are doctors under the tunnels and so forth. So I think what he was trying to say is that if they are dead, it's Hamas's fault. That's because they kidnapped the
Yeah, but
hostages.
if there was a bank robbery and there's a hostage hold up and the sniper shoots the hostage, trust me, the person who's in trouble is not just the person who took the hostage. It's also the sniper.
No, 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 no.
No,
That
no.
no. Hold
They
on,
don't
hold
get
on,
their
hold on.
hands
No,
wiped
Joel,
That's a
clean.
Joel,
false
Joel, Joel,
comparison,
hold on, Joel.
and we're in the
So,
rules of war,
no,
and
but
they're
1 minute, please.
different.
No, Joel,
Sorry.
what you just said, there would be an investigation, but an officer would 99% of the time not be charged in that circumstance because I've litigated those cases. So that is not
Yeah,
true.
it depends.
Lev,
It
go ahead.
depends if he showed caution or not. If he did not show caution, that's different.
Okay, there is a difference between a sniper taking out a bank robber that has a hostage and a group that has kidnapped hostages, and they are, we're talking about laws of warfare, in your custody, in your care, right? So let's just pivot away
But
from that.
but Ben,
Lev, you wanted to.
Ben, legally, I mean, me and you get along. Legally, in the eyes of people around the world, will they blame Hamas? Will they blame Palestinians? Or will they blame Israelis if that happens? In your
The blame
opinion.
But
Israelis.
but I
So
think what
no, Lev,
I think what,
let me answer that
yeah.
quickly. In my mind, look, I mean, they'll blame Israelis because that's the national narrative. I mean, that's just my own personal
See, I
opinion.
don't think so. I
You
think the
know,
world will be divided
Okay,
just as it
but
is
you asked
today.
me my opinion. You asked me my opinion. I've given you my opinion, and you have yours, and you're entitled to yours. This it's totally fine. But I just think there is a difference between a group that has taken hostages for the purpose of taking hostages, and so I think what Conricus was trying to say, and I can't speak for him, is that yes, if they are dead or harmed, it is their fault because they're the ones that kidnapped them. Lev, go ahead. You wanted to chime in. Sorry, I cut you off.
No, that's correct, Ben. Listen, and Joe, me and you agree mostly all the time on a lot of the things, and I agree, especially with one of the things you said, and that's what I wanted to mention, is that there was a hospital blown up, unfortunately, a couple of days ago, and there was not this outrage. And yes, maybe because there was more people dead this time, and the video might have been more outrageous. But let's understand that there's a war going on, and as disgusting as these videos are, and I feel for the Palestinian people because I disseminate between the Palestinian people and Hamas. Hamas are at fault here, not the Palestinian people. And yes, unfortunately, let's understand what happens at war, wherever war is going on. There's innocent people; they're going to get hurt, and we're going to see lots of terrible videos coming up. So I don't think it's a difference, that major big difference of who actually put that rocket there, because this is a war, and Israel could have done it by mistake, or Hamas trying to do it to get the world on their side because they would benefit most, from something like this. And we talk about Hamas not killing their own people. Well, that's a little different because to them these are martyrs. If this is in the sake of war and in the sake of taking out the evil monster which they consider Israel, they would consider these people martyrs, as far as
Yeah, I
this
mean,
goes.
the only caveat I would add to that, Lev, is I don't think, I am not of the belief that even though I'm not pro Hamas, I don't think that Hamas would have done that intentionally, right? So we don't know what we don't know, right? Okay, people in here are speculating. Everyone, fine. I'm the belief that Israel did not do it, but if it was Israel, it was an accident, and if it is, they need to be held accountable. Clearly, any targeting of civilians is not acceptable. That being said, I'll say the same as Hamas. In this case, I don't think that they would blow up their own. I don't think they blow up their own people and hospital, as you said. I mean, that's just my gut feeling. If it was Hamas, it would have been maybe a misguided rocket, or maybe a rocket that the motor failed, like Intel Schizo said. But I'm not a munitions expert. I'd love to hear Intel Schizo chime back in on this if possible. Were you finished?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll go back after. Let him chime in.
Okay, Intel, please go ahead.
No, I'll let the other two go first. They've been waiting forever.
Okay.
Their arms don't need to fall off from blood loss.
Okay, Syrian girl, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to show a sort of parity here. You know, we had in the previous discussions talked about the incident when it started. We had eyewitnesses from the Israeli side that were hostages that said some of the people died in the crossfire. In this instance, we don't have such things coming out from the Palestinian side. We have people saying that the Israelis are texting the head of the director of the hospital and telling him, we gave you a warning, why didn't you evacuate? We have 3 more hospitals under threat. Now, people talked about an off-ramp and they were immediately like pushed out of the conversation. But I think it's an important conversation because we need to discuss about what's going to happen next. The off-ramp was always there. Israel is holding 10,000 hostages of Palestinian hostages within Israel. They, like 1,000 of them were children. Now, everybody on this space, if you've been listening to these spaces from the beginning, you would know there was an offer made for the women and children that were held by Hamas to be exchanged for the women and children that are held by Israel. Israel refused. Now, when we talk about tit for tat, Hamas started it. 2 months before this incident, a 2-year-old got shot. So we can go forward, back and forth forever. If we keep going, we'll get to 75 and the Nakba. So where is the off-ramp here? The off-ramp has to be a prisoner swap. Now, Hamas has said they will actually release all the women and children if Israel stops bombing. So obviously they want to de-escalate, right? And but we have here on this very panel Israelis saying, no, there's not going to be any escalation. We're going to go in and we're going to destroy the whole of Gaza.
Well, I've offered my opinion, right? No, hold on. I don't. I've offered my opinion.
I wasn't talking about you,
Yeah,
Ben.
not
I was
you.
talking
Not
about
you, Ben.
somebody
Not
else.
you.
Not you. So don't feel attacked by that. So I believe there's going to be 2 options here again. Okay, either because of this incident, the international community puts the reins on Israel and they actually want this because they obviously have hesitated to go into Gaza because they know they're going to suffer casualties. Or what's going to happen is that it's going to escalate. And I question then what will happen if Hezbollah, with its army, which in 2006 it was Israel invading Lebanon, maybe this time Hezbollah is going to be invading the other way because they have 100,000 people and they have training from the Syrian civil war. Sorry, Ben, this is kind of for you. What will be the line when Israel decides to escalate even beyond bombing a hospital? Sorry, I have one more thing to say about Schizo because I don't want to be cut off before I say it. Schizo,
okay, go ahead.
You have this analysis about the intelligence, the OSINT thing. I saw that analysis in the frames. The same OSINT account posted a video of a Hamas rocket hitting a road and creating a very small explosion, I might note. But in that video, there was no projectile seen with the frames. So in that case, they acknowledged it was a Hamas rocket, but there was no projectiles. But then in the other video, they're saying, oh, there was no projectile because it's not seen in the frames, and therefore it's a bomb. So it's biased. It's one-sided. It's like closing one eye.
If I may respond, Syrian girl.
Wait, one last thing before I finish. The notion that the Hamas side would blow up a hospital, as Mario keeps repeating, at a time where Israel, and nobody has answered me, has asked for them to evacuate within 24 hours repeatedly, and the other side is saying, okay, we'll release the women and children. Obviously, Like, it beggars belief that we're even having the conversation. It's just
Okay,
not
so
even worth
let me
entertaining.
respond.
Answer
Just
my
hold on, hold
question.
on,
Where
hold
are
on, hold
these?
on.
Hold on a second,
Just one
Red.
second.
Where are these text messages, or I mean,
Okay,
proof
hold
of
on. Let
this?
me respond to
I
Syrian
haven't
Girl's
seen
point. Okay,
one of
hold on,
these
hold on,
things.
hold on. So Syrian Girl, I hear what you're saying, right? But I think there's one thing that's not being mentioned, right? So Biden, the major Western world leaders have all put out a narrative that Hamas must be destroyed. Hamas cannot cease to exist. So in my mind, and I'm not the government spokesperson, I'm not paid by any government, at the end of the day, I just do not see any possibility whatsoever in which there would all of a sudden be talks of de-escalation while Hamas is still in power there, and they would be allowed to rebuild, because the same thing will happen down the road. So I'm still of the belief that come hell or high water, this ground invasion will go through, and you're going to see, unfortunately, a lot of destruction and so forth. So I agree with no prisoner swap. That's my own position, but I know other people have a different one. Intel, you were addressed. Would you like to take a few seconds to respond to
Uh,
Syrian Girl? Then we go
you
to
didn't answer my
Confluence.
question though. You didn't finish my question. What
What
happens
was my question?
if Hezbollah starts to take back like Israeli occupied territory? If they're
Yeah.
moving into Israeli occupied territory, at what point is this thing going to escalate to something much, much bigger?
Well, I think if the Hezbollah tries to do anything like that, it's already will escalate into something much, much bigger. I think that's my
Okay, but
answer,
how
and
big are we talking? We're talking
I
nuclear.
will
Are we
answer
talking
that
a
for you.
nuclear
So
bomb?
let me. So listen, what I will say is this, and I'm not a spokesman for the government of Israel. Clearly, I think that those the aircraft carriers are out there for more than just deterrence. I think that the president of the United States and all right across the board, less a few people in Congress and the Senate, have said anyone who, if you're thinking of taking advantage of this situation, don't. I think that's a very careful statement. And in terms of a nuclear weapon, I'm going to be very clear here. I have no comment as to whether or not Israel is in possession of nuclear weapons. There's a policy that Israel has, which is strategic ambiguity. That's fine. What I will say, though, is that Israel will not tolerate an existential threat. I don't know what that red line is. People are free to opine on it at will. But Israel, if there is a fear that Israel's existence or the existence of it as a Jewish state is threatened, it will respond appropriately. I think that's a very fair statement of me to make. But I do think that the fact that you have aircraft carriers with major capabilities right 20, 30 miles across from where the fighting would happen is very, very telling.
I just don't. I
Intel,
think that will
I know,
prevent.
we can, okay. Intel, you were addressed. Please respond. Is there anything I've said that you agree with or disagree with? Please continue.
Yeah, in terms of the World War III, like the nuke, right, the Samson plan, I think it's very unlikely. I mean, you look at historically in the past, I mean, the threats that Israel has faced previously, they didn't employ nukes. If they do possess them, I don't think they would detonate a nuke to stop Hamas. And in terms of wind direction, all that stuff, and fallout, that just it's just silly to fear monger that nukes are going to be thrown at Hamas. It's just silly. In terms of the point about, so again, the video that I was referring to earlier was specifically on the bridge, not the other incident. This one was the white SUV that blew up, and that one you can see the tank fly out of the back of the car after it detonated, which again could be one of two things: an IED, or the car had been converted to run off LNG, which is a somewhat common-ish thing that happened, that's popular between the Egyptians in the Sinai Peninsula, and Gazans have converted some of their cars to run off LNG, which requires special LNG tanks to be placed in the back of the trunk and requires more maintenance to be done on the vehicle over time due to changing of gaskets and gears and stuff. If that DIY work is done improperly, could result in a malfunction and cause the car to blow up, or it could have been an IED. So that video doesn't really tell us if it was an IED or the LNG tank in the car just detonated prematurely for whatever mechanical reason. But it does disprove the narrative put forward by the government media office of Gaza, aka Hamas, that Israel bombed the bridge and killed 70 people.
Right. So I just really quickly here, I know because she can't raise her hand, Noga wanted to chime in. Noga, please offer your thoughts.
Yeah, a couple things really. I want to go back to a couple of questions the Syrian girl has. The reason why the hospital was asked to evacuate is the same reason that a lot of the north of the strip was asked to evacuate, which is that we're coming in heavy with a lot of tanks, and we would rather not hurt anyone that isn't Hamas. That is why the hospital was asked to evacuate. When a missile explodes in midair, it means that it is actually more volatile when it drops. That much I do know, because all of the fuel that it was supposed to spend while getting to where it's going, and you have to remember this is a long range, at least a minute and a half, if not more, in the air missile, it takes all of the fuel that it hasn't managed to burn with it, and it burns on the way. Now, someone updated me a few hours ago, and I haven't been able to mention this every time I tried, that an R-160 actually exploded for the first time in Haifa on the 13th. I did not know that. I thought this was the
Could
first
you
one.
provide
It's actually the
so
second. Hang on,
could you?
Zev, for the love
No,
of
no,
God,
no,
could
no.
I finish? No, really, could I just finish? I've been I've
Okay.
been really good. I just want to get it done. It's in Israel. It's so late. It's early already. So a missile did explode in Haifa. It exploded, an R-160 exploded in Haifa on the 13th. That was the first in this round, and it caused a really big fire. And this is where it becomes interesting, because hospitals are combustible. They act when you hit a hospital, and you actually, people have been sending me photos, and I'm begging you to please stop. When you explode a car in the hospital parking lot, it is very likely to level a hospital. And for the love of God, stop sending me pictures of that, because of the way that hospitals are constructed and because they are very
I
combustible.
don't know about.
So
I've never
I'm
heard that,
putting
but
this all together. I'm putting this, and it's a theory. I'm putting this all together to say the following: a 160, an R-160 missile is a ridiculously large one, misconstructed, falling in midair before it even reached the peak of its trajectory, means it's carrying a lot of fuel with it. It doesn't need to
that's a
actually
fair
land
point.
on
Yeah.
the hospital to cause quite a lot of damage to the hospital. We know they exist because one of them landed in Haifa and caused quite a bit of damage last week, and we missed it because there was so much else going on. It is way more likely this was a Hamas failed attack at Haifa, especially given the fact that Hamas has
Okay.
admitted
Yeah.
that it was trying to attack
Eh,
Haifa and never reached
Right.
it,
So
than anything else. There.
right.
Now I'm
No,
done.
you know what? And I do take your point. I wanted to give Intel Schizo a brief moment to offer his opinion on that, and then definitely Joa, Confluence, and Syria Girl. Intel Schizo, please go ahead.
Yeah, the previous speaker's comments of like with the fuel, that's a really good point. The R-160 carries over 700 kilograms of fuel. And then you're adding on top of that 150 kilogram warhead. This missile just barely took off, or technically it's a rocket. The rocket just barely took off. It still had the like 99% of its fuel on
Yeah,
top of
that's
having 150 kilogram warhead, and it crashed into the hospital. So you have a high explosive warhead mixed with well over 1,000 pounds of fuel, combined with in terms of the hospital, something that does make hospitals very flammable is the sheer amount of oxygen that hospitals store, right? Because there's tons of patients that need O2, and O2 canisters are extremely combustible. They're typically stored in the walls of the building, right? Like, so there's little attachments that come out of the O2 tank, which is typically stored in the wall, that then, for ease of access and better storage. So, I mean, in terms of, is a hospital extremely combustible? Yes, it is, due to patient rooms having O2 canisters in the walls on top of O2 canisters being out in the open, and those are extremely combustible. But in terms of Haifa, we haven't, or not Haifa, in terms of this particular hospital, we would need to see more photos of that on the ground.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see it
But
relatively soon,
yeah,
right? The sun will be rising in Gaza soon, so we'll see. Now, Intel, quick
but I
question.
do want. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just really briefly. So, I don't know U.S. politics. Like, do you think at this point in time the Americans or the French or the British, do you think they have a relatively good idea of what happened, or do you think they'll actually need to wait till the morning to view the crater damage and so forth? That's number one. And number two is, what do you think this means? Either way, if you could offer your opinion. So if it is an accident, if this is Israel and it's an accident, do you think that changes the U.S. level of support? Obviously, I personally, I know people disagree. I don't believe it's intentional. If it's an accident, do you think it'll change your overall support in the United States? If it is indeed Hamas, if it, as we're opining here, what does that do to the, to the psyche of the Arab nations who are currently issuing condemnations?
In terms of the first half, I don't think it would change U.S. support to Israel. Right, the President Biden's been pretty clear in statements, along with SecDef, the head of U.S. CENTCOM, various politicians, etc. Right, that the support to Israel is steadfast, and the actions have been followed up. Just the sheer amount of U.S. naval assets that have been rerouted to the Eastern Med, and naval assets that have been rerouted from the Persian Gulf, Gulf of Oman, and the Arabian Sea have been rerouted to the Eastern Med, on top of fighter squadrons deployed to Jordan. So, in terms of what the U.S. actions are, I don't think it's going to change. In terms of Hamas, I mean, you look at the support from the Arab countries, it really hasn't been much. Right? Like they've given some statements, and that's really about it. Like Egypt is still trying, like the people are still trying to convince Egypt to open the Rafah border crossing, and Egypt has said no, and they keep pointing to the 2005 border crossing agreement between Egypt, Israel, and the Palestinian Authority, and that's been Egypt's stance since they closed the border back in 2007. And they very rarely have opened it. And the times that they have, they put a massive amount of bureaucratic paperwork on Palestinians in terms to mitigate.
So you think more of
and you look at the rest of the Arabian world, they really have they've given some statements, but their actions have been pretty minimal. And if it turns out it is Hamas, I don't think it's going to change their opinions much. They're just going to go, see, we told you. And in terms of again, Hamas's side, in terms of like whether it's intentional or not, clearly they were trying to target Haifa. But you also got to look at what is Hamas leadership's mentality in terms of casualties, right? So senior Hamas official Ali Barkara did an interview last weekend on RT Arabic, and in that interview, he gave a quite telling statement on the sentiments of Hamas. And the quote is, "The Israelis are known to love life. We, as in Hamas, on the other hand, sacrifice ourselves. We consider our dead to be martyrs. The thing that any Palestinian desires the most is to be martyred for the sake of Allah defending his land." That's a Hamas official stating his view to RT Arabic on what Hamas's views of the world are. And in short, they do not care about casualties. And in terms of Palestinian media, they put out multiple statements in regards to Israeli calls for evacuation, right? You had the media office of Gaza, which is Hamas, put out some stuff, and that was rebroadcasted by Al Jazeera Arabic, Gaza Now, and Quds News Network. So Quds News Network said, according to the Government Information Bureau in Gaza, warning Palestinians in North Gaza and calling them for evacuation comes as psychological warfare by the occupiers. We call on Palestinian citizens to ignore such calls. And Gaza Now reposted multiple times on their Arabic page. The occupation is trying to spread false news by calling the residents and demanding that they evacuate.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean,
We
I don't want to cut you off.
We live in our homes and die in our homes. We will not move. We will not budge.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to cut you off. We've been through that. So I'd like to go to Joa to offer his response on Confluence, Searing Girl, and Top. Joa, I cut you off earlier. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Yeah, I just want to answer something he said where we can get some common ground, right? I think his definition of Hamas is correct, but I also frame it as to why it's correct, which is if you're in prison for 20 years and you're controlled on what you eat, what you drink, what you touch, what you have access to, when you have electric, when you have water, when you have gas, when you have whatever, right? I've never seen someone who's a victim but can shut off every single life supporting necessity to me ever, right? If that is my situation, me personally, me, and you guys know me, I'd be
That's not
willing to die.
analysis, that's
Hold on.
excuses.
I'd be willing to die to get freedom for my people. Okay? I would.
Yeah, well,
Right?
let's
And that's
rewind the
Adam,
clock, though, right? So you
so
bring up a
okay.
good point, though. But
We're
let's
the
bring up
people who
a
went
good
through the
point.
Holocaust, and we're still not a plague on on society or a danger to anyone around. I am tired of this BS excuses. I
no,
really am. Enough.
of course you need to jump in every time. I'm sorry, people. I'm
It's their
sure people
job.
try to escape. You know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah, I
Joe,
know what you mean. Again,
let's
I'm the
rewind the
I
people
clock.
do
who
not.
was held in concentration camps and gassed, and that somehow did not turn me into a murderous rage of a person. Enough with
Are
the
you sure?
excuses.
Yeah, but it's not you who was, and that's
Also,
horrific.
also,
The Holocaust
Joe,
is a horrific
let's.
thing, but it
I,
wasn't you who was gassed. It was the actual
Well,
Jews back then, and they did fight back. It wasn't you who was
I,
gassed.
yeah, they
I
fought
want
back,
to I want to
but
bring up what
they fought
Joe
back
was
with
saying.
reason.
Okay. Yeah.
I'd refer
Yes,
you to the
I don't
Warsaw
agree.
Ghetto Uprising.
I do not agree with the terroristic actions, right? But I do agree with fighting back. Okay, so I don't approve what they've done. I do approve what their motto is because I would do the same thing if I was in that situation. Okay, I do not
You
approve their.
agree with
I do
their
not
motto.
approve their.
I just want to. You said you agree with their motto. Their motto
Yeah,
is from
if
the
I
river to
had
the
all my
sea,
people.
Palestine will be free with the Jerusalem as its capital, which is a euphemism that Hamas has explained very clearly what that means,
Not
and
a
their
euphemism.
charter
It's just
lies it
that.
out as the extermination of the Zionist Jews from Israel, from the river to the. So you're saying you agree with that?
That's not what they said.
That's in
Yeah,
their
no, that
charter.
it's actually
That's
in
not
their
what they're saying
charter.
at
Come
all, by the
on.
way.
It's in the
You can.
2006 and
Hamas
2017
wants to
and
exterminate
charter.
Jews, and you just said
Oh
that
my
you
God,
agree with that.
schizo! You can go to Ben Gurion when he said he needs to eliminate all Arabs, and you can go to this charter where it says you
You're
can
going to actually
eliminate
have
all.
to show me
Hold
a
on,
quote that says that, because
hold
that's
on,
not what he said.
I
That's
can show
exactly
you
what he
that.
said.
And there's various
It's exactly what
interpretations,
you've been told he said.
just like he's making his own interpretations. Do you understand? This comes from both sides. Okay, that's what I'm trying to show you. Yeah,
And that what we're
you can
trying
look
to
at
tell you
Hamas
is
and you
that
can
that
show
is a
that. I can look
complete
at Ben
lie. It's not
Gurion,
even
who
close to the truth.
Except
look.
we didn't
You can
show up
look
on
at
anyone's
Ben
doors and
Gurion
kick them
and you
out of
can
their
So
see
can
houses.
how
you?
Guys,
open he
all right,
was.
guys, you need to stop interrupting. Please, Guy Joe, I'll let you finish your point, and I want to
Yeah,
mention
You
some
really
updates that are
have to,
happening.
because we're doing
you
history
can go
again,
to.
and we're doing alternative history at that.
I did want to address the infrastructure though,
Go ahead,
because there's
Schizo,
some
please.
myths behind. Yeah, so the
Can I
infrastructure.
finish?
20.
Can I finish my thing? I
Yeah,
had
very
one point
briefly,
for
Joe.
Joe,
Ben.
Very
Joe,
briefly, Joe. Very
I had
briefly,
one
please.
point for Ben.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
One
Very
thing,
briefly, please.
one thing in 10 days that has not been mentioned, Ben, is the fact that Netanyahu was being protested back in January by 80,000 Israelis, mostly Jews, because of the separation of powers, which would lessen democracy
Briefly,
and
please.
turn him more extremist. Hold on, Mario, I'm
No,
almost
no,
there.
briefly,
And
because
starting in
we're going
June,
back to
we
history,
saw.
man.
No,
We're
no,
moving
no.
away
It's
from
this
breaking events.
year. It's this year, Mario. And he started in June to be more aggressive. And that has not been brought to light in the past 10 days of how Israelis were against how extremist Netanyahu was becoming with who he swore into office.
so
Yes, we do have an update. We do have an update here. The travel advisory for the US has been updated. So is it the State Department that makes these travel advisory, correct, guys?
That's
Yes.
correct. Yes.
Okay.
And the CIA.
Okay, the State Department has raised, the State Department has raised the travel advisory for Lebanon to travel for. Do not travel due to the unpredictable security situation related to rocket, missile, and artillery exchange between Israel and Hezbollah or other armed militant factions. The travel advisory was also updated to reflect the authorized departure of some non-emergency U.S. government personnel and eligible family members from U.S. Embassy Beirut due to the unpredictable security situation in Lebanon. How big of a development is this, Hadi? I want to go to you first and then see if I can get Layla in. But Hadi.
I think that's It makes sense because they do that every time there's an escalation that lasts more than 3 days usually. So they do offer for the citizens to be evacuated and go back home. But
to level 4.
unless not that, no, I think this time because it lasted for. But I think you will take it seriously more if you see the employees of the embassy being
But I
sent
think
out of
that
Dubai.
they mentioned they mentioned as well that U.S. government personnel and eligible family members from the embassy.
I think
were
I think as
evacuated.
long as you still have the appointments happening, you still have everything going on.
Are you sure? But are you sure the appointments are happening and everything going on?
I just but until now, you never know tomorrow if they cancel them. Until now, they are still happening. And also, don't forget the protests. There's a lot of retaliation against the U.S. embassy, so of course they're gonna be scared for their staff as well.
I appreciate that. All right, cool. So that's just a quick update. If anyone has more information, it'd be good. I'd go up to Schizo. Go ahead, man. And
Yeah,
Schizo,
so Joe,
I'll let you respond to Joe. I've also got a question for you on the likelihood Hezbollah would get involved in this, in your opinion.
okay, yeah. So in terms of the infrastructure side, what Joe is talking about, right? Let's look at the Gaza Strip's infrastructure. So in terms of electricity, 20% of it comes from Egypt through 3 power lines, and pretty much the rest of the remaining 80% is a combination of coming from Israel and people with generators at their houses running off fuel. So Israel's cut off their half, right, with the electricity and the fuel, but they still got the electricity coming from Egypt that hasn't been affected at all. In terms of the water supply situation, only 10% of Gaza's water supply comes from Israel.
Drinking
The other 90,
water, Schizo.
yes,
Water.
drinking water,
No,
only
no, no, no,
10%
no.
comes from
No.
Israel through the
11%.
pipeline.
Guys, I do. All right, guys. I actually want to go to some new voices because you've had Schizo and Joe. You've had the mic, especially you, Schizo. You've had the mic for a long time. I do want to get back to the first. Wajir, can you give us some updates on the ground in Iran, especially the protests that are happening there? And then I'll go to Confluence and Topeth afterwards, and then Syrian. Go ahead, Wajir.
I don't have.
Sorry, you got to unmute. Sorry, man.
I have an update from the Queen of Jordan, who's originally Palestinian. Queen Rania, she said she did not only condemn the bombing at the Gaza attack, but blamed the Israeli Defense Forces for what's happening. She also released this video, which I sent you, that looked back at her 2009 press conference on Gaza. The video was released prior to when the bombing occurred, and with all civilians must be protected. Palestinian lives are of no less value than Israeli lives. So again, the word on the street is that civilians are uprising. They're demanding that the borders
Uprising or
be
it's just
open.
protests? Hold on. Where's on the street? Where?
Word on the street is they're asking for
in
the
Iran?
government to open the border, whether it's Jordan
Which
or
country?
Iran.
Oh, okay.
He's talking about Jordan.
Okay, I understand.
They want the borders to be open. They want to cross the borders and join the fight.
Understand. Yeah.
And in some other places, including Iran, that they're just huge crowds, and that we haven't seen in a while. Usually, we see these crowds against the government, and it's the first time that we see them united for something like this in a while. So I think it's unprecedented, in my own opinion.
I appreciate
Can I
that. I
ask
do
a
want to go
question
to
about
just
that?
like an
God,
observation.
Brian. Yeah, God, Brian.
Well,
And then
here's my question.
Heidi, I've got.
Sorry, here's my quick question
Sorry.
to Waji and anyone else who's on the ground. When I think you just said they want the borders open so they can join the fight. Don't you think that's exactly why Israel doesn't want the borders open? Because everyone's going to try to come in and join the fight.
But they can open the borders one way, but not the other. I think that
No,
what everyone's trying to ask for is
understood. But if that's the stated objective, why would Israel ever let that
Actually, I
happen?
have breaking news. Breaking news. Just in, the U.S. State Department asked its citizens not to travel to Lebanon and
Bro, that
allow
was
the
Wajir.
departures.
I don't know if you listened to the space, man. We mentioned that literally like 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago.
And by the way, Mario, I
I do.
have like a quick observation about the
Yeah,
Iranian
please, and
protests.
yeah,
We're
let us
actually
know.
noticed.
Yeah, had to give us an update. I do have Stephanie, so I would love to get Stephanie's thoughts on all
Yeah,
this and the
we're
report. Go ahead,
noticing a
Hadi.
lot of Hezbollah flags held by, like being flied by the Iranians. A lot, and it's not Lebanese people; it's Iranian people.
In which
So
country? In Iran?
in Iran, yes, that means like
Fascinating.
even their rhetoric is like they want in retaliation from Hezbollah against what Israel is doing.
Okay, that's not good. Stephanie, pleasure to have you. How are you?
Hi, Mario. I'm doing well. So, I do have some more information regarding the Lebanon travel advisory raised to level 4. This is from the State Department. So, this actually replaces the previous travel advisory issued on July 13th. And they say that it's raised to a level 4 and updated to reflect the authorized departure of family members in U.S. government. But in addition, they also say do not travel to the border with Syria due to terrorism and armed conflict, the border with Israel due to potential for armed conflict, refugee settlements due to the potential for armed clashes. So, for people who are unfamiliar, level 4, that's the highest level that the State Department can issue. For example, they have that for Somalia, for Ukraine, and essentially what that means is if you travel there, they urge you to write a will in case you get killed. So yeah, just point
And
out
basically,
and
Stephanie, doesn't it mean that we're not
reading
coming
through
for
this
you
real
if you
quickly.
get captured also?
I would assume so. I mean, I would assume so. Yeah, I'm reading. And reading this further, it says the border. It's interesting. The border with Syria, level 4. For years, Lebanon has witnessed deadly attacks in border towns along Lebanon's border with Syria. And it's also the border with Israel, level 4. Do not travel. And the U.S. Embassy urges U.S. citizens to avoid to travel to refugee settlements. So a lot of information in this, but they also cite the Lebanese armed forces have been brought in to quell the violence in these situations. So as we know, this situation is evolving and ever changing and escalating. But just wanted to point that out regarding
Pusha,
Mario's
when was
update.
yeah, thank you so much, Stephanie. Does anyone know when was the last time Lebanon was at level 4?
I think probably during the mini civil war we had 2008, and
Wow,
sorry, I forgot
it's been that long?
the wave,
Yeah, it's been at
the
least a
spillover of the
decade.
Syrian civil war. There was the spillover of the Syrian civil war when we had the bombing campaigns from the terrorists coming to Beirut every week and on, and then we had like some of the when Hezbollah got involved in Syria, we had a lot of spillover. So I think that's when they rose it to level 4. That was
This is
2013. Hezbollah got involved, and the attacks began the end of 2013. They lasted until 2017, the last suicide bombings.
okay. This is yeah, I'm just having a look now. Obviously, yeah, this bar does
And
not write,
probably
but yeah,
Mario, and probably I think it's not. I don't think it's because they have some intel that war is gonna start. I think it's because they fear for the security of the embassy, that if something happens, they can't do anything for them anymore because of what's happening
but
now.
then
There's
why
a
would that?
lot
It's
of people
also
going
Oh,
there.
fair point.
this is coordinated with the Department of Defense, and what they're saying is, you guys could be within target range of things we'd have to hit if stuff goes south.
It's pretty concerning, guys.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it absolutely is.
The
The concern level.
Palestinian camps warning started around like I don't know 6 months ago. The Syria one started around 2013, so those were there before the warning not to travel there. South Lebanon used to come on and off, but it was always like there, but not to that extent, not level 4.
All right, so things are not
It's
getting any
getting
better.
concerning. Yeah.
I read this to say that Lebanon could easily be a conflict zone very soon.
This is crazy.
Yeah, it is. Imagine. I mean, yeah.
It's like you're seeing things live escalate, We saw it gradually escalate from the bombing of the hospital that happened while we were doing the space. Oh no, we started the space because of the bombing, and I just see how it just continues to escalate. See how the different narratives compete, and now you're seeing travel warnings, people protesting, clashes
more
between
than
Hezbollah.
that.
Remember, guys, Hezbollah hasn't responded either. So we're waiting. Hadi, maybe tell us an update on what happened on the border today and what Hezbollah is expected to do next.
Netanyahu's poking.
Hadi?
Yeah, so today there was Hezbollah retaliation on the borders, and Israel was striking from last night. And the strikes last night were the first time where they hit near that's literally next to my hometown. That was the first time they hit that area. So this morning as well, they started hitting, and Hezbollah announced 5 of their soldiers were killed by Israel, and that's relatively higher than before when they had 3 killed. So Hezbollah will definitely respond to that, and they will make sure that, because usually when Hezbollah responds to these things, they make sure that the casualties on the Israeli side is either the same or higher, or cause the same the same harm. And I do believe, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I read, is it today, they hit a Merkava tank as well on the borders.
I saw that. Yes, yeah, they did.
Yes. Yeah,
but if you add the hospital to it, what type of response do you expect from Hezbollah tomorrow? Would you consider the most severe response to date?
That's a completely different equation, and I do expect, I could be wrong because I don't know, I do expect soon we're gonna hear a speech from Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah after what happened now.
Yeah, I do want to go to Top Heath. Go ahead, Top Heath.
So I shared the videos and everything we had to my group of ordnance men that I've worked with, and so it's actually a group of 7,000 aviation ordnance veterans, and we came to the general consensus that even from the video, you can't really, there's not enough information to tell if it was a JDAM, if it was some sort of ID within the building. Like, to say it was a rocket, I mean, that's why it is important to say, or to identify if it is a rocket or a bomb, because rockets are propelled. They have propelled systems. To say it was a rocket that like went out of control and hit the hospital is kind of ludicrous. To say it was a bomb, I mean, that's plausible. To say it was some sort of ID gone bad, that's also plausible. But to say that shit was a rocket that just fucking motor went damage, haywire, and hit the hospital is kind of crazy. So I just want to share that with you guys.
No, it's not. Have you paid attention to the Ukraine conflict or the Houthis versus the GCC? Plenty of evidence of rockets misfiring all the time. Well, even Hamas versus Israel in 2014, or Hezbollah versus Israel in 2006. There's a plethora of rockets that the rockets fail all the time. And when you're looking at DIY homemade components, the failure rate is extremely high.
Are they not propelled? Are they not propelled, and don't they emit smoke of some sort and trail?
No, this isn't black.
But anyway,
they're using homemade chemical mixtures, and they also get supplied by the IRGC for their fuel components.
Right, but typically if we're sending rockets, there's trails and smoke, and I mean, to say it's probable that happen is, I think it's kind of crazy, but.
Thank you. I think a little intellectual honesty is missing in this room, and I think we can almost see the politics present as a litmus of the fact that we have this horrible tragedy. The likelihood and the intellectual gymnastics necessary to string together the fact that the biggest explosion yet by the lesser force, they're going to do that at their own hospital that's caring for their own people. Remove the politics and the charge away from big player to small player in this circumstance.
I agree with him. I agree with Confluence. I agree with him.
Yeah, please. I mean, yes. I hope somebody does.
Yeah, have you
the
seen
intellectual misgiving of this.
Okay, I just let me correct my point. I probably don't agree.
No, let me
with
finish my point, please.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No. Somebody's mic is open somewhere. Okay, just honestly, from any war strategist with intellectual honesty. All the intellects on this panel and listening. And we're going to say it's this kind of coin toss that maybe the little guy found his biggest explosive moment and used it against his own weakest people. Strategically, like whether it was intentional or unintentional, even if it were unintentional, which I guess perhaps is more likely than intentional, the fact of the anomalous moment that grand explosion could happen to be at their second most valuable resource, second only to a munitions depot, is intellectually ridiculous. And I think it's literally
You're
a
looking at
litmus
a
of the
rocket with
politics in this
over a
room.
thousand. Tell me what 1,000 pounds of fuel with several hundred pounds of high explosives going to do when it hits a highly populated building, flying at
I'm
Mach
sure
4, because the
I'd
R-60
imagine
flies at Mach 4.
there's something about your tone that lulls me to sleep. I want to take you more honestly than I do, but I've heard a lot of
I
what you
think
have to say.
we'd avoid personal attacks if you don't mind. But that's just a pretty
Apologies.
weak argument. That's not good, but a pretty weak argument.
Come on.
But Schizo, like it's Schizo. You've made a good argument, by the way, and I actually appreciated it. But at the same time, I think you do see there is a possibility that it could also be an Israeli rocket
No,
that
it,
was
it, it,
not
because
even the
a JDAM
possibility.
is not a rocket. A JDAM is a dummy bomb, similar to, like, imagine World War II, right? Like the photos of that's a dummy bomb, right? There's no precision to it. A JDAM is a kit that is assembled on a
It
dummy
could be
bomb
any
and
whatever
is
rocket. I'm saying
airdropped.
it can't be any
There's
Israeli
no
rocket that hit us. Is Schizo, you're saying that it's impossible or it's unlikely to be any Israeli
again.
rocket. I
A
want to see where you are in the middle.
JDAM is not a rocket. A
Not a rocket.
JDAM is a dummy bomb.
I understand it's a bomb. I understand. Could it be any Israeli bomb without digging into semantics?
I think it's highly unlikely
Is it
that it
possible?
was a JDAM.
Is it possible?
Is it
And I didn't say
possible?
Jada.
Sure. Is it in
An
the realm
Israeli.
of possibility? But again, there's no evidence of Israeli F-16s flying in the area when this happened.
Intel, would the U.S. aircraft carriers, with their radar...
What about
Sorry. Hold on, just 1 second. I couldn't hear the answer. So, the carrier that is at the Ronald Reagan that's parked off the coast of Lebanon right now. So they would be able to see on their screen, right, whether or not there was an F-16 or plane over Gaza at that specific time.
Not to mention
Does anyone
dozens
know?
of other intelligence assets that we have. Come on, you guys, this is ridiculous.
Right.
We're going to know in 3 hours, and somebody's going to be really embarrassed.
Yeah, and I just want to say, to complement his point, I agree with him in the sense that, look, I don't believe this was if this is Israel, it's not going to be intentional. That's my gut feeling, but I also have to,
It makes no sense to me. For
right,
me,
so
at least
I want to say
logically.
this. I also don't. Let me just respond. Just one thing. I just want to say this, and we have to go to Syrian girl because I did cut her off before, and I haven't come back to her yet, so I do owe her that. Just to the confluence is what I don't think that speculating that Hamas did this intentionally is going to actually, and for me, right, and I'm an Israeli-born conservative person, I don't even buy that argument. So it's one of a few things, right? Either Israel did this unintentionally, or Hamas is a stray rocket. But I agree with what Brian
Ben, do you
was
think
saying.
the first one was purposeful or
No,
no?
no
The first
one did
hospital.
this intentionally. That's what we're going to find out. I guarantee.
No, I'm asking about the first one. I'm asking about the first one, Brian.
What's the first one? I haven't
The
been
first
paying
bombing of the
attention.
Why
hospital.
would they warn this hospital multiple times and then drop a devastating munition on it, and then send their spokesman out to lie the day before the president's coming? It makes absolutely no
Brian,
sense.
I asked about the first one. Do you think the first hospital bombing was intentional or accidental?
So I honestly don't know which hospital bombing you're talking about. If you can send me the details of it, I don't know.
Al-Shifa Hospital.
Yeah, me too. Please DM.
Al-Shifa Hospital.
I want to bring out a
On the
point
very first day.
that exists on both sides of the discussion. In history, there's so much atrocity that's done in the time of war that we would never, in the real time, look down the barrel of and acknowledge and think that we are even capable of on either side of any battle throughout history. In hindsight, we learn so much more. And so to think that all of these horrific things, again, on either side. I'm not speaking to either side directly, but that aren't possible. They always end up in the history books. And there's always people in the moments of right now that say, oh no, that's just simply impossible. And yet, in rooms of stakeholders making decisions, these things occur. And are we just going to be the people again that say, oh no, it's just simply not possible? Or are we going to acknowledge and hopefully prevent and hopefully let this discourse open up the fact that these things happen?
So
historically, it's always occurred.
I mean,
that's a great
horrific
point.
happen in a
That's a
war. I
great
mean, that's
point.
why
To be
suicide bombers, right? Like
to be
they
clear, I'm not saying it could not have happened accidentally on either side. I'm saying I will be shocked and American support will dry up pretty fast if it's proven that it's an intentional Israeli attack. What we do know is that all the atrocities that were committed last Saturday by Hamas were intentional.
They weren't all committed by Hamas, though.
Great point. So then,
Okay.
don't we have a discussion of retribution and a potential vector for peace, right?
So
Isn't there an eye for an
just
eye, whether witting or unwitting? Don't we
really
at
quickly,
least
no,
have a discussion?
I really don't want to cut you off, but I've been promising Syria Girl for a long time that she would speak, and I totally ignored her. My apologies, Syrian Girl. Please go ahead.
Hi Ben, it was absolutely not your fault at all, and you didn't cut me off, just to be fair. And thank you for giving me this chance. I have a few pointers. Please let me finish a lot of because I've been listening, I've been writing points. Okay, the JDAM, this so-called weapons expert here said that they are dumb bombs, but actually the Joint Direct Attack Munition JDAM is a guidance kit that converts existing unguided bombs into precision-guided smart munitions. Now, the other point I would like to make, someone pointed something about how Hamas, like we are ready to die for our cause or something along those lines. I'd like to read to you from the IDF booklet about engaging with civilians. This is the sentence: in war, when our forces storm the enemy, they are allowed and even enjoined by the halakha, which is a Jewish religious text, to kill even good civilians. That is, civilians who
Okay,
are
so I just
ostensibly
can
good.
you before you read? No, 1 second, Syrian Girl. Just because, I'm from there are IDF booklets. I clearly, if you could before you read it, send that to me in the original Hebrew, because I've never read anything like that, and
Sure,
I'm
no
being very,
problem.
yeah. Thank you.
Nor is halakha
We
actually
won't.
mentioned in the ethics of the IDF. So whoever sent this to you,
Yeah,
not
and halakha,
We
just
will
one,
get
like
it to you, no
just the
problem.
word. Yeah, but the word you use, halakha, that's like Jewish walk, the way to walk, right? That's Jewish law. I'm not religious. No, God,
it's
that's
like
Like
halakha
Sharia
is
law.
it's
Jewish.
like Sharia, basically. It's
Okay,
the
Yeah.
you guys, I'll send it to you. We'll say it's not proven until I send it to you. Now, I'll go to the
yeah.
next
So how
point.
about we skip it till we
No,
do, because
we'll
it's
skip it.
completely
Sure.
yes.
Now
Yeah, no,
let's
she's
skip the
agreed to
next.
skip it. Syrian Girl, continue,
So let's go
please.
to the next point. Okay, Noga said they asked them to evacuate because they don't want to kill anyone because they're going in hot and heavy. Well, we know the Israelis, they sometimes warn the civilians before they destroy entire high-rise buildings, although we've had 2,000 of them buried under the rubble. But take the point that they were going to go in hot and heavy. So when they told the hospital to evacuate within 24 hours, and the hospital said, we cannot because it will be a death sentence to our patients, we can conclude that they went in hot and heavy anyway. So
No,
with
this
response.
what I said
So
was it's preparation to the land invasion.
yes, well, I think that one other point that we're all missing here is that while we're talking, a bakery was bombed by the IDF. Now, I don't know why we're not pontificating about whether it was a Hamas errant missile or whatever IED that bombed the bakery, and they're continuing the bombing. So there's literally 9/11s going off all over Gaza right now. And finally, I didn't say that nukes were going to be used on Hamas. I said that nukes were going to be used. I didn't say which area they would be used. And if you looked at the Samson Doctrine, they could use them on any country on this earth. So I think we
Right, but
should
the
look
Samson
on
Doctrine is a little bit
safety
more
rather than
caveated than that, right? So the Samson Doctrine is not. Look, even I've referenced it, right? So I'm not sure that that's actually an Israeli policy, because it couldn't be, right? Because Israel has never confirmed nor denied that they are in possession of such weapons. So obviously it couldn't. It's from a book, right? I think it wasn't it Seymour Hersh or Peter would know. It was from a book that was coined the Samson option. I'm just not necessarily sure that that's Israeli official policy. Someone else might know, but look, nuclear weapons are not going to be used by any side. I mean, I think that's clear. But what I will say is this, right? I think that all the leaders in the world, United States and the Arab countries, are aware that Israel possesses certain abilities and capabilities, and that if its existence is threatened, they will respond, which any country could respond. And in total disclosure, I think that for the people who are Palestinian in the room, I get that they are making that argument of their own people. And you know what? I'm not going to comment on it, but I take their argument, if that's a fair statement for me to say, right?
So
So
apparently,
yeah,
the author of that thing was Israel Haka or something, the famous journalist. I'll send it to you.
right. The author of what? The Samson Doctrine?
Sorry, the person who interpreted the halakha law thing.
No. Halakha. So halakha is Jewish law. It's equivalent to like what you can do and what you can't do, like a mitzvah.
It's like
Mitzvah.
it's like the rules for halal.
Yeah.
It's the
So
equivalent of Sharia.
right. Yeah. So,
Then
but I'm
halakha
not.
is the Jewish equivalent of Sharia law. Okay.
Yeah. So in any case, Waji is on the stage, and I want to give him. Oh, you know what? I cut the
Hang on.
confluence.
Could I please? I've been trying
Oh,
to add this bit of information
yes.
for an
Go ahead
hour
very
now.
briefly, Norbert.
Okay,
Yeah.
someone sent me a tweet showing an interview with the foreign minister for Iran. This happened before the hospital bombing. This happened before any hospital was bombed, according to the tweet. And the tweet is in Arabic, so I'm looking at the translation from Arabic to Hebrew, and it basically says. And they're quoting the minister saying, "If we we are silent against the assassination in the Children's Hospital of Gaza, which again was not bombed at the time this speech was made, then down the line we will have to witness such." Attacks against children hospitals in Iran tonight, and then the tweet goes on to say that tonight it just so happens that a children's hospital in Gaza was indeed attacked. Now, this is, I have to admit, odd because, according to the video is here, you can see him speaking, and I don't speak Farsi, but I'm assuming that is what he's saying according to the tweet. So this guy was actually that. It looks like Iran was planning this or planning something. Okay, I don't know. It's the level of
He was
conspiracy
saying
theory
that
that
because
5
they were
o'clock in the
already
morning.
threats by Israel to bomb the hospitals.
No, he
That's
was
why he said that.
talking. No, the text actually says that if we are silent in view of
One thing, Noga, I think if it's in
um
Farsi or Persian, I think even Google Translate, because the same thing is with the
no,
Hebrew.
because that's just it. The videos
No.
in Farsi, the text is in Arabic. So I don't. So like this is like
Right,
a
but I think
four
instead of
language
using
skip.
I think that instead of using Google Translate, just like what I said, the Syrian girl, right? Before she reads anything, send it in the original Hebrew. We should probably have a fluent Arabic or
Okay.
Farsi speaker
No, I
interpret. I
don't
think
think
that's
the
the fair
Arabic is a
statement.
problem. I think someone should listen to this in Farsi and say if that is what it actually means. But it's a very specific address to a hospital, to a children's hospital in Gaza, which is odd.
And
And
it also
honestly, the fact
depends
that
where
there
you're
were
reading the
Iranians
tweet
in the
from,
street
because
at
there's a
three
lot of
o'clock
fake
in the
news about Iran.
morning. Sorry?
It's also we
Okay,
need to
so
regard where
I
you're reading the tweet
don't want
from.
to I don't. Okay, I don't want to cut anyone off, but I've been really curious to hear what Confluence has, and then I would like
Yeah.
to ask Firas what he expects to happen next in Gaza. So Confluence, please go ahead.
Yeah, well, again, I keep trying to pull to the way of empathy and hopefully peace, right? I think with the pressure that's mounting, I think people have never been more attentive as things continue to escalate. And I do think that some degree of proportionality, if not in Noga's heart and that of the Israel state directly, I think that maybe the alliance of peers and surrounding factions hopefully can bring some lightness to the circumstance, or not lightness, but some maybe levity and communication and calmer heads, right? This is enough tragedy on both sides. And yeah, I just want to be clear that the grave likelihood is that it was indeed from the opposition side, And it's a statistical stretch, if we're mathematically honest with ourselves, to see it as anything other than that, to have the biggest explosion. We aren't having the same debate about all the bombings down the street or down the way. All of those are clearly acknowledged. But for some reason, this one was, maybe 50-50 that somehow the biggest explosion went off in the most important place. I just think that we owe
That's a fair
ourselves
point.
better.
That's a fair point that you've made. You know what?
Yeah, come
I
on,
can say that.
let's
That's
do
a very
math.
fair point.
Big guy and little guy X, so it's not as charged as Israel-Palestine. It's just
Yep.
unlikely. Let's be clear.
Right. So, Firas, I'd like to ask you, what do you see happening next in Gaza? And then I would like to go to, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name, Emery. But Firas, please give your insights.
I think the next steps that'll happen in Gaza would depend on the U.S. Basically Biden's trip to Israel. He's been trying to cement entering of U.S. humanitarian aid. Not U.S. humanitarian aid. The U.S. has been pushing for humanitarian aid to enter and for Israel to actually act on the commitment to turn on the water. So they said they're going to turn on the water, and they announced they did, but no water has been coming in because the water pumps don't work without electricity. And they wanted to only turn it on in the south to incentivize people to move to the south. So I think it's going to completely depend on whether Biden could. I think he could do it because the U.S., basically Israel, relies a lot on U.S. support. And he could probably push for that, but Netanyahu is pushing against any of this because the more hardline a position he can take, the more kind of easier it is with his base. Right now, showing any mercy to Palestinians in Gaza is very unpopular, especially
That's
among his
also a
base.
very good point. Just a two-way thing. First, I wanted to add to something that you just said. I have some friends and so forth that have family in the government and so forth, and in some of the group chats that I'm in, a lot of them were mad that Biden was coming. To be perfectly frank, because they thought that Biden coming was maybe an attempt on Biden to, because they know they're not going to invade when he's there, right? So I do take your point, right? You make a very good point, and that's not an easy thing for me to say, but I try to be honest, right? I do take your point. Yeah, absolutely. I cut you off. Please continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I think that's the direction it's heading to, because it seems like, especially with the bombing of the church, it's also changed a lot of the sentiment around the U.S. and Europe. He's gonna also
What
want
church?
priority.
What church got bombed?
Sorry, it's not church, man.
The mosque?
5:30 a.m. No, the hospital.
Okay, yeah.
Baptist hospital. And I think that's changing a lot of sentiment in the EU and in the US. And I think, based on what revelations or evidence is going to be presented by Biden's national security team, is going to affect how much he's going to press on humanitarian aid entering. He might even push for kind of maybe a ceasefire for a bit, just to allow the whole hostage civilian release, for a short time. You won't be able to convince him for a long-term ceasefire, because it seems that Israel's already decided that they're gonna, want to go the whole way, but the whole way is gonna depend a lot, because there's a lot of tension, I bet, I can imagine, in the cabinet between what Netanyahu and Gallant want to do versus what Benny Gantz and Eisenkot are pushing for, which is a more kind of precise, limited response with an exit plan rather than Netanyahu.
That's a good point, actually. I mean, I look, at the end of the day, we have to be very honest, right? So whether or not an invasion or what takes place tomorrow or in 10 days, I think allowing a humanitarian corridor or a temporary ceasefire in could potentially be a good thing, right? So if they're after the Hamas militants aren't going anywhere, right? It's nowhere for them to go. So yeah, I take your point, Firas, and I want to say thank you.
I do want to mention that Israel did blow up the third oldest church in the world. That was
debunked. No, Wajid, that was debunked. The church sent out a statement
that was
saying
by
that's not true.
Associated Press. Okay.
Yeah, no, that was we cleared that up. The church itself sent out a statement saying we're still fine. We're accepting Palestinian Palestinians for shelter. Firas,
So
I cut you off. Go ahead.
yeah, so I think Egypt also wouldn't want to take the risk of letting any Hamas military personnel or Hamas combatants enter into Egypt, because that would kind of open the door for Israeli assassinations to happen on Egyptian territory.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
they wouldn't. So they know that even if they open a corridor, it's mostly about optics and public opinion. This is how Netanyahu operates, and he has the image of Mr. Security, which has been hampered a lot. It's been
Oh,
put down a
absolutely,
lot. So now
absolutely.
he needs to retain it, and that's my biggest fear. My biggest fear is what he needs to do to instate that image in Israel that he is Mr. Security and he is Mr. Deterrence, and that always leads me to the point where he has to commit mass
Sure.
atrocities, genocide, something, just so he can come back in the next election cycle and say, I'm the guy who killed,
Yeah.
1,000 Palestinians. I'm the one who destroyed Hamas, even though he was the one who props them up for years.
And I think it's important to have your voice, right? As a Palestinian in the West Bank, I did want to go to Imri, because I might have passed over you earlier. It was not my intention. Imri, if you're there, could you unmute and offer your
Yeah,
thoughts? Thank you.
yeah. Thank you guys for doing this great room again. I'm a Turkish journalist academic, and I'm looking kind of, yes, it hurts me, this bombing, killing of this many people, but I'm trying to be as objective as I can, and I have done some security analysis. I'm in my field. This is a political science and security in that corner. So simply, when I look at this incident, what I see, and I see a number of things. First of all, I see people talks about the how many people die and so on and so forth. I think the most important part here is that a hospital hit, not just once, but number of hospitals hit, and unfortunately hit by Israel, and it was reported. Some of our friends. I think that is the most important thing. Even if there is no casualties, hitting hospital is unacceptable under any circumstances. There should be a way to deal with these Hamas terrorists. I consider Hamas as a terrorist, and there should be a way to deal with it without hitting hospital. And knowing that Israel hit hospital before this, and we can correctly assume that Israel may hit this hospital again. Whether they have an intention to kill this many people or not is a different story. When we look at the intention, I think we need to dis- distinguish intention of what, intention of who, and intention of when. Okay, and there might be, I don't believe that IDF as an organization, as an institution, has an intention to kill civilians. However, there could be a way, and a pilot who lost his relatives, or anyhow, there could be an intention of intelligence guy on the ground, and there could be an intention of pilot, and there could be intention of many things. When we say, well, intention, we need to look at the intention in many angles. And I believe when I look at this at the end, uh, Israel officials, according to the doctors, warn doctors and hospitals to evacuate. They resist. And Israelis have priority to evacuate this many people as soon as possible, probably because Biden is coming, and after Biden leave, they're going to go invade Gaza. And therefore, one of the obstacles before them to have these hospitals remain there and operational. As long as those hospitals are operational, people tend to stick with them. And and therefore they're warning, and they've been telling these doctors and these institutions to evacuate, and knowing that these hospitals prior to this one was targeted at a small scale, and I think it could be a way to just quote unquote convince them. And also, one detail I think is important. According to the reports so far, this bomb hit the parking lot, I believe. And therefore, if there is an intention, what I see here is that they were targeting the parking lot, assuming that this is my speculation from now on, and assuming that there couldn't be so many lives lost, but also enough to convince, quote unquote, hospitals to evacuate. I think this I see is the most likely scenario, and this could be one reason. Also, I wanted to mention one other things that I study terrorism, and many people came here and claimed that, again, I consider Hamas as a terror organization, claim that Hamas do not care their own people, and Hamas do not really, they intentionally kill their own people. Look, terrorists and terror organization cares their own people more than the governments, because in the eyes of their own people, they are illegitimate most of the time. They need to prove themselves to their own people. Killing their own people
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah.
indiscriminately, and assuming that Hamas just killing and expecting Gazans to continue to support them is just nonsense.
You know what?
Gaza
I think
support them. Yeah, Gaza supports them because Hamas, just like other terror organizations, care their own people in different ways, in different
So
methods.
we're
It doesn't
assuming
mean
that
that.
what they
hold
did
on, hold on.
was,
No,
let's
but just
say,
one minute.
something.
I want to respond to him just very briefly. You know what? Maybe Nog will have a different viewpoint on this. I actually agree with you, not on everything, but insofar as the theory that Hamas would intentionally harm their own civilians, because you do make a very keen observation that I think, right? They are the elected government, and any elected government in any elected any type of country that has its elections, right? They are responsible to the people, and I think that part of the reason that they're in government is because it was an alternative to Fatah. I understand there's more complicated dynamics behind it, but I actually think you made a very, very, very good point, Emery. So I actually tend to agree with you on the analysis of Hamas not intentionally doing it, but I still, we're going to know very shortly what happened. I just wanted to say one quick thing to the space, just I don't really get personal here, but just as someone who was born in the Holy Land in the Middle East, isn't this fucking sick what's going on? The whole Middle East? Just put all the personal conflicts aside for 1 second, right? It's literally the birthplace, the cradle of civilization, that part of the world. Not specifically Israel, but you know what I mean? Of all the nations in the world. And I could argue that people in the Middle East, no matter what ethnicity you're from, what religion, they are the most hospitable people, right? Anyone who's traveled there, right? I've been to Arab villages everywhere. Like, come in, have a coffee. You can't just go, hello, come in, sit down. You're a welcomed guest. And all of this freaking bullshit over non-human barriers. I'm sorry to get personal here. It's insane. How can people live like this on all sides? It's insanity. Sorry, I got personal. It's frustrating. I think all the people from the Middle East, Noga, you'll agree with me too, right? This cannot be allowed to continue, this ridiculous, repetitious cycle of violence. I know, look, of course, Hamas in this case, I place the blame on them, but I don't discount with people like Ferris, who are my friend, the people like his input, right? So I just can't believe we're here as a continent, right? I mean, it's insanity.
Yeah, I think it's a good place to end it. I think things are quiet now. The sun is slowly rising in Gaza, so hopefully we'll start seeing the results of any investigation, start getting better images and videos, so we can get a better idea of what happened there. But in the meantime, I think we've covered it well. We've covered the effect it's had on the sentiment around the airstrikes on Gaza, but obviously the full picture is not out yet. We're all pretty exhausted, so let's wait till tomorrow. We'll see what happens then, We know that the summit with Biden, the Jordanian president, got cancelled. We know that tensions on the Lebanon border, Lebanon-Israeli border, are rising. Apparently, Israel's told its troops on the border to be on high alert due to Hezbollah movements. We saw a lot of strikes by Israel, possibly as they saw Hezbollah, potentially move rocket launchers or some equipment as they prepare to retaliate tomorrow, and they hit those with a bunch of strikes. And we saw the protests around the world, including Lebanon, Turkey, Iran, Jordan, and the West Bank after the bombing of the hospital. So hopefully we'll find out tomorrow more details on what happened to that hospital, and we'll see what
Thank
happens
you
with
again for the
with the
space,
borders.
right? I mean, we're all able to come here and talk civilly and get along and work through everything. One last question. Do I have a blue check mark?
No, you don't have a blue check mark.
Okay, that's what I thought. Somebody said
No,
I have
you
a
do,
blue
you
check
do.
mark.
Sorry, you do. No, you do have a blue check mark. Yeah, you do. Cool. Well,
No,
congratulations on your blue check mark.
no, but I never asked for it to be verified.
Oh, it's you must be special. All right, everyone. We'll
But
appreciate it. I will
have a
be
good
last
night.
important point. I will be posting. The team is working on the thread that explains the other arguments. So they did one pulse on why that airstrike on the hospital could be an Israeli airstrike, and they've been working on it for the last 2 hours now, minimum, on why it could be a misfire, Islamic Republic or Hamas misfire. So that will be posted in the next half an hour to an hour max on my profile. All right, man. All right, guys. I appreciate it all.